Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me today. My name is Cometan, and I am to be delivering to you a very special lecture in this episode 7 of season 2 of A Conversation with Cometan. Today, I'm presenting you the total immersion into Astronism, essentially the first part of the total immersion, which will focus on Astrosoteriology. So this is the salvational dimensions of Astronism. Very deep, I've gone into more depth in this presentation than any other presentation that I've done so far. This presentation series really will cover several videos because it is over 1,000 slides in length. So today we're only focusing on the first part. Hopefully I can get through it in one session, but we'll see how it goes. Essentially today, as I said, we're going to be focusing on the Astrosoteriology, but the first part to really talk about is what we call the sideresis, or the narrative of Astronism. Astronism, like any other belief system, has a particular narrative. It has a particular way of seeing the world, a particular story as to how it sees the world. And this is what we call the sideresis. And this really is intertwined with the whole belief system itself. Its parts, the parts of the sideresis can be extrapolated from the beliefs that I'm talking about today, but generally we don't say this is part of the sideresis. It's all part of the sideresis. It's the underlying narrative that's in a way justifies these beliefs, justifies the Astronist belief system. So the first part of the sideresis is going to be focused on in this section 1, subsection 1, which is the astronomical world as the existential source. Please also take note that this section, or this subsection, sorry, will be focusing on fundaments 1 and 2. Those fundaments will be discussed at the end of the lecture today, because I will give an overview, and there are 12 fundaments or foundations to the Astrosoteriology. This subsection deals with just number 1 and 2. Okay, so what do we mean essentially by the existential source, and why am I starting this extensive presentation on Astronism with this idea of the existential source? Well, essentially, the existential source can be a person, an object, and as I've listed there, a concept, event, a place, or in Astronism's case, an entire environment that is considered absolute in its role in providing knowledge, truth, life meaning, salvation, and some of these other sort of abstract belief-related type of functions or characteristics or benefits. Of course, for Astronism, the astronomical world is considered the existential source, but in other religions, that's not the case. For most of the religions, in fact, for most of the religions, of course, God or some conception of God or a divinity is the existential source. God is seen in other religions as the source of all knowledge, the source of all truth, the source of all life meaning. So when we compare it to other types of belief systems, we can see how Astronism regards the astronomical world. There's many different reasons for this. Often the existential source is given to entities or environments that hold a sort of superior physical position, but also maybe a transcendental position, such as the idea of God existing outside of our physical reality. Pretty much every belief system has an existential source, whether that be in the form of, as I said, a person, a concept, an event. essentially the existential source is the thing that the belief system focuses on the most. And this is why a belief system's existential source can often be quickly identified through its worldview. So, for example, obviously, Astronism's worldview is cosmocentrism. So that's why Astronism's existential source is regarded to be the astronomical world. So those two things coincide. Obviously, Christianity is theocentric, so that means that its existential source is God. This existential source may be referred to as the source of spirituality, or the source of belief, or just the source of meaning sometimes. So there's various different ways that it can be conceptualized, but generally the official or technical term for this idea is the existential source. And this is the foundations of Astronism. This existential source and the justifications for it provide the theme of Astronism, which is obviously astronomical and cosmic. As I've said just in the previous slide, Astronism's existential source is the totality of the environment of outer space and its astronomic component parts. These form the primary source of knowledge, truth, and meaning when it comes to answering humanity's existential questions. I mean, these, the objects of outer space, whether it be our physical exploration of it, or the environment itself as the physical environment, these are, these entities, for want of a better word, this entire entity that is the cosmos is the place that we look to as astronists for, as I've said, knowledge, truth, and meaning. Essentially, this means that the astronomical world is regarded to answer the questions of life. Maybe not all the questions of life, but essentially we regard the astronomical world to either be the absolute source of these answers to the questions of life, or at least a medium through which those questions may be eventually answered. And so it's upon this assertion that the worldview of cosmocentrism is justified, and it is from this assertion that much astronist belief and practice flows. So the whole point of the Astronist belief system and the whole basis of it is this idea that the astronomical world possesses this concept of being the existential source, possesses this characteristic, this quality of being the existential source. If we didn't believe that, then the Astronist belief system wouldn't be able to exist, because we wouldn't be placing all this importance on the astronomical world. And obviously in later slides, we'll be talking about its salvific capacities, the salvational or salvific capacities of the astronomical world. As I've just kind of inferred in the previous slide, there does exist a spectrum of belief with regards to Astronism's existential source. I mean, some may regard the astronomical world to be the source, supreme over all others, whilst other people may regard it to be just one of many existential sources that can offer similar functions to the astronomical world. So it doesn't necessarily mean that because Astronism's existential source is the astronomical world, that a person who is an astronist can't also regard God to be an existential source. The degree to which an astronist has to believe that the existential source of humanity is the astronomical world is still up for debate. But I do think it is a pretty fundamental thing that is distinguishing astronism and astronists from the majority of other religions. So there's still debate to be had there. In some astronist contexts, the astronomical world is interpreted as a primary medium through which knowledge and truth may be attained by humanity. We call this the year source. The year source is essentially synonymous with the existential source, while in Astronism, these two sources remain distinguished due to Astronism's cosmology, which we'll actually be getting to in a later episode and a later section of this Total Immersion. But essentially, the year source in Astronism is it is essentially the sort of ultimate source of knowledge, the ultimate origin of knowledge. And again, this is tied in with the idea that the astronomical world is only a medium through which this knowledge may be achieved. So the idea of a year source is it's connected to this idea that the astronomical world is merely a medium or vehicle to achieve sort of more divine levels of knowledge, or that the divine possesses knowledge and sort of intercedes or intervenes, sorry, in the cosmos to provide that knowledge to us. But ultimately, the knowledge comes from a divine source. Of course, in Astronist orthodoxy currently, these two things are separated. So the existential source of humanity is regarded to be the astronomical world, while the year source is regarded to be the divine, which is sort of extra cosmic, kind of unknown, really, unknowable perhaps, or the degree to which it intervenes in the universe, again, unknowable, dependent on faith, not necessarily able to be empirically understood or even logically or rationally understood or perceived of. So here are just a few vindications, really, of Astronism's existential source. So why should the astronomical world be regarded as the existential source of Astronism? There's a few answers here. The answers to many of humanity's questions can only be resolved through physical and intellectual exploration of outer space. I mean, this one is one that I discuss a lot. I talk about how, the astronomical world is the source of answers, I believe, to many different questions, both that affect the individual person, but that affect all humanity itself. Again, here's another answer. Because the Earth and humanity are so insignificant, both in terms of their size and their longevities, in relation to that of the astronomical world. So this is using sort of a more physical explanation as to why the astronomical world should be regarded as Astronism's existential source, or sort of justifying why that is the case. That is, again, a fair idea, isn't it? To think that whatever is above you, whatever is greater than you in size or significance or longevity, is the place where we should look for answers. The events that created the cosmos happened not on the Earth, but by means of humanity. But in outer space. So it makes sense to go looking for answers there. This is it, isn't it? I mean, the Big Bang wasn't created here. It didn't start right here in this room where I am, or even on this planet. It started somewhere, somewhere incomprehensibly far away from here and incomprehensibly long ago. I'm not going to be able to find the answers to these types of questions, such as the origins of the cosmos or the nature of humanity's future, by just sitting in this room or just looking at, the terrestrial world around me. I think, again, these are notions of logic that are very difficult to sort of disagree with in many ways, because who doesn't think that the astronomical world has some capacities for the impartation of knowledge? You'd have to be a very sort of very narrow or terrestrial type of person who only considers the terrestrial environment to have any type of knowledge, or even, humanity is the only source of knowledge, to kind of disagree with that. We also have the belief of returnism, which is the notion that because humanity originated from among the stars, which is based on the idea of panspermia or the hypothesis of panspermia, humanity is meant to return to the astronomical world to discover our origins and fulfill our destiny Really interesting point there. As bestowed to us through our preferment. The word preferment there is one of the first words that we've come across so far in this lecture that directly relates to astrosoteriology. So preferment is a really important concept that we'll be coming to a little bit later on. Exotheism is the final vindication that I've given in this lecture, and it is the notion that with the finding of extraterrestrial beings beyond the current knowledge levels of humanity, humanity would then be able to answer, you know, the existential questions through the source, through the insight, imparted by these extraterrestrials. So this is really relying on, number one, the existence of extraterrestrials, and number two, their ability to impart knowledge to us as a way of vindicating this idea that the astronomical world is our existential source. It is going to be the place where we're going to find these beings of either equal intelligence to our own or superior intelligence to our own, and that these people who are superior to our intelligence will be able to impart knowledge to us that helps us answer, you know, the questions that we all want to be able to answer. So I've spoken a little bit already about cosmocentrism, but this section of the lecture today is going to be focusing really heavily on the ideas and the fundamental dynamics of cosmocentrism. Here's, to begin, just a sort of overview, really, or a comparison, or again, as I've put at the top there, hierarchy of worldviews. We really do see cosmocentrism as the progression on from, you know, these other forms of worldview. And you can see you've got cosmocentrism as at the top, regarded as the highest form, of course, according to us, as astronists, and obviously the cosmos is central, and this is astronistic. Then you've got biocentrism, which means nature is central. This means generally terrestrial nature rather than extraterrestrial nature. And that is a very sort of environmentalistic approach, isn't it? Then you've got anthropocentrism, which is humanity is central, collectivistic. Ethnocentrism, which is nation is central, which is very tribalistic. And then you've got the lowest form, according to us, which is egocentrism, which is self is central, so very individualistic there. So again, this is really promoting the idea that cosmocentrism is a kind of higher way of viewing the world, or higher way of viewing the universe, for want of a better word there. And that, you know, through astronism, we can gain that type of awareness, and through cosmocentrism, you know, that astronism and cosmocentrism work together really in a symbiotic way to provide, you know, this just sort of higher way of viewing the world. So there are many different definitions of cosmocentrism that vary greatly in their complexity. The simplest form of cosmocentrism holds that the physical universe, namely the astronomical, is superior to the mundane, terrestrial, and certainly to the anthropic, human. And again, we kind of got that from the, you know, kind of derived that from the previous slide, this idea that, you know, whatever is astronomical is, you know, better and greater in its capacities, in its knowledge that we are able to derive from it, and that it's towards the astronomical that we should turn to really learn more about ourselves, but also to discover the answers that we all are craving to know. Teleological cosmocentrism, which is a sort of specific type of definition of cosmocentrism, ascribes a directionality or a purposed course to the cosmos, typically dependent upon the concept of predetermination. Essentially, that inextricable to the nature of the cosmos at its creation was a course of events and phenomena that were meant to occur, and although may be altered through will, hold some decisions to have been destined in themselves. So again, this is a very, as I've put there, teleological definition or understanding of cosmocentrism, really placing the cosmos at the center of concepts like destiny, predetermination, Again, another astrosoteriological word there that we're going to come back to. Really the cosmos, or the ordered system of the universe, is really the emphasis of these concepts of destiny. And then finally, we've got sort of pantheistic, or spiritual cosmocentrism, which goes further in that it describes self-creating, self-sustaining, divine qualities to the cosmos, thus equating it to God. This is a sort of a minority view, really, within Astronism. I'd say the majority go with the idea of the simplest form, less so, and still, I mean, I subscribe partly to the teleological cosmocentrism, but then we have this idea that the cosmos is God. It's a very interesting idea. It doesn't quite fit in with the Astronist cosmology, or even with panentheism, but it's interesting, and it's a form of cosmocentrism that I think, a certain proportion of people would be interesting in subscribing to, I think. So it just gives you a nice overview, doesn't it, of the different forms of cosmocentrism. So to adhere to cosmocentrism then, or cosmocentricity, or to see the world cosmocentrically, means that a person regards outer space as the most important entity in existence. We gathered this type of idea from, the earlier notion that the astronomical world is the existential source of humanity. And again, I've put there in contradistinction from other sort of belief systems that regard maybe animals to be the most important entity, God to be the most important, or humanity itself to be the most important entity. Of course, cosmocentrism, that doesn't mean that these other entities do not exist or do not hold importance. I think sometimes, because we focus so much on the cosmos, so much on the astronomical world, some people might think that, well, we don't think anything of humanity, or that we don't believe in God, or that we don't subscribe any importance to anything else. But that's not the case. There is a hierarchy here of importance. The astronomical world is at the top for humanity, because it all goes back to the existential source, because it is the existential source of humanity, but that doesn't mean these other things aren't important. In Cometanic cosmocentrism, so this is very specific to me now, this belief extends to a person feeling that their sense of life purpose emanates from the astronomical world, which is sometimes, but not always, based on the notion that human life originated from extraterrestrial bodies. See Comet of Life, and also see panspermia as well, which is what that's relating to. This really is pertaining to the idea that has emerged from specifically Cometanism, which is my philosophical exposition on Astronism, really. My sort of philosophical lamentations, you could say, or ruminations on Astronism. And essentially that, my life purpose does come from the astronomical world. I do have a very strong connection to all that is astronomical and all that is space. And I do feel that my life purpose, my destiny, my being comes from, or is emanated from, the astronomical world. So that's what that's referring to. In terms of society as a whole, or humanity collectively, the term astrocentrism may be used, while cosmocentrism is usually referred to the individual. So when a country or a society may regard or may adhere to cosmocentrism, we specifically refer to that, or technically refer to that, as astrocentrism. And that has sort of more connotations. It's more of a involving political ideas as well, and sort of societal and cultural ideas, whereas cosmocentrism is more for the individual. That's more of an individual worldview. So that's just, again, another form of cosmocentrism there that needs to be considered and remembered. Alternatively put, to be cosmocentric means to put the environment of outer space and all that actually and prospectively resides beyond the terrestrial world. That's really interesting, those distinctions there. At the forefront of one's thoughts, beliefs, practices, and considerations, particularly those which regard existential, religious, philosophical, salvational, or eschatological issues. I'm sorry I keep reading these definitions out, but I think they're really important to be able to sort of understand. So I kind of want to pick apart these different definitions. The actually and prospectively in that sentence refers, of course, to what we know about the astronomical world now, and what we may regard or predict about the astronomical world in the future, what it prospectively may hold, what it prospectively may provide us in the future. Again, these two distinctions, which essentially are temporal distinctions, the now and the future, are again really, really important with regards to how we view the astronomical world in relation to humanity. This principle of the astronomical world being central in life and in death is called anotheia, or belief in the above, which is essentially what that means, and is manifested through the act of cephaloncy. So again, we're coming into some new terms now, and these are astrosoteriological terms and basically just astronistic terms as well. Cephaloncy refers to raising one's head starward. It's usually in relation to the event of the scope of man, which we're going to come to later on. And then we also have the word orans, which is not an astronistic word, or it is an astronistic word, but it's not of Cometanic origin. I use this to refer to raising one's hands starward. You'll see in some ancient religious or medieval religious artwork, it goes like that as a kind of, or a bit higher up like that. That's what we call orans. And again, a person may do that in relation to the stars when they're observing it, perhaps. I know I have done that. So just going back to the word anotheia, essentially, again, that's one of the, I keep on saying this is essentially what astronism is. Astronism isn't just one thing, really. In this presentation, I'm trying to just bring it down to these really core concepts. It's very, very difficult to do because astronism is so vast. It is so wonderfully diverse that, it is difficult to just say that this is what astronism is. But I would say that, anotheia is definitely, a core idea or core concept of astronism that makes it unique. It's also related to a later term called astrothanasia, which we'll come to later on, which specifically deals with the astronomical world's involvement in death. There's a dimension or current within cosmocentrism that is called Cosmotarianism. And this has connections to the Astronist ontology. Cosmotarian approaches to cosmocentrism hold that the astronomical world sort of will continue to function on, will continue to exist, will continue to proceed no matter what we do as humanity. This is a really important concept because this relates to ideas of Caesarea, which we're going to come to later on, and also, the ideas of scope and the sidereal as well. All these words will come to fruition later on, but essentially what this is saying is that if we humans don't explore the astronomical world, well, that's only at our detriment. The astronomical world's not bothered whether we do or not. Whether there is some divine being is another question, another dimension to this topic. But if we're going to remove the idea that the divine is sort of trying to push us towards exploring the astronomical world, and bring it to sort of a non-spiritual element, even still, you know, the teleology continues, you know, the functions of the astronomical world continue irrespective of the existence of humanity. So again, it's trying to reduce humanity down. It's trying to bring humanity down to our actual realistic physical position, which is something that is not found in the majority of other religions and also in a lot of philosophy as well. While this fact of the physical universe is maintained, such is compartmentalized in order to achieve applicability. So, of course, this idea of Cosmotarianism is a very hard pill for people individually, but also humanity as a whole to swallow. It is a difficult concept to really want to accept. You know, it's not a very attractive concept to say that you have absolutely no, you know, no effect on the astronomical world at all, and that if you cease to exist tomorrow, that, you know, the astronomical world will continue. You know, it's not a very attractive concept, I will give it that, but really this has to be compartmentalized in order to achieve applicability. Therefore, it is held in Cometanic theory that Cosmotarianism's primary deficiency is its practical ability. You know, so, okay, Cosmotarianism, you've said that humanity essentially doesn't matter in relation to the astronomical world. You know, okay, fine, but what does that mean for us? We still want to know what this means for us as humans. We still want to know. I think it's a very natural thing. I think it's a very natural characteristic or attribute of humanity and humans individually to want to, you know, apply things to themselves because we're coming from our perspectives. So of course, you know, that is, there is a bit of an issue there with the applicability of Cosmotarianism, but that doesn't mean that it's not true. I really do believe in Cosmotarianism, but again, needs to be compartmentalized in order for, you know, in order for things to be able to function. You know, it can go a little bit nihilistic, where, you know, you start thinking, well, life's meaningless then if the astronomical world is going to continue on and we don't really matter. So you're just going to be really careful with how you go down that rabbit hole, if you will. Coming back again to the applicability of cosmocentrism, cosmocentrism, perhaps understood as a watered down version of Cosmotarianism, which I do regard it to be, holds to its core principle by prioritizing the astronomical world, but becomes practical or applicable by putting humanity in its proper place, belonging to or as existing inferiorly to the astronomical world. This Cometanic cosmocentrism regards humanity as physically, ontologically, and teleologically inferior to the cosmos, without disregarding the importance of humanity to itself. So essentially what this is saying is that, you know, the applicability of cosmocentrism comes when, you know, it says it pretty much does uphold the ideas of Cosmotarianism, but it's saying that, you know, we are still important because we are coming from our perspective as humans. So, you know, we are within this system that much of it we can't control or won't even know about because of our inferior positions. But that doesn't mean that life is meaningless. That doesn't mean that we can't really subsume is a word that we use often in astronism, subsume into the astronomical world to, you know, become better through the astronomical world. That's essentially what cosmocentrism is saying. And again, it's a watered down version of Cosmotarianism. Furthermore, it is therefore stressed that humanity is not particularly important in the cosmos, but is so to itself. And because we are human, or are writing in terms of human function in the cosmos, some degree of attribution needs to be made to practical human applicability. Essentially, that humanity is just one small part of the teleology of the cosmos, rather than the cosmos existing as a part in the teleology of humanity. It is this way of viewing existence that captures the core essence of cosmocentrism, and that is certainly true. I think that really does speak for itself. And, you know, the idea that we exist within the course of the cosmos rather than the other way around is, you know, it is a concept that is not found in other religions very much, because other religions are much more anthropocentric and very much it's the universe revolves around us. You know, obviously science has debunked that idea that, you know, the universe revolves around Earth or humanity, but I still think that this idea that that humanity's course or humanity's teleology is sort of the priority rather than, you know, us existing within the teleology of the cosmos. So again, this captures us cosmocentrism pretty much perfectly. We also have what we call cosmoculturalism. This is related, but not exactly synonymous with the idea of astrocentrism from earlier on. Mark Lupicella's cosmoculturalism, or the cosmocultural evolution, extends the cosmocentric worldview to culture, essentially involving the use of culture as a means to achieve the values and ideals of cosmocentrism. In this 2010 work, pragmatism is described the role of being the opposite to cosmocentrism, essentially saying that pragmatism tests phenomena according to the degree to which they prioritize practical relevance to humanity, whereas, of course, you know, cosmocentrism does not do that. It tests phenomena or values in relation to how it may affect the cosmos, how it may affect the astronomical world, rather than just how it affects humanity. So that's the difference there. And again, cosmoculturalism it's pre-Cometanic, so it's pre-me founding Astronism, but at the same time, it has really an interesting dimension to the study of cosmocentric worldview. This principle of the astronomical world being central in life and in death, which we've already spoke about this, anotheia, is manifested, and we've already spoke about that, haven't we? Essentially, this principle comes to affect various religious disciplines. And, you know, from the eschatological to the soteriological to the theological, but also in philosophical disciplines, ontology, teleology, like we've spoken about just now. So really cosmocentrism and this idea of anotheia, that is the central concept of it, is, you know, these are found or pervade much or all other branches of Astronist disciplines, whether these be religious or philosophical. Cosmocentrism regards cosmos, which is the order and function of the physical universe, namely its maintenance, to be the central fact or ultimate goal of existence, and that humanity forms a minuscule part in this ordered system, and that should we take the scope and other complements that we've been granted, we may come to realize this ordered system, we may come to understand our true place within it, and we may come to fulfill our highest possible potential within this system. Again, really brilliant. I mean, I've written this maybe about a month ago now, so reading it again, you know, it's really nice to just sort of get that real strength of the idea coming through there. That cosmocentrism, this is talking about transcension, essentially. This is talking about the salvific journey within Astronism. This is talking about using the gifts that we've been provided as a result of our preferment, as a result of our evolution, including scope, astronality, stellancy, using these to get to the highest condition within this system, within this cosmos, within this cosmic order that we're talking about here. And again, may we try to understand our true place within this system. We have to understand our place within the cosmos first and accept our place within the cosmos in order to fulfill this sort of highest possible condition. Astronism views humanity as fundamentally preferred and full of potential. It sees humanity as in some sense been picked out of all other species on Earth to evolve, whether this is by divine intervenience or simply by coincidence, to become a species like no other. This is what we call preferment. Preferment is the idea that humanity has, and this is not just with humanity, this is any sapient species, but specifically on Earth, that humanity is the only species currently on Earth that has evolved to the condition of intelligence, that, not to say that other primates don't have intelligence, but has evolved to the level where we can view and understand to some degree the astronomical world, or can essentially, it's kind of it's intertwined with the concept of astronality and the feeling of emotion in relation to the astronomical world. A lot of that is involved with this idea of preferment and the evolution of humanity, regarded to have occurred or started at the scope of man. Astronist orthodoxy also regards humanity as having the opportunity to embark on its journey to achieve its full potential in the ordered system of the cosmos. Astronism regards itself as the system within a system that will help guide humanity in achieving this fullest of potentials, a condition called transcension. Of course, here I'm talking about the process of transcension, which is essentially the process of salvation within astronism. And this is, again, absolutely central to, the Astronist belief system currently, and also can be regarded as a sort of product of the first idea that I spoke about, which is the existential source, but also the idea or worldview of cosmocentrism. Finally, astronism also regards humanity as just one of a number of preferred species that have been given these conferments to make them sapient, but equally given the responsibility to not only care for the sentient, but to fulfill the potential of the sapient self. So here I'm talking about the idea that in other galaxies, even in other solar systems within the Milky Way, there will exist other preferred species. Whether they have explored the cosmos and achieved transcension is another question altogether, but that they do definitely exist, and that there will be other intelligent beings out there that are not exactly the same as humanity. They will have evolved differently to us, but they'll still share this sort of astronality, essentially. They will still share these conformants that we have, the scope, the stellancy, and the astronality that is central to achieving transcension. So preferment is not just something that is given to humanity. So it's not absolutely synonymous with the Christian idea that humanity is chosen. Yes, in astronism, we do believe that humanity is preferred, or to some degree chosen, but chosen implies the idea of a God choosing. We don't really specify that in astronism at this stage. That is left up to debate. But the central idea is the idea of being preferred. By the fact of our evolution, humanity is preferred. Whether God actually predetermined that preferment is another question altogether that we have to get into in another lecture, because it adds another dimension, another layer. And we see those types of topics sprout up throughout all of astronism. And again, that relates to how astronism deals with the concept of divinity and the relations between astronism and theism, or different types of theism. The cosmic reality as it appears and things are what they seem. This is really interesting now. So let's just go back to that again, sorry. The cosmic reality is as it appears, and things are what they seem. Conspiracy and aversion to objective, observable truths of the physical cosmos often only lead to anti-cosmocentrism. So this is emerging really from something that I read, because there was another someone had written about how another philosophy sees sort of the world around them as things aren't as they appear. I think it was actually Christian philosophy, the idea that God is around and that things are not what they seem, that there are other forces at work. Whereas in Astronism, or specifically Cosmocentrism, the cosmic reality is as it appears, and things are what they seem. And I think that's a really powerful notion to assert. Really, really powerful. And again, what I'm trying to say there essentially is that any person who says, well, did the moon landing take place, or do galaxies exist, or that are we actually existing in this reality, and things like that, they do lead to anti-cosmocentrism. They do lead to sort of an aversion to seeing the cosmos or the astronomical world as the most important thing, and sort of, again, have this sort of default position to kind of relying on the terrestrial knowledge that we have, or the human world. You know, they kind of do sort of default to that position. And so in cosmocentrism, we're trying to say, no, what you see there is what it is, how it appears, and things are what they seem. The cosmos functions as we observe it, but it is not the cosmos at fault when we do not or cannot observe correctly or accurately. It is ourselves at fault, for minuscule is our knowledge and perception of its functions and its relations with that which exists beyond its periphery. This is for people who sort of dispute ideas that maybe things exist beyond, maybe things don't exist beyond the cosmos. What we're trying to say here is that actually that is not anything to say about the cosmos, but it actually reflects on us and our lack of knowledge with regards to, you know, just our position on the earth, our trapped position on the earth, rather than saying anything in particular about the cosmos. It says more about us, essentially. The functions and order of the cosmos are as they seem to humanity, but there are countless aspects to the cosmos that are impossible for the present condition of humanity to perceive accurately from its static and singular position upon the earth. These are the conditions that the salvific process of transcension hopes to, I can't see that because I'm in the way, but achieve, I think it means. So again, things are as they seem to humanity, but because of the impossibility of our present condition to, you know, observe the cosmos in its fullest extent, you know, we can't understand it in the way that we would like. And that's actually just more of a reflection on us and our position. And this is what the salvational process of transcension is hoping to resolve in a way, or to try and answer. This slide begins with, you know, a pretty often posited idea or question. Is cosmocentrism anti-anthropocentric? So is cosmocentrism sort of opposed to making humanity central? I don't think it is, but from some of the rhetoric that Astronism produces, the system may come across as anti-anthropocentric. In some instances, in order to achieve the placement of man, another astrosoteriological word that we will come to later on to explore, anti-anthropocentric dialogue is correctly applied. So in order to really achieve the placement of man, which is really Astronism putting humanity in its place, putting humanity in its proper place in relation to the cosmos and how we view the cosmos and our role and function and position within it. This anti-anthropocentric dialogue is correctly applied in this instance. However, it is an inaccuracy to state that Astronism is anti-anthropocentric itself. To be cosmocentric does not necessarily equate to being anthropocentric or anthropocentric. So, again, we just need to consider how dialogue and rhetoric may be used in some instances, specifically in this regard in relation to the placement of man to achieve a certain goal, but that this doesn't reflect the entirety of Astronism, and that cosmocentrism itself, just because, I think I referred to this earlier, just because we regard the cosmos to be the most important thing, doesn't mean that humanity doesn't have any importance. It does have importance, and I think that is humanity's importance within Astronism is affirmed through the concept of preferment that I spoke about earlier. In many ways, Astronism is more pro-human than any other religions that teach that humanity is inherently fallen and in need of redemption or repair. In Astronism, humanity is instead regarded as inherently preferred, as we've spoken about, and chosen, bursting with potential, yet misguided by our tendency to recourse to the notion of our own self-significance. So again, this is really, in a way, what cosmocentrism is trying to do is it is trying to bring about a more watered down version of anti-anthropocentrism. I don't think that cosmocentrism agrees with anti-anthropocentrism, but I don't think that that means that Astronism itself is anti-anthropocentric. And again, what I'm referring to there in the last sentence there is Christianity, really, which regards humanity as inherently fallen. By the fact of your birth, you are a sinner and that you need to be redeemed. In Astronism, we view humanity very differently. We view us as, yes, we have our faults. Yes, we are misguided, but that we are inherently good and that we are inherently preferred, and that we are bursting with potential and scope and opportunity in order to release ourselves from these tendencies that we go very inward. And I have big issues with the New Age movement in some dimensions of it, because there's some dimensions that are extremely introverted and very, very the idea that inwardness and looking into yourself, you'll be able to find your answers. That is not Astronism or cosmocentrism at all. Yes, looking into yourself and being in connection with yourself is definitely important, but not to the degree that from an Astronist perspective, not to the degree that some New Age movements have given this self-spirituality. Continuing with this, then, it is true that without humanity as the knower, the astronomical world would not be the known. In some senses, cosmocentrism advocates for a humbler, as I said before, humbler or milder anthropocentrism, one in which the importance of humanity as the knower and perceiver is recognized, but the fact of the physical and ontological inferiority of humankind to the astronomical world above us remains affirmed. And this is something you don't see in mainstream anthropocentrism or hardcore anthropocentrism, which, or humanism in many of its contemporary manifestations. The astronomical world is not mentioned at all, and I just don't really agree with that. I think that we have to be more humbler as a species, and we have to realize that what is above us is superior to us in many, many ways, and is actually controlling our destiny in a very physical, survivalistic way. It is this inferior position of human reality that demonstrates our subservience to the astronomical world, and it is this principle that cosmocentrism holds at its core. So really here, what I'm trying to assert finally is that, you know, humanity is subservient, that we are inferior to the astronomical world in pretty much all ways. I mean, a comet could just come along and destroy us like the dinosaur. That will likely happen at some point. It's whether we are, you know, sort of multiplanetary by that stage that we can avoid that eventual fate. The astronomical world certainly controls us. We don't like to accept these things, but if the sun wasn't there, we wouldn't be either. And if the sun moved, or the sun, you know, moved closer or further away, you know, we would die, and we are really vulnerable. And I don't think we realize how dependent we are, you know, on the astronomical world. I mean, we do, but in a more deeper philosophical way, you know, that really, and also then to lead on to the idea that, you know, we should be focusing on the astronomical world because of that fact, you know. So that's what Astronism is trying to advocate for. What is cosmos? What must be known about cosmocentrism is that all things are cosmos, human, astronomic, or otherwise. So again, this is really interesting. So this is trying to kind of bring together really, okay, up to this point, I've tried to distinguish humanity and the terrestrial world from the astronomical world, and maybe also a divine world or a spiritual world. But in this concept of the cosmos, the human and the astronomic come together under one banner. If we look within ourselves, we see the ordered system of the cosmos. Yet still, if we look towards the furthest galaxies and quasars of the astronomical world, we see this same ordered system. Cosmos is essentially order and function, and it is our understanding of this system, of which we as humans form just one minuscule part, that this is the focus of Astronism in its cosmocentricity. So essentially that, you know, humanity, because we are part of the astronomical world, because we are part of the cosmos and are limited by our nature, we share and are part of the astronomical world or the cosmic system. And so because of that, we share some characteristics. And again, yeah, if you look at ourselves and inward to ourselves, you see an ordered system. And if you look out to the furthest galaxies and astronomical phenomena, you see this same ordered system that we are a part of and that we depend on as humans. This is what we call cosmos, and cosmos is essentially ordered system. It's an ordered system of something. Obviously, we use it now in reference to the whole cosmos itself, the whole astronomical world, but, you know, we also can refer to it here and now, or, you know, in the natural world, in the terrestrial world. So finally, holding the cosmocentric worldview has implications for how astronists see the world and interpret different events that occur, often by placing the events of the astronomical world at the center of one's focus and thoughts, which means to place less importance on humanity, terrestrial, or divine affairs. This is not to say that they're not important at all, but that the astronomical world is the next frontier, really, that we need to overcome in order to maybe reach some type of divine affairs or divine elements, or to just know more about ourselves and why we're here and our purpose, really. In many instances, cosmocentrism can lead to anti-anthropocentrism or non-theocentrism. There also exists the stricter cosmocentric currents called Cosmotarianism and hypercosmocentrism. We spoke about Cosmotarianism before, but here's just another sort of short mini definition. Cosmotarianism, regards anything that does not affect astronomical scales to not exist, while the latter advocates for the erasure of all texts, figures, and events from astronomism in order to devote one's full attention on observing the astronomical world and achieving astrosis. So that's what hyper-cosmocentrism means. Again, essentially just another version really of cosmocentrism, but that sort of advocates for a person's sort of total looking up at the stars rather than considering anything else, any type of text or listening to me. That's what hypercosmocentrism advocates for. So now as we move on to subsection 2, we're going to be looking at how the third and fourth fundaments of Astrosoteriology can be sort of understood in a more in-depth way. And again, the fundaments 3 and 4 will be explained at the end of this section. So as the title suggests, subsection 2 focuses on the bond between humanity and the cosmos. And this really centers really on this emotion of astronality. Just about every person has looked up at the night sky and at least one time in their life has felt one or more of these feelings: wonderment, awe, happiness, relaxation, contentment, freedom, and perhaps also fear. These feelings, when regarded in totality as they relate to the astronomical world, come to form the emotion of astronality that is at the basis of astronist experience. Okay. So what I mean by that is that, you know, these emotions we can feel in relation to all different types of things. I mean, we can feel hope in relation to our family and friends, or in relation to a situation that's taking place on the ground. What makes these emotions astronality is when they're directed towards the astronomical world. Therefore, astronality is one's personal connection to the astronomical world. It is our sort of emotional attachment or psychological connection to the world above us and, you know, the environment of outer space, fueled by really a wonderment of astronomical phenomena and by the prospects of space exploration and space expansion. So engagement with astronomism is based on this experience, and it is really from astronists' experience of astronality that the beliefs and practices of the astronist system have emanated. By that I mean specifically my experiences of astronality have fueled the founding of astronism. Of course, yes, there are other components. There's inspirational components, receptional perhaps components of the founding of astronism, but ultimately, and if you go back to sort of the history of astronism 8 years ago, ultimately, my first interactions, you know, with the night sky on this sort of higher level where it related to my beliefs were really an emotional experience, and that was my first experiences of astronality. Now, there's been quite a lot written on this subject of night sky emotional attachment. William E. Kelly, who I've spoken about quite a few times in my different lectures, uses the term Noct Calador, which he came up with in 2003, and he has been sort of exploring this psychological construct of sort of a person's emotional attachment to the night sky since then. Really what he has discovered is that persons who experience Noct Calador have a real heightened understanding or heightened experience of phenomena and are very sort of driven by sort of external stimuli. And, you know, they have a propensity to engage in fantasy, in the future, in prospective occurrences. Because of course, when we do look up at the night sky, a lot of it is to do, a lot of our emotions and ideas are to do with the future in many ways, because we want to relate ourselves to the night sky. We want to relate ourselves to astronomical world. And so we do that by thinking to where space exploration is, how we've progressed with space exploration or not. So we use the terms not Calidor and Astronality interchangeably. And, you know, and this is really takes place in colloquial settings. But astronality is frequently used to refer to emotional attachment to the night sky among astronists, while the term not Calidor is presently used for this same phenomena, but in the context of psychology. And also specifically, astronality sort of also implies that different beliefs are involved with its experience, whereas not Calidor, perhaps less so. And also, of course, astronality directly relates to the Astronist system. So, you know, that's another difference between the two terms as well, but they can be used interchangeably. The existence of astronality is proven through its experience by individuals, both historically and in the contemporary. Part of Astronist contributions to archaeopsychology which is the sort of study of the psychologies of past individuals or past civilizations, is the identification of ancient and prehistoric experiences of this emotion and how this has come to impact human life, culture, belief, and practice. So here we're talking really about the origins of the Astronic tradition and a lot of the work that I did last year in my master's dissertation on this astronomical religious tradition, essentially, and that really astronality is at the core of those experiences, at the core of those creative expressions that we found in the rock art, in the different monument building type of activities that took place. So the term astronality then is used in its broadest sense to refer to this emotion. But astronality has other definitions. Key to distinguishing astronality from not Calidor is its association with religious, spiritual, or philosophical ideas and beliefs, topics and issues. And also this includes outer space and its exploration, you know? So again, we're just trying to distinguish between these two terms, not Calidor and astronality. But sometimes not Calidor can be understood as sort of the precursor to the experience of astronality, that not Calidor really is the fundamental sort of experience that we have, emotional experience, whereas astronality is sort of that same experience, but intertwined with different beliefs about the astronomical world, whereas not Calidor doesn't necessarily have those within it. Again, like I've said, although they can be used interchangeably, they are distinct terms within astronism. And so essentially what I wanted to try and say there is, before we move on, is that, you know, astronality is one thing that pretty much all humanity shares, but specifically that, you know, astronality is definitely something that all astronists engage in on a regular basis. And I would say that's why we refer to it sometimes as the central astronist experience, because this is the thing that we engage in on a daily or at least regular basis. Just as Christians may engage with Jesus Christ, God, on a regular basis, we engage in this emotional experience on a regular basis. And of course, you know, some experiences of astronality that I've had have been unintentional, and then some of them have been intentional, and you can sort of spark those beliefs by going to things like a stargazing session, you know? So it's really about sort of engaging with that emotion, engaging with the astronomical world in the way that we can do, which is in an emotional way, in an intellectual way. So Sideriancy. We're moving on now to really the next level, really, of, so essentially, astronauty is the emotional and individual side of experience with the astronomical world. And what we call sideriancy is sort of the collective astronauty of humanity, essentially. Sideriancy relates to human relations with the astronomical world. These are the central theme of Astronism. Astronism is, primarily concerned with humanity's relations with the astronomical world. And these relations are split into individual relations, like we spoke about with astronauty, and the collective relations. The cultivation and mastery of these relations form a central component to the life goals of an astronist, and even, the central goals of astronism itself. Sideriancy describes this overall relationship between humanity and the astronomical world since the scope of man during prehistoric times, and its state or condition in different periods. Our closeness as a species to the astronomical world has fluctuated throughout history. It's never been all bad and it's never been all good. So essentially what sideriancy is talking about is the relations between humanity and all that is above us, essentially. Sideriancy is regarded as established through and as dependent upon experience of astronauty. So if we didn't have sort of individual persons experiencing astronauty, then we wouldn't have the overall relations between humanity and the astronomical world that the term sideriancy refers to. Astronist theory follows and comments upon this anthropic cosmic relationship and seeks to understand its impact anthropologically, sociologically, and philosophically. So again, this relations between the astronomical world and humanity are the central topic of astronism, essentially. That astronism is, fundamentally concerned at a very deep level with how our relations with the astronomical world are suffering, really, or have suffered since what we call the controversion. And so what we can now look at is, now that we've really sort of explored astronauty and sideriancy as the collective form of astronauty, we can now look at some of the levels of astronauty. These are the different dimensions that astronauty encompasses. There are a total of 5 different levels or means of engagement or levels of engagement with astronauty that have been identified in astronist theory. From the most basic to the most intense, these include Noct Calidor, telescopy, stellarity, astroxia, and cometanality. Each of these levels provide a structure for an astronist to discern the degree to which they have engaged with astronauty. So you can read the definitions of these different levels as an astronist and try and sort of, or even just as a person, and try and sort of determine what level that you feel that you have got up to with your astronauty and your engagement with this type of emotion. So first of all, we start off with Noct Calidor. Now, when I use the term Noct Calidor in this instance, I'm not referring to the specific work of William E. Kelly and his Noct Calidor. I've borrowed the term Noct Calidor to specifically relate to the most basic form of astronauty, which I kind of inferred a little bit earlier on. And so what this essentially, of course, means is emotional attachment to the astronomical world and the night sky and resulting behavior. Okay? Noct Calidor, however, does not itself include the connection of these emotions and considerations of the astronomical world to any philosophical or religious topics. For example, You know, I have a family member who is interested in space. He is, you know, has sort of a connection to space, definitely, has experienced not Calidor emotion, but doesn't connect that to religious or philosophical topics at all. To him, it is just the natural world, and there is that absence of the astronist element to him. And really that's what astronist means, isn't it? It means the sort of intertwining of philosophical and religious beliefs into a person's experiences with regards to the astronomical world. So there you can see the difference, really. So he's experienced not Calidor, but he's not necessarily got any higher than that in his experiences. So experiencing not Calidor is often then called the seed of Astronauti. That this is the fundamental beginning stage, really, of experiencing of Astronauti. It is posited that the majority of people will experience not Calidor at some point during their lifetime, perhaps on a regular basis. And I think that's definitely true. I think that majority of people have looked up at the night sky and they have experienced some kind of emotion. And of course, we refer to this emotion as not Calidor. So that's the most basic form. Now let's move to the next level, which is what we call telescopy or telescopism. Is the next level of astronauty, second from the most basic, not Calidor, meaning the artistry of telescopes. Telescopy involves those same feelings associated with not Calidor, so it doesn't remove those, such as wonderment or relaxation, etc., but goes a step further by involving the person relating these experiences to their individual sense of life, meaning, and purpose. Okay, so we're beginning to bring in philosophical topics here, not necessarily religious, not necessarily salvific, but definitely philosophical topics such as the meaning of life. Key to telescopy is the concept of individual placing or person placing. This means when a person understands their inferiority, their limited role or influence in relation to the astronomical world as a whole. From experiencing astronauty, a person may understand and accept both their individuality as well as their role within a larger environmental system, and as well as their limitations and hierarchical position within that system. So essentially what that's talking about is going a step further from not Calidor, is that telescopy is trying to, it's kind of like an individual form of the placement of man, which we'll come to later on in the lecture. And essentially what this is talking about is placing the self in relation to the astronomical world, accepting that, you know, oneself may not be, you know, the most important thing in relation to the astronomical world, and sort of accepting that position of the self. An extension of this same notion is what we call collective futurism. This means the capacity for a person to really consider future human progressions and states of being, especially beyond the lifetime of the individual, and especially in relating to some sort of collective future. So really what that's talking about there is saying that when you look up at the night sky, you have sort of ideas about what the future of humanity as a whole will be like. And again, this is connected to sort of the meaning of humanity, the future of humanity, the purpose of humanity. And this is what we call collective futurism. Telescopy is distinguished from not Calidor in that some degree of existential thoughts are related to one's experience of astronauty, but that these experiences are not attached to the person's sense of identity or to a belief system. In many respects, telescopy remains largely secular. Telescopy may be ascribed the label passive astronauty. So this is a form of astronauty that is not being engaged with in terms of a belief system. It's not being related to a belief system such as astronism, but instead sort of remains secular. And this is, telescopy is a lot of what we see in sort of mainstream scientific programs about space. Professor Brian Cox may speak about on his program, how his study of the stars has influenced his sort of outlook on life, or how he views the purpose of humanity or the future of humanity. That's what we call telescopy or telescopism. But he's not relating that to a specific belief system. Okay, so that's the difference. And people that experience this is what we call scopers. So a person, or a scoper, sorry, is a person who experiences astronality to this degree and may derive a vague philosophical or spiritual essence from the astronomical world, but does not attach this to their formal identity or to a belief system. And this is, again, where astronism and astronist, the astronist identity, are beginning to sort of creep in to the next level, which is what we call stellarity. So stellarity takes it one step further. So we're going up now, we're sort of the middle stage now, level 3. Stellarity is one's experience of astronality as infused with topics that relate to eschatological, existential, ontological, soteriological, and broadly religious and philosophical nature with their experience. So this is bringing in a more religious side. I very much about astronism, this level. This is very much, an astronist identity level, bringing in ideas about, actually, I think the next level is specifically astronist level, but we'll continue. Really, this level is talking about the incorporation of beliefs like astrothenasia into a person's experience of astronality. So things like, I will ascend to the stars when I die, that type of idea, astranthropy, those types of ideas, which are eschatological in nature. And then you've got soteriological as well, so involving the idea of Pyrrhonism, the idea that the astronomical world is a source of salvation. These types of ideas are coming through at this level of astronality. Stellarity, which may also be called celestalia, is a person's experience of astronality on a regular basis. We also have to bring that in as well. As we go up the levels of astronality, a person experiences astronality at a much more regular basis rather than not calador, which is sort of a irregular basis, essentially. At this stage, astronality comes to affect the way that the person sees the world around them, often resulting in changes to their religious, spiritual, and philosophical beliefs. Astronality at this level begins to be explored in different aspects, physical, intellectual, and mystical or spiritual dimensions of astronality are beginning to be explored at this level. Similarly, a person begins to engage with and introduce themselves to the doctrines and practices of the Astronist system at this level. So again, this is beginning to bring in the Astronist belief system at this level. Stellarity is often labeled active astronality, which is in contrast to telescopy, which is what we call, of course, passive astronality. This is the form of astronality that infuses religious and philosophical beliefs. Persons experiencing this level of astronality are called stellarists, stellarians, or celestians. Okay, so now we are at level 4. So this is the sort of penultimate level of astronality, which is what we call astroxia. Astroxia marks the level of experience of astronality when a person's connection to the astronomical world becomes intertwined with their identity. So this is really bringing in the concept of astronist identity and really calling yourself an astronist, essentially, actually really calling yourself an astronist as a result of one's experience of astronality. This entails astronality becoming part of that person's distinctive character, as acknowledged by the individual themselves and as observed by others surrounding them. So, you may experience astronality and a person around you may recognize that. You know, this is the stage where it begins to be attached to your personal identity. You know, when people think about you, at some point they will think, oh yeah, they, you know, experience astronality, they're very astronal, you know, they often go stargazing and things like this and have experiences. You know, this is the level that this is taking place at. A person who experiences astronality at this level is technically called an astronist. So this is a very technical sort of application of the term astronist, which is very interesting, really. Of course, you know, you could be an astronist and only experience astronality at the not Caledonia level. But, you know, this is the specific or technical level at which, you know, astronality is felt, and which a person may then refer to themselves as an astronist, really. Astroxia is especially characterized by a person's greater level of commitment to practices and beliefs associated specifically with astronism and its belief system, rather than sort of a general experience or engagement with astronality, which is what we saw with the first three levels. Astroxia, therefore, is ascribed the title applied astronality or directed astronality, because in sort of as a kind of step beyond active astronality, what I mean by that is astronality at the astroxia level becomes much more organized. You know, astronality at this level is more applied to belief and practice, is sort of intertwined finally with a person's identity. So you can see how, you know, that's progressed up the scale. And then finally we reach cometanality, which is what I, you know, have experienced in my life. And this is why we call it cometanality, because, you know, this is the stage of astronality that I feel that I have experienced on a fluctuating basis, you know, not, you know, all throughout my existence so far, but pretty much majority of it. So cometanality refers to the most intense level of astronality. This is the highest level of astronality that can be attained or experienced. This is a sustained, lifelong experience of astronality with profound impact on a person's life, their personal relationships, the way they live their life or their lifestyle, their career choice, and the majority of their activities are sort of intertwined with their experience of astronality. Cometanality is a person's total immersion to their experience of astronality, certainly as this influences their beliefs, practices, and worldview, and much of their identity. So a person at the cometanality level really has intertwined astronality with their identity completely. And you can take me as an example for that. When you first think of Cometan, what do you first think of? You first think of astronism and, you know, experience of astronality and, you know, the stars and astronomical world, I hope. So again, that's how you can see that astronality has become completely intertwined with my identity. This is why cometanality is sometimes given the labels immersive astronality or subsumptive astronality. Cometanality involves exploring every aspect of astronality, both personally and scholarly. So I sort of explore astronality at the sort of personal, individual level. You know, I go stargazing and I have experiences at that level, but I also engage with astronality at an academic level, studying astronality rather than just actually experiencing it. So that's the level as well that is different at cometanality. Other key signs of cometanality include a person having an astral disposition, which is what I have, their experiences of astral ecstasies, which is what I've experienced, engagement with astrosism or astral mysticism, which is what I have and continue to do, dedication to the achievement of astrosis, which I am dedicated to, and other deeply ingrained astrontial experiences. So that sort of opens it up to a lot of other types of experiences that are deep, profound, and affect a person's life. Cometanity means also to be sort of on the road to achieve cometanhood or celestancy. A person engaged with astronauti at this level may be called a cometanist, an astronist mystic, a celestant, or a number of other appellations. So again, cometanality is a sort of precursor really to the achievement of cometanhood. And again, in this sense, what I mean there is, of course, you know, my name is Cometan, that's my mononymous name, but also in Astronism, the word Cometan also just means a person who has experienced astronauti at this level and has achieved cometanhood, you know, has reached sort of a level of astrosis that is far outweighing every other person's level of astrosis. He's sort of distinct from other person's experiences of astronauti, and that's what Cometan actually means within the context of Astronism, and that's what cometanhood means. It doesn't necessarily meaning to be, I suppose to some degree it means meaning to be like me in the sense that, you know, experiencing astronauti at its level, but it actually mainly refers to just sort of experiencing astrosis at a level that is far beyond all of the persons. This highest level of astronauti is so named because this is the level that I have achieved, and you know, as reflected through my life's vocation to the founding and establishment and disseminating of Astronism. So, you know, the fact that I've sort of dedicated my life to Astronism is a reflection of my experience of astronauti and my sort of journey towards cometanhood. It's kind of interesting because even though I'm called Cometan, I don't think yet that I've not achieved cometanhood. I've still got a long way to go. So that demonstrates or reaffirms how, you know, even though it uses my name, I've not actually achieved that yet. You know, I want to achieve that, and I know I will achieve that, but it's just a case of time, really. I've not been around long enough yet to achieve it. Not done enough work yet. So here are a few other terms that are related to astronauti. We've got the enkindling term, which is the act of arousing experience of astronauti in another person. So this is really interesting. You know, you can experience astronauti and you can, you know, have reached cometanality. But if you're not sort of influencing other persons to achieve that, then does that really mean that you've experienced cometanality? I don't know. I think cometanality is sort of, you know, intertwined with this idea of enkindling, you know, really trying to get other people to experience astronauti at the same level as you. You know, enkindling is an activity which is key to Tuition. So Tuition is the sort of proselytizing tradition within Astronism, and should also be important in the life of an astronist in order to spread the message of opportunity. Message of opportunity is a sort of alternative appellation or alternative phrase that relates to the astronist belief system, essentially. To be astronist relates to being or experiencing astronauti. Monotic relates to the denial of astronauti, so the denial of existence of astronauti, or the denial of a person having experienced astronauti, or a person who has not experienced astronauti at all, or refuses to. That person is called a monot. Astrism is a physical attribute or abstract trait that signifies a person's pursuit of astrosis or their engagement with astronauti. Scope count is the amount of hours a person has spent observing and contemplating the stars, or having experienced astronauti at that level. That is what we call the scope count. Perilocus is a specific place regarded as having an effect on stimulating one's experience of astronauti. And then we've got meta-astronality, which is sort of a branch of astronality theory that is really concerned with sort of studying the nature and functions and the sort of definitive qualities of astronality. You know, what makes astronality is, you know, it's many different functions and natures. And that's what is studied in what we call meta-astronality. The Stellanic works. So now we're moving on really to sort of how we may wish to apply astronality to our lives and into the world. That a series of 7 activities regarded as central to a person's stellancy, contributing to the peregrination, which refers to contributing to space exploration, cultivating wisdom, identifying receptions, instructing the starblind. The starblind is another word for a person who has not experienced astronality or refuses to. Observing the night sky, praying for blessings, ruminating on the stars. So they are what we call the 7 Stellanic works, and they are really sort of different activities that a person may engage with as part of their sort of astronality experiences. They're not sort of what's the word? They aren't compulsory. You know, you don't have to engage with Stellanic works in order to engage with astronality, but certainly, you know, they are fundamental activities that are involved in astronality. We've kind of sort of looked at we've looked at the different levels of astronality, haven't we? You know, not calidor to cometanality, but there are also different aspects of astronality as well, different ways that it may be engaged with. We've got affective astronality, which is caring for the astronomical world and its phenomena as a result of experiencing astronality. Then we've got behavioral astronality, sort of the protection and physical exploration of the astronomical worlds as a product of astronality. And then we've finally got cognitive astronality, utility with the astronomical world felt as a result of experiencing astronality. So again, there's these different dimensions to astronality, and this is what we study in what we call, what I've just spoke about, which is the meta-astronality branch of astronality theory. These are really attempts to try and sort of understand the different dimensions and functions of astronality. And here we are, we've come to the different dimensions of astronality. This is another framework that I've developed to, again, specify different ways of engaging with astronality. So we've got epistemology, which is engagement with astronality by way of the intellect. We've got physicality, so physical engagement with the astronomical world, and then we've got pneumality, which is spiritual engagement with the astronomical world. I often refer to these 3 ways of engagement with astronism, and so, you know, I often use these terms, they're quite important. This idea of there being 3 sort of engagements, there's the intellectual, the physical, and the spiritual. And so, you know, there is definitely an importance to this specific framework. We've also got what we call subsequentialism. This states that the spiritual and intellectual elements of astronality are subsequential to the emotional elements of astronality, that really the spiritual and intellectual engagements are sort of cannot exist without first experiencing the emotional side of astronality, which is what I agree with, and this is what Astronist orthodoxy upholds, really, that, you know, first you have to experience astronality at the emotional level in order to sort of experience it in order to engage with it at an intellectual or spiritual level, which does make sense, doesn't it? And then we've also got Stellanic Pluralism, which states that a person may possess, either inherently or by cultivation, 2 or more dimensions to their astronality. Again, this is part of Astronist orthodoxy, you know, the idea that a person can have multiple dimensions to their astronality that they engage with on different days or within the same hour, you know. that essentially they can compartmentalize different aspects of their astronality in order to engage with other aspects and then come back to the other aspect later on. So again, this is Stellanic pluralism really opens up astronality to really how a person can engage with it at multiple different dimensions and be able to compartmentalize maybe contradictory aspects of their astronality. It really shows the amount of depth that astronality has for the person, really, Stellanic pluralism. Now we come to the different stages of astronality. These are just different sort of frameworks that I've developed for explaining the different aspects of astronality, essentially. The realization of a person's astronality, or the realization of one's experience or existence of astronality, is what we call astronaira. Then again, the next stage is intending and subsequently embarking upon the years-long mastery of astronality, is what we call astrology. So, like before, when I said about cultivation and sort of wanting to master one's astronality, sort of the intention and embarking upon that journey is what we call astrology. The moment of mastering one's astronality and thus becoming one with the cosmos while alive is astrosis, which we spoke about a lot. And then finally, becoming one with the cosmos upon death is what we call cosmosis. Okay, so these are the different stages of astronality, which are distinct from the different levels and the different forms and the different dimensions. These are all different frameworks, really, theoretical frameworks for understanding astronality. We've got even more terms here. We've got the initial experience of astronality. So again, there is a lot of debate that is continuing in astronism as to what happens at a person's experience of astronality, their first experience of astronality. When was the first experience of astronality in sort of human history? What does it mean when a person experiences astronality? And we have some terms here that help us define those aspects. So we've got conastronality, which is experience of astronality innately, namely without immersion into astronism having first occurred. So what this refers to is, you know, a person who lives on the other side of the world, who hasn't even heard of astronism, but has experienced astronality innately. This is what we call conastronality. You know, the idea that astronality is innate to the person, that astronism or the Astronist system isn't putting that astronality there, that it already existed, but that really astronism is a way of sort of igniting and cultivating that astronality. What we call immersion is related to what we call inastronality. So this is experience of astronality that is not innate. You know, that a person has to be immersed into the Astronist belief system and has to be sort of explained what astronality is first without having, you know, without first experiencing it. So this is the next level. You know, conastronality in astronality. I mean, obviously, conastronality is the best form. What we mean by inastronality there is not that astronality is not innate to the person, but that their experience of astronality is not innate, so that they haven't themselves experienced astronality without sort of any triggers. That's what we mean by that there. It's pretty much orthodoxy that, you know, astronality is inherent to all human beings. But what inastronality refers to there is sort of a person's experience of astronality that is not triggered by the, you know, that has to be triggered, by immersion into astronism, essentially. Unastronality is the denial of experience of astronality or ignorance to it. This can also include sort of the denial of the existence of astronality, which is what some people believe. We've got hyperastronality, which is a disposition of a person or group to experiencing astronality. This is really interesting. So this is looking really perhaps at a psychological perspective is what hyperastronality relates to. The idea that is a certain type of person more sort of predisposed to experiencing Astronauti than another type of person or another type of group. This is something we have to study. In this case, immersion into Astronism, or simply immersion, refers to that process of being introduced to Astronist beliefs and practices that an inastronal person must first undergo before they can experience Astronauti. I know quite a few inastronal people, the idea that they've not been able to experience Astronauti themselves without first having been introduced to the Astronist belief system. And they just need a little help, that's all that means. As I said before, it is also important to note that in Astronist thought, due to the occurrence of the scope of man, Astronauti is regarded to have been bestowed to all human beings as an unmerited compliment. So this is not something that we have done anything to be able to achieve, but that this is something that really that has been bestowed to all of us just by the fact of our preferment, by the fact of our evolution. So the use of the word innate does not mean that person is devoid of Astronauti, which I've just talked about. So essentially the Astronauti is what we call an unmerited conferment. So as we begin to come to sort of the closing elements of this subsection, we now move into what we call emotionalism. Okay, this is really, really interesting. So we've explored all the different aspects of Astronauti. We've explored the different dimensions, the different levels, how we can describe and define it. What does this mean, though, for the Astronist belief system specifically? Central to any belief system is the source of its knowledge, and Astronism is no different in this regard. Astronism is regarded as based upon the emotion of Astronauti. I think we spoke about this earlier in this lecture. This is what we call, or this assertion is what we call emotionalism, also referred to as astronomism, sort of upholds that due to Astronism's basis upon a personal and collective emotional experience, rather than based on an event, that both Astronism and subsequent Astronist theory is verifiable by observation and experience, rather than purely based on faith and revelation. So this is really, really interesting. I would say that emotionalism is probably one of actually the most important, currently, the most important aspect of meta-Astronist theory. So studying what Astronism is and what Astronism is based upon. Emotionalism is absolutely fascinating. The reason for that is because very few other religions and philosophies are based upon emotional experience, but Astronism is, and of course it's based on Astronauti. The essential principle here is that Astronism and all that derivates from Astronism is based on one's personal emotions with regards to the astronomical world. For Astronism, Astronauti represents difference between an emotion-based religion and an event-based religion. For example, Christianity and Islam's beliefs originate from the occurrence of a particular set of events in the way that these have been sort of historically and traditionally narrated, which then come to form the basis or the foundations of all the beliefs within those respective religions. Instead, Astronism's knowledge, beliefs, and practices, as an experience-based religion or empirical religion, flow from the experience of Astronauti rather than from belief in the occurrence of an event. In this sense, for Astronism, experience comes first and faith follows as a subsequence rather than the reverse. So in Christianity, the structure is that you first must believe or have faith in Jesus Christ as, and also faith in the resurrection. first before you can then engage at a sort of deeper emotional aspect of Christianity. Whereas in Astronism, it's kind of the reverse, really. You first have to have that sort of emotional experience of the night sky, of the astronomical world, emotional experience of astronality, and then the faith and the beliefs and the practices flow from that as the ultimate source. So, of course, emotionalism has huge implications for Astronism as a belief system. Perhaps the most important is that this makes Astronism distinct from other religions and belief systems, in that it is formed on an emotion, or on a person's experience of an emotion. The empirical validity of Astronism and its epistemology are influenced significantly by this notion, as all Astronist knowledge is derivable from persons' experiences of astronality. Astronality is one's personal sense of connection or relation to the astronomical world, and is formed by an abundance of other emotions when they relate to the night sky. Emotionalism or astronomism, therefore, as we've said before, denotes the factual quality of Astronist beliefs as being based on the experience of astronality. Again, we've talked about how important emotionalism is. Having astronality as the basis of Astronism individualizes the entire belief system by focusing on individual experience of the emotion, and then how one's experience of this emotion relates to and influences their beliefs regarding the astronomical world and space exploration. This point is really actually very important, because it sort of highlights the individual nature, really, as I've said there, the individual nature of Astronism, the idea that, it really just comes down to your individual experience of your unique individual experience of astronality as the sort of basis of your beliefs and practices. In this sense, one experiences astronality and then relates this emotion and all the sub-emotions to the range of beliefs that form Astronism, a system from which they learn how to best interact and master these emotions, and also these experiences and beliefs and practices. Perhaps the most profound impact of emotionalism is that it provides Astronism with an empirical basis. My indices and receptions of the beliefs and doctrines of Astronism may have arisen with some divine origin, but in fact, these beliefs have arisen through my experience of astronality in a deeply profound sense. So what I'm trying to say there is that, all of our different experiences may be of divine origin ultimately, but that is unknowable right now. That is unknowable for us because divinity is infinite and we are limited by our nature. So to say that this is something of divine origin it relies on that faith element. But what we can say is that certainly our experiences and my experiences of industry and reception are certainly based on experience of astronality. Whether that astronality has been put there by God is another question altogether. It's a really another question altogether. And it's an interesting one, and it's one that we can discuss. But right here, right now, we're talking about emotional experience, okay? Connected to this and sort of on the back of emotional experience of astronality is what we call observationalism. This is the meta-astronist assertion that of astronism's observable nature by the fact that astronality is empirical, able to be observed or experienced. Again, this is another way of distinguishing astronism from other religions like Islam and Christianity. We can't go back to Jerusalem 2,000 years ago to check whether, Jesus rose from the dead. We have to believe or have faith in that, so it's really dependent on faith. Whereas astronism, the fundamental basis of astronism is empirical. It is observable. You can observe a person's experience of astronality. You can observe the night sky. You can observe us going up to the stars, so pretty much all the basic elements of astronomism, not saying that all of it is empirical, but pretty much the fundamental basics of astronomism are all empirical. They are all observable. And this is what we call observationalism, okay? A core aim of astronomism is for its belief system to remain as observable as possible. So again, when new beliefs and practices and concepts are introduced into the Astronist system, their observability is, is sort of a testing factor to whether they should be admitted into the system. Even if they're not observable, that doesn't mean they won't be admitted, but they may not be central. And that's the thing. The central aspects of astronomism must always remain observable. This aim of readily bestowing through the fact for the focus of astronists on the environment and related phenomena of the astronomical world is both observable and testable. This is an important quality of astronomism because it sets it apart, again, from other belief systems by the affirmation that it is based on the empirical rather than the spiritual or unobservable. Other definitions of astronality, I think I mentioned this before, that there are other definitions that we use or other ways that we use the term astronality. Here are a few. I'm just going to read them out quickly. So we've got or cosmicality, the characteristic of a person being concerned with outer space as a source of insight into existential matters. We may use the term astronality to refer to that. Astronality also refers to the state or condition of one's personal connection to the astronomical world. So it doesn't just refer to individual instances of, a person's connection to the astronomical world, but it refers to the overall state condition of that person's connection to the astronomical world. Astronality may also be used as sort of an alternative term for astronautism or wondermentism, which is the assertion of astronality as an emotion rather than a belief. This is really, really important. Astronism is not therefore based on belief. It is actually based on an emotion. Astronality is not a belief. It is not to be believed in. It is to be experienced. We don't talk about emotions as I believe in the existence of anger. No, we experience anger, and that's how we know anger exists. So we don't need to believe in anger. It exists because we experience it. And the same is true for astronality. We don't need to believe in astronality because we can see people experiencing it. So that's the difference there. And that's just a small assertion there that's trying to just drive home this idea that astronism is an emotion. Then finally, we've got astronality sometimes also denotes the intertwined nature of a person's soul with the experience of astronality, especially to regard the existence of the former as dependent upon one's experience and engagement with the latter. Now, this is really interesting. This is bringing the more sort of translationist school of thought into the arena, bringing in the idea that a person's experience of astronality is actually intertwined with the state of their soul, or the existence of the soul as being dependent upon a person's experience of astronality. That opens up a whole other can of worms, but it's very, very interesting to consider. So now we've finished that section, we've finished subsection 2. We will now begin to move on to subsection 3. We've finished the content on astronality, and now we're moving to this next subsection, which we call the beginning of this human astronomical bond. So as we explored in the previous subsection, all the different aspects of astronality, the doctrine of emotionalism, the idea that, astronality is the basis of all astronism. Where does astronality begin? Where does the Sidereal Sea begin? Where do the human astronomical relations, where does this bond between us begin? Just for your information as well, Fundaments 5 and 6 will be addressed in this subsection. To see all the different fundaments together and how they interrelate, you can have to go to the end of this section of section 1. So the origins of Astronauti, this is where we're really looking at the origins really of the relationship between humanity and the astronomical world. In order to understand something entirely, one must trace its origins in the deep past, especially to see how it impacts us in the present. This is also true for Astronauti. And also obviously central to the establishment of the Astronic tradition is tracing the origins of Astronauti back to, you know, the furthest recesses of human history, going back to prehistoric times. The origins of Astronauti, you know, and I've come across really, in order to sort of pinpoint the origins of Astronauti, I've come across, you know, a series of specimen, whether it be art pieces or precious objects, fossils, monuments that are created or were created with sort of kind of like an astronomical inspiration, for want of a better word. And these really show how people used to look up to the night sky and sort of have these profound emotional experiences that resulted in these very creative expressions. So it was my search for the origins of Astronauti that I stumbled across the fact of the prehistoricity of humanity's relationship with the stars and celestials above us, a relationship and all its consequence that were ignited by the scope of man. So the scope of man is really a central doctrine to all of Astronism. It refers to really well, I'm going to tell you in a minute, just one second. As a result of the theorization of the Astronic tradition, this event of the scope of man emerged through the archaeological evidence. So this is not just something that has been created out of a whim. This is something that I have observed in the archaeological evidence, in the specimen that exist as having occurred. In my search for really the Astronic tradition. This search is still ongoing, and details about the scope of man will continue to emerge as we learn more about the prehistoric origins of Astronauti and prehistoric sort of life in general. But specifically, the scope of man is currently considered to have occurred during the Upper Paleolithic period of the Stone Age, likely among the Aurignacian culture of Europe, whose cosmic creations are numerous and seem to have set off a chain of events inspired by other works, inspiring other later works. Really, the scope of man is the formation of the bond between humanity and the cosmos that has continued throughout history to affect all parts of culture, religion, life and belief, as well as agriculture and navigation, all the way to the present day. And this scope of man really was sort of the awakening of this bond between humans and the night sky. You know, this bond had always been there, but it was sort of awakened through the scope of man, really. This is where it all began for us. And also this, in Astronism, the scope of man is considered to signify our transition from a sentient species to a sapient species. In Astronism, those two words are distinguished from one another, and the scope of man is considered to be this sort of turning point where humanity becomes sort of its evolved self or is its evolving self, if you understand what I mean. The scope of man is literally the first instance, not of Astronauti, but of humankind's raising of the head starward. That moment when a human being first tilted their head towards the night sky and related their position in correspondence to that of the phenomena they witnessed. So really what the scope of man is describing is the first time that a human being looked up at the night sky and really began to think about what that meant. What was above that? What was above them? Was it God? Was it some type of phenomena that was controlling their lives? These types of beliefs then began to emerge, and of course then, you know, creative expressions were made after that. So this is what the scope of man is referring to. As I've said there, it does not refer to the first experience of Astronauti, and also the scope of man I think it will always be difficult to pinpoint. We can't go back in time. We can't go back to the specific moment when the scope of man occurred. But what we can do is make a sort of, a reasoned judgment as to when this event may have occurred during, and we've limited it down to, the Upper Paleolithic period, because that's where the archaeological evidence suggests. If more archaeological evidence appears that says something later than that, or something earlier than that, then we will have to look into that, and maybe the scope of man will be, I think, again, the scope of man and its determination of when it specifically occurred is something that is to be discussed within the realm of archaeology, really. The scope of man, or Astronist archaeology, the scope of man doctrine is variously appellated, including simply the scope of humanity, the scope of humankind, the discovery of Astronauti, the realization of Astronauti, or the realization. Whatever the appellation used, the scope of man is significant because it marks the beginning of the relationship between humanity and the astronomical world, a relationship that astronism sees to be in disrepair, and as a subsequence now seeks and works to recultivate it. In the previous section, I spoke about Sideriancy, and this is what the scope of man really ignited. The Sideriancy is the relations between humanity and the astronomical world. The scope of man established humanity's scopic nature, that quality of humankind as poised for seeking meaning, knowledge, and truth from the astronomical world as a product of the Sideriancy. Of course, Astronism regards the Sideriancy to be in a state of sort of disrepair or dislodgement currently, and that's why Astronism has been founded, in order to sort of rectify, to recultivate that human astronomical bond. Astronism views humanity as fundamentally good and full of potential, yet misguided, while Christianity regards humanity as inherently bad, yet redeemable. The scope of man is the first in a series of 6 doctrines called the of man doctrines that describe humanity's relationship with the astronomical world so as to form the basis of Astronism's soteriology, also called Astrosoteriology. So just before I list the different of man doctrines, I'm just going to go back to the fundamental part there, which I said the comparison between Astronism and Christianity. Astronism, of course, regards humanity as fundamentally good and full of potential. So inherently that we are good, that inherently humanity is, that we are preferred, that we are good, that we have potential, that oftentimes we don't fulfill that potential, and that we are misguided in the fulfillment of that potential. But that ultimately, we are fundamentally good, which contrasts with Christianity in that regard. The different of man doctrines include the scope of man, which obviously we've just spoken about, the controversion of man, the scarring of man, the placement of man, the supersedence of man, and the devolution of man. These are some different of man doctrines. There are other sub doctrines that are also use the sort of stylization of man, but they can be regarded later on. So when I was talking about the scope of man as literally entailing sort of the first act of looking up at the night sky, this act that we refer to both in prehistoric context, but also in contemporary, is what we call cephaloncy. Cephaloncy is the act of looking up at the night sky and then relating that to belief. And so a cephalic belief is therefore any belief that emerges as a result of the upward movement of the head towards the night sky, a kind of belief that is intrinsic to the body of beliefs and practices that have come to form Astronism. So, of course, cephaloncy refers to this act, and of course that was central to the event of the scope of man, and of course, has now become central to much of the beliefs and practices of Astronism. Orientations on the scope of man. So, Of course, the scope of man is a doctrine, and so, of course, it is believed, but there are different approaches to the scope of man. We've got pre-Scoparianism and we've got post-Scoparianism. There are other versions as well. There are other orientations, but these are the main two. Pre-Scoparianism states that the belief that the origins of the Astronauti precede what is asserted in the scope of man doctrine, typically opting for a time prior to the Upper Paleolithic, usually the Middle Paleolithic, or even when the comet of life struck the Earth in some more extreme circumstances. Then we've got post-Scoparianism, which is the rejection of the scope of man by the assertion that Astronauti holds origins in Neolithic or ancient periods, or even in modern ages, rather than the Paleolithic. So again, these two orientations diverge from Astronist orthodoxy, but again, they're still really interesting to consider. We have now what we call the concept of the original truth. Having the opportunity in contemporary times to reflect back on the scope of man allows for us to see that what the peoples alive during that time had what is referred to now as the original truth. The original truth is a concept that the purity of the proximateness of these early humans in the Upper Paleolithic to the astronomical world demonstrates a truth that was lost, otherwise contravened, during the scope of man. During the controversion, that these early humans had sort of a knowledge, a connection to the astronomical world that we regard as the original truth, that has been sort of shattered really by man's self-significance or man's tendency to go into some sort of contravening action, this action of sort of not being cosmocentric, essentially. Now, however, because of the placement of man through astronism, we can now see how this original truth, which in those times manifested in the original religion of astrology, was indeed conferred through the scope of man to all human beings, despite many joining or being forced to join the controversion. So the controversion is really anything that states that the astronomical world is not important in belief. So that would include Christianity, Islam, so all the Abrahamic religions, basically. And actually most other religions really, and some other philosophies other than Astronism. Essentially any sort of non-astronic tradition, religion or philosophy is generally considered as part of the controversion, and particularly though some of the Abrahamic religions. And this controversion is what Astronism is trying to push back against, trying to sort of resolve really, in order to achieve transcension, in order to pursue the goals of transcension. So there's some after effects of the scope of man that continue to today. The main ones are the fact that we now have confirmants, we now have scope as a confirmant, we now have stellancy as a merited confirmant, and we also have astronality as an unmerited confirmant. But also we have the nox filia principle, or the nox filia hypothesis, which is the assertion that humans possess an innate tendency to seek connections with astronomical phenomena due to the scope of man. So essentially what this is saying is that, because of the scope of man, we now have a tendency to connect to the astronomical world. And this is sort of highlighted through the innateness of astronality in all peoples. That's what nox filia hypothesis states. And then we also have pneumatism, the equation of the capacity to experience astronality with the possession of a soul. I spoke a little bit about that. I spoke a little bit about this in the previous section, the previous subsection, about how the experience of astronality may be contingent on the existence of a soul or vice versa. Related terms to the scope of man, which we've already spoken about, are pre-Scoparian, which is prior to the scope of man, post-Scoparian, after the occurrence of the scope of man, Scoparian, which relates to the scope of man or any of its associated doctrines or beliefs. And then we also have Scoparianism, which is just kind of another appellation for the scope of man, or the belief in the scope of man as it is presented in Astronist orthodoxy, specifically that the scope of man occurred during the Upper Paleolithic period of the Stone Age. We also have other alternative positions on the scope of man. There are two further alternative positions that coexist with each other as they pertain to the scope of man. These positions are distinct from the aforementioned orientations on the scope of man. So these are sort of addressing different aspects of the scope of man to what the previous orientations were addressing. So they're not addressing when the scope of man happened, but they're more addressing sort of what effects it has had on humanity. These positions are called Descoparianism and Circarianism. So Descoparianism, in the Descoparian position, humanity is regarded as existing in a condition completely without scope due to the continued widespread embracement of the controversion. This condition is called descopy. So when I was talking about the controversion earlier and saying about obviously how widespread it is, how widespread humanity's sort of aversion to the astronomical world has become in terms of our beliefs and practices. Descoparianism asserts that even though the scope of man occurred, even though it provided us with the different conformants and sort of a scoped status, that was lost during the controversion, essentially. This is not held in Astronist orthodoxy. We still believe that, that we have a scoped nature, that humanity is still a scoped nature, even though the controversion is so widespread. Specifically, to be in a state of descopy means to lack scope for transcension and therefore to be without the opportunity to attain salvation. So really what Descoparianism calls for is what we call a rescope, and a second scope of man. As I've just explained, in Descoparianism, the effects of the original scope of man are regarded as have been reversed or overturned due to the controversion, rather than only scarred and misguided, as is presented in present orthodoxy. The controversion is regarded to have only sort of scarred and misguided humanity's relations or sideriancy with the astronomical world, whereas in Descoparianism, it is held that that condition was reversed or overturned completely by the controversion. Due to this stipulation, Descoparian thought regards humanity as currently existing in a state or condition below sapience, yet still above sentience, called nescience, or an ignorant state, with its path to sapience dislodged by the controversion, while present orthodoxy still regards humanity as sapient due to the progressions made by some humans even during the domination of the controversion, but just as misguided or erroneous in their beliefs. So again, this is sort of describing a different condition of humanity, isn't it? Alternatively, we have what we call Circarianism. So as a result of this state of descopy, the second part of this alternative understanding of the scope of man is called Circarianism, which asserts that a second scope of man must occur in order to re-establish the contents of the original scope of man that was lost due to the controversion. This second scope, or surscope, or rescope, is regarded as having manifested through the founding of Astronism. Surscopy is the redeemed state of humanity, therefore, from the state of descopy, solely through Astronism's founding, when it is regarded as the second scope of man. So in some circles of Astronism, a larger emphasis is placed on sort of the founding of Astronism and the Astronist belief system and its powers to really ignite a second scope of man, essentially. And I do get where they're coming from with this. I do understand where they're coming from. It's just not presently widely accepted in Astronist orthodoxy. But it is a very interesting point of view. Very, very interesting. So moving on from the scope of man doctrine now to the next sort of doctrine that occurs directly after the scope of man is what we call the enkindlement. The enkindlement is the moment of the first experience of astrality a human being had, and the bestowal of the conferment of scope, regarded as have occurred as a direct result of the consequence of the scope of man. Essentially, the enkindlement describes the first instance in which a human connected the astronomical world to their beliefs and to the way in which they see the world. Often or not, we actually kind of refer to the enkindlement as part of the scope of man. There is sort of a, what would we call it, there's a kind of like an open approach to how we refer to the enkindlement of the scope of man. Sometimes they're referred to sort of interchangeably, really, and not as much distinguished. Whereas in other sentences, in other sort of approaches, these two events may be firmly distinguished from one another. Enkindlement theory. So the event of the enkindlement is regarded as the bestowal of the confirmation of scope to all humanity through the first experience of astronauti by a human being as a direct product of the scope of man. So basically what it's saying is that the scope of man, despite being called the scope of man, didn't itself sort of confer the complement of scope, but instead only referred to sort of the first sort of experience of astronauti, essentially, whereas the enkindlement was the complement of scope, because the emotional experience of astronauti had to come first before scope was then available to action that astronauti in the world. Scope of man had to have occurred before the first experience of astronauti for feelings associated with astronauti to have emerged. So we have to have had experienced astronauti in order for the sort of, the raising of the head starward had to have occurred first in order for experiences of astronauti to have manifested. So the scope of man refers to the first raising of the head starward, whilst enkindlement encompasses first experiences of astronauti and then the conferment of scope to all humanity. It is from the enkindlement that Astronism regards humanity as fundamentally good, chosen, and full of scope, essentially full of potential. But following the occurrence of the controversion thereafter, humanity is regarded as misguided due to self-concern and self-worship, which is what we see manifested in things like Christianity, things like Judaism and some of the other Abrahamic or Dharmic religions. Not to say that they're bad or that they're evil or anything like that, but they are just part of the controversion. They're not part of Astronism and the Astronic tradition. The events of the scope of man and the enkindlement are distinguished because the former technically relates to the first instance of a human being raising their head towards the stars, while the latter technically relates to the fruits of this raising of the head starward in the form of the bestowal of astronauti and scope as unmerited compliments. In colloquial dialogue and in some institutional materials, the phrase scope of man is often used to encompass both of these events, as the enkindlement is regarded as having occurred directly proceeding on from the scope of man. So again, like I said before, sometimes these words are used interchangeably, and the scope of man term is used to refer to all of them together. However, much debate persists regarding the historicity of the proximity of these two events, with pre-Scoparianism asserting that the scope of man occurred long before the enkindlement, and that these two events in the sideresis, as you might remember, is the sort of overall narrative of Astronism, should really be more distinguished from each other. So there's a continuing debate going on here as to, whether these two events occurred right next to each other, or whether they were very much occurred sort of distinguished from one another. Although in present understanding, the enkindlement is regarded as enveloped by the scope of man and directly dependent upon it as a subsequence of the scope. So the combined occurrences of the scope of man and the enkindlement are regarded in unison to demonstrate the preferred or chosen status of humanity. And so what we have to try and consider here is that by the fact of these events having occurred and by the fact of the evolution of man, that we are really distinguished from other species on the Earth and other species, perhaps in other parts of the galaxy and beyond. Not to say that other species don't have preferment, they do, but that humanity has, its own preferment as a result of its unique history. So preferment, or cosmic favor, denotes the unmerited favor bestowed to humanity through the conference of scope and astronality. The study of preferment and the study of humanity's fulfillment of this favor is called scopology, which is obviously a branch of Astronist disciplines or Astrosoteriology. The bestowal of preferment is regarded as part of the predetermined course of the cosmos. So that it always meant to happen, that humanity was always meant to be preferred, but we have also free will to not engage in scope, to not engage in astronality, to not sort of fulfill that preferment, that cosmic favor that we have been bestowed to us. The nature of preferment. So, however, the bestowal of preferment comes with the responsibility of scope or opportunity. With the preferment has come, the mightiest of duties to fulfill what other species will not have the capacity to fulfill or conceive of in the present condition. The attainment of transcension and the realization of the ultimation. Preferment is important in astrosoteriology because it represents all the scope handed to humanity, scope that is to be respected and treasured. Astronism regards humanity as having been fundamentally destined to have been provided sapience, but with sapience also comes the opportunity of non-action. This is where free will comes in. This is where, the will of man comes in the face of scope, or action that only results in the scarring of humanity's relations with the astronomical world. So humanity has the opportunity to not engage with its preferment, to not engage with scope, to do nothing, to not engage with transcension. Okay, and the controversion really is sort of the embodiment really of humanity's scarring of its relations with the astronomical world, sort of moving away from its preferment that it had been provided. So in Christian theology, they have what we call eschatology, and we do have that in Astronism, and there's a whole section of this Total Immersion that studies eschatology. We call it astroeschatology in Astronism, but we also have in Astronism proto-anthropology. Okay, eschatology deals with the last things. It deals with death, the afterlife, and the final destiny of humanity and the soul. Whereas proto-anthropology, sometimes also called primordiology, deals with the first of things, the first things in relation to humanity, the beginnings of humanity, the first instances of something in relation to humanity. Okay, this is what proto-anthropology deals with. And again, part of that is the origins of astronauti, the first experiences of astronauti. The related subdiscipline of sideronomy concerns itself with the study of the extraterrestrial origins, namely astronomical origins of life, especially regarding how this has come to affect the historical and contemporary human connections and interactions with the astronomical world. Furthermore, the subdiscipline of prosopology deals, especially with people and notable persons, how their role and interactions and thoughts about the astronomical world have emerged during time. So how philosophers have considered the astronomical world, how different religious figures have mentioned the astronomical world. That's all considered as part of prosopology, which are branches of proto-anthropology. We have in this section what we call panspermism, which you will be already probably aware of. This refers to the sort of formalization of the panspermia hypothesis within astronism, and which essentially asserts that, human life existed beyond, has origins beyond the Earth, essentially, from the comet of life that came and crashed to the Earth. So we've got a few terms here: astral progenitor, the assertion that humans originated from the stars or other astronomical objects. And then we've also got, as I just mentioned, the comet of life, the assertion of the occurrence of comet strike on the Earth that brought the microorganisms that evolved into human life, which is obviously what we call the panspermia theory. Astronomical origin theory. So there's various different sort of ideas about how human life may have originated from among the stars. A theory in the Astronic tradition that describes the origins and development of the human species and human civilization through a cosmocentric lens. The phrase creation from stardust often refers to the notion of panspermia. And then we also have terms such as pretensionism, first astrosis, and belief lineage. You can just take a look at those and have a read of those if you wish to pause. Essentially what all this is trying to say is that the origins of humanity, the origins of our species and all life on Earth essentially, and all life on all other planets, has astronomical origins. It's really intertwining the astronomical with the origins of humanity, which of course is, it's the similar thing to how, the religions, God is intertwined with, the origins of humanity and the origins of life. We have what we call the first astronaut. This is the person who experienced the scope of man. We call this person prayer or prayan if they were male. We don't know. We don't know who this was. They're called the cosmic progenitor. This was the first person that looked up at the night sky, and so obviously was result of the scope of man, and then was the first person to experience the enkindlement. This is what we call prayer, or the first astronaut. We also have what we call the Yeoman or Yerfem, also called the astronomical Adam or the astronomical Eve, or the Yeoman theory, which is a future single human couple or group of humans in the Astronist tradition, regarded as having been the first peoples to settle on a planet other than the Earth, and from whom all future humans living on planets other than the Earth will be able to trace their lineage back to. So that's a really interesting theory that deserves sort of greater depth and development than what can be done now in this lecture, but I'll do more lectures on what that means and sort of how that relates to astrofuturology in later theories. So we've got paleocosmism as well. This is the principle that early humans of the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods saw astronomical progeny and phenomena, as well as the night sky as a whole, in a way that humans of the present era will never understand, especially applied so as to suggest that such prehistoric peoples held purer or more direct connections to the stars. This is a really interesting concept, and it sort of distinguishes those people who experience the scope of man from the people who experience astronauty now, including myself. Paleoanthropy is the principle that prehistoric peoples held coherent cosmologies and beliefs about the astronomical world, but did not have the means to write down such beliefs except through various creative acts, which is what we obviously assert is the origins of the Astronic tradition and the origins of Astronauti, which is what I studied last year for my master's dissertation. So in Astronism, we consider there to be sort of three conditions of species, and I think I've already referred to these previously in this lecture part. We have sentience, sapience, and nescience. You can take a look at what those three mean, because they are important to how we understand humanity and the condition of humanity, and how we as humans are distinct from other species on the Earth, and how we relate that to sort of transcension and the sort of development of belief and astronauty experience. Alteration of the species. The Astronist theory that a speciation in humanity will occur as a direct result of the events of the humanic exploration of the cosmos and the events of living off Earth to form distinct species of intelligent Homo sapiens and leading to new courses of human evolution. So basically the idea that, with space exploration, we as humans will evolve physiologically, that we will not look the same, that we will develop from what we are now, and that's just a natural course of human progression. But again, as a further sort of development of the species into what we call a speciation, which is when sort of an entity or an organism develops so differently from another organism that it actually becomes a different species. So basically these humans in future times will actually become different species to what we are right now. So that was subsection 3. We will now be moving on to subsection 4, which will be looking at the breakdown of this human astronomical bond, which is obviously what we call the controversion. And this is, a very important part as we then begin to move into the astrosoteriology, the deeper parts of the astrosoteriology. So in this subsection 4 of the Total Immersion of Astronism, we are going to be looking at how fundaments 7, 8, and 9 from the 12 fundaments of astrosoteriology come to affect the overall sideresis of astronism, the overall narrative of astronism. Specifically in this subsection, we're going to be looking at the breakdown of this human astronomical bond, this bond that we've spoken about in the previous subsection, that essentially that humanity has had this bond from the scope of man since prehistoric times, but that since the controversion, since humanity has become much more sort of self-worshipping and placing a significant amount of emphasis on itself, that this bond has been broken, that this bond has been damaged in some way. So humanity's controversion. I've used this word controversion quite a lot in this lecture so far because it has a huge significance for the astrosoteriology. Although a pure bond between humanity and the astronomical world had been established through the scope of man and the enkindlement, this bond was somewhat damaged and scarred by what is called the controversion of man, or simply, often I call it the controversion. The controversion is this series of events causing the lapse of humankind into a state of self-concern and self-worship. We see these types of tendencies for humanity really sort of emblematized through the religion of Christianity, where God literally became man. God became man. And so that is a huge amount of emphasis placed on the importance of humanity. And essentially that is self-worship, isn't it? The idea that God becomes man, that man becomes God. This is the epitome really of what we call the controversion, the idea that, humanity really is important, when really, in a sense, we are important to some degree, but not in relation to the cosmos as a whole. These actions are regarded as having taken place in aversion to cosmocentricity. So anything that is controversial or controversive is in aversion to cosmocentricity, essentially. As a result of this lapse into self-concern and self-worship, humankind turned against the assignment of importance that had been given to the astronomical world during the scope of man. So during the scope of man, humanity had looked up at the stars and had given all importance, a sense of all importance to the astronomical world. This had been lost through the controversion. This had been lost through humanity's self-concern, through humanity's self-worship, because we have turned away from the astronomical world. We've turned away from all that is above us physically into ourselves, self-focusing, self-worshipping, self-concerning. In Astronism, it is believed that this controversion need be reversed through the restoration and recultivation of humanity. This is the process that we call the placement of man, which is one of the of-man doctrines that I discussed in the previous subsection. Astronism and all astronists are regarded as key to the achievement of this endeavor, principal among which is the establishment of the Cosmocentric Worldview. and also principle among which is the process of transcension, this sort of process of salvation, essentially trying to elevate humanity, trying to get humanity to look up to the stars and regard the stars and the astronomical world as the most important, rather than considering ourselves as the most important thing. Humanity's controversion is therefore characterized by any action, belief, or practice that has taken away the centrality of the astronomical world from the central role it had once taken to in which humans were given central focus and authority. So essentially what's that saying there is that cosmocentrism during the scope of man and the enkindlement reigned supreme, but then following the controversion, following humanity's tendency into sort of self-concern, self-worship, anthropocentrism took hold and has really taken hold ever since. It is for this reason that some regard Astronism as anti-anthropocentric. I've explained earlier in this lecture that maybe that isn't the right sort of application or description of Astronism, but again, it's an interesting concept to be able to consider. There are no set dates or times when the controversion began, but instead we look towards the actions and beliefs of some rulers in the ancient world, whose activities we know to be accurate through archaeological evidence of their occurrence. An example of an act regarded as contrarian, therefore part of the controversion, was any instance in which an ancient ruler pushed away the attention previously placed on celestial bodies and pulled the focus towards themselves, often by proclaiming as themselves to be a deity, such as ancient Egypt's Akhenaten, whose religious reforms on worshipping the sun's disk seem to have ended up worshipping him. There's loads of different examples of how ancient rulers, instead wanted the power and instead wanted the focus on them rather than, astrologers of the day sort of focusing on the stars and the planets and other celestials in the night sky. So again, this is all part of what we call the controversion, this sort of aversion to astronomical centrality. Further examples of the subsequent Abrahamic religions, which anthropomorphized God or made themselves into deities in some cases. I've already spoken about Christianity. Christianity may be regarded as the epitome of the controversion by the doctrine that God became man by way of the incarnation of Jesus Christ, taking away completely any focus on the astronomical world and placing all focus on humanity as an anthropocentric religion. Also included as part of the controversion are any notions that fundamentally deny or reject objective scientific facts of the physical cosmos, especially those which subtract from the... I've not finished it there. So I think that what is meant to say there is to subtract from the astronomical world, really. The centrality of the astronomical world is essentially what I'm trying to get to there. There is a spectrum of beliefs, however, of what is and what is not part of the controversion. There is no sort of set features or sort of, in a way, no set list or criteria for what is part of the controversion, except for the fact that what is anti-cosmocentric is generally considered as part of the controversion. It is important to state clearly that there is no particular anger or hatred from within Astronism for those engaged in establishing and spreading the controversion, for it is conceded that many aspects of the controversion have contributed to human civilization and our evolution as a species. And this is correct. We're not describing the controversion as a way to sort of get at the Christian church or get at the Islamic religion or anything like that. It's essentially just to say that these teachings, these ways of viewing the world really have not prehistoric origins. They have not sort of this pure prehistoric origins like the Astronic tradition does, and this way of seeing the world may have suited humanity for a time, but now that Astronism is here and other similar movements and philosophies are here, that really we need to move on from these anthropocentric religions and to move towards more of a cosmocentric understanding of the world. However, the controversion is so named due to its inability to provide the necessary qualities to humanity that are required for the transcension that Astronism is purposed to provide. What I'm trying to say there essentially is that anything that is contrarian or anything that belongs to the controversion doesn't provide, those necessary attributes, those necessary transcensional attributes to humanity that will help in the sort of endeavor of transcension, essentially. That these religions such as Buddhism or Christianity or Hinduism, they don't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity and they don't have the will to embark or even complete the endeavor of transcension. And of course, that is why Astronism has been founded. As a result of the controversion, humankind is regarded as existing in a state of antipode from the astronomical world. This state of antipode really essentially means opposition, ignorance, or sort of an anti-cosmocentric understanding, or sort of, as I've said, the opposition or ignorance to the astronomical world as the centrality. Antipodal condition or antipode is regarded as the epitome of anthropomorphism, or sort of the other way around. The antipode is regarded as epitomized by anthropomorphism, the placing of importance on humankind, or the making of something divine human. The organization and institutionalization of these beliefs are seen throughout the Abrahamic tradition. The idea that God became man. We see this less in Islam, of course, and we see this a little bit less in Judaism. But, these religions are still contributing to the controversion in some ways. And, not to say that they're wrong or that they're not right in the sense that they're not righteous, but just to say that they don't help in the endeavor of transcension, that they're not contributing to that, and that really they're taking away from the importance of the astronomical world, that they're really taking away from the worldview of cosmocentricity. The antipode of humanity entails the quality of humankind as existing in contrariness to the astronomical world, especially in averting from giving the cosmos the centrality that it wholly deserves through the mere facts of its existence. Retrocedence describes the misguided nature and tendency of humanity to revert to this condition of antipode whenever it is faced with its own incentrality in comparison to the astronomical world. The confirmants of Astronality, Scope, and Stellancy are used to combat this. Again, these confirmants are used in a way to combat these retrocedences. Retrocedences are always going to occur. The idea that humanity has this tendency to sort of give itself, this sort of exaltation is you could say it's a very innate or inherent part of our being. But these are manifest through retrocedences, regressions really from what we call the placement of man. Retrocedence occurs as a result of one's adoption of beliefs that give humanity a conceited glory or centrality beyond the physical reality. These types of beliefs are called antipodalism. Essentially, adherence to or continuation of the antipode is what we call retrocedences. And of course, it is part of the endeavor of Astronism to really attempt to reverse the antipode, to repair the antipode, to change the antipode in some ways, to move beyond it, really. That's the endeavor of Astronism. Then we come to the context of the sort of scarring of humankind. This is sort of the after effects of the controversion, if you will. The scarring of man, which is a of-man doctrine, is the sum total regressions of humanity with regards to humankind's approximation to the astronomical world. This really refers to the what we were talking about before, these sort of retrocedences, these sort of these sort of regressions, really, regressions from the Siderean Sea, damaging the Siderean Sea, damaging human relations with the astronomical world. Astronism regards humanity as scarred and misguided by the occurrence of the controversion following the scope of man, of course. An example of a cesatrix is an individual scar is what we call a cesatrix on humankind's nature, caused by aversion to subsumption into the astronomical world. One infamous cesatrix being the burning alive of the Italian philosopher Giordano Bruno, who really advocated for a cosmocentric worldview and a cosmocentric understanding of reality. And we use the word cesatrixian or cesatrixarian, to refer to this scarring of man and individual scars, and as well as and their consequences, essentially. Peludicity. So this is really interesting. Before the controversion having had occurred, humanity's perceptions of the astronomical world and related beliefs and practices were as pure as they could be, not tainted by intrusions of self-worship. This condition or state of humankind following the controversion, but prior to the following the scope of man, but prior to the controversion, is what we call peludicity or pellucid. This idea of being sort of clear, pure. Peludicity, or simply lucidity, may also refer to the pure condition of humankind's sideriancy prior to its damage from the controversion of man. So this sort of puts a very much big emphasis on, the idea that the controversion of man certainly did scar humanity, that we've been scarred for the last few thousand years by our own self-awareness, our own self-importance, our own self-worship, our own self-concern, essentially. Because the controversion had such an impact on human psychology, belief, and human life as a whole, humans are regarded in Astronism as possessing a tendency to revert back to this state of antipode from time to time. Again, we've already spoken about these. These are referred to as retrocedences, or in collectivity, retrocedia. Retrocedence is more likely to occur when the realities of humanity's minuscule place in the cosmos is revealed through astronomical observation and space exploration, or when a non-cosmocentric movement begins. Singular instances of retrocedence are likened to regressions or relapses to the antipodal nature. So essentially what I'm trying to say here is that retrocedences in some ways are quite natural for humanity, that really we want to have that importance. And in some ways we do. We're not in Astronism saying that humanity has no importance. We're just saying that we need to have that perspective, that we need to have this sort of understanding that if we died tomorrow as a species, that the astronomical world will continue, that the cosmos will continue in its functions, and that a new species may evolve to become just as intelligent or more so than we are now. And we need to have that humbleness. We need to have this sort of this humble nature about ourselves, that if we die tomorrow, there would be no immediate change to the whole astronomical world. The galaxy would still move around, and the stars would still continue to rotate. This retrocedent nature really sort of, it has an important concept for the entire Astrosoteriology, and it is an important role for Astronism and all Astronists to play in identifying these retrogressions or these regressions and working to demonstrate why they are not beneficial to transcension. Trying to explain that sort of by looking inward to yourself or looking just towards the individual, that we're never going to achieve the transcension if we do that we're never going to achieve the state of transcension if all we do is think about ourselves, or if all we do is think about sort of our own self-worship or self-importance. To stop these regressions or retrogressions from taking hold is crucial in the endeavor to ensure that humans' relations with the astronomical world are repaired to the point that transcension may then occur. This type of activity forms an important part of what we've already referred to as Astronism's placement of man. I keep on talking about this placement of man. It is essentially Astronism's sort of primary current goal, that it should put humanity into perspective, should show humanity that we, to really place humanity, position humanity in a way that we see that, we have the scope and we have the chosen or preferred status, and that we have the scope to achieve transcension, but that if we don't achieve transcension, that the astronomical world will continue, and that in the grand scheme of things, we're not all that important in that sense. Just returning shortly to the scarring of man, the role of astronism and all astronists is to heal these scars caused by retroscedences through spreading its message of opportunity, which is what we also call the message of scope. That is the scope to change and the scope to choose to subsume into the astronomical world. Astronism will cure the scars on humanity by making once again the cosmos the central of all concern, as based on the principle that one's centrality is their reality. This is based on the idea that, whatever you consider to be the most important aspect of your life is the most important or most defining aspect of your individual reality, really. If you place sort of huge importance on the concept of God, and that God is there and that God is sort of actively involved in the world, then of course that's going to be your reality. That's going to be the centrality that you give is going to be your reality. And so that's why we want to, in Astronism, focus on this idea of cosmocentricity, focusing on the idea that the cosmos or the astronomical world should be the most important aspect of your being. So we've just spoken now about, just to give an overview, we've spoken about sort of this idea that humanity has been given the scope, been given the stellancy and astrality, been given these opportunities to become better through the scope of man, but that following that the controversion occurred where human tendency made it so that humanity, well, we went into a condition of self-worship, we went into a condition of self-concern. And so because of that, Astronism has now been founded in order to sort of repair these retroscedences, to repair these scars on humanity through what we call the process of the placement of man. And this placement of man must take place and must be completed by Astronism and astronists before really any type of conversation can take place with regarding to transcension, before any type of transcension or transcensional state can be achieved. So of course, in the previous subsection 4, I was speaking about how essentially describing the controversion, describing how the breakdown between the human astronomical bond occurred following the scope of man. In this subsection 5, we're going to be covering fundaments 9 and 10 of the 12 fundaments of Astrosoteriology. And these fundaments cover really the restoration of this bond. So we've covered how it's broken down. We've covered that is really not good, and that is essentially, a really bad situation for humanity. And now we're going to look at how that can be restored and the sort of Astronism's role in that restoration. So really, Astronism's sort of role in this restoration, as I've said, sort of goes really or centers really on this process of what we call the placing of humanity, or the placement of man. And this is a process, this placement or placing is a process that Astronism holds core to its founding and its short-term goals really for the belief system. A primary purpose, of course, for the founding and establishment of Astronism is this enabling of the placement of man. The placement of man is the task of Astronism and all Astronists to redeem humankind by reinstating scope, astronality, and stellancy as conformants first bestowed during the scope of man and the subsequent enkindlement. This placement is regarded as achieved through individual and collective subsumption into the astronomical world. This is why in Astronism we place, a huge emphasis really on the on subsumption, this idea of absorbing oneself into the astronomical world in all ways possible, and humanity as a whole. The reversal of the controversion and the reclaiming of these conformants are regarded as achieved through man's proximation to the astronomical world, both physically, intellectually, and emotionally, as well as spiritually. With Astronism as the beacon of this teaching, it regards itself as the prime system of thought to embark upon this endeavor. So Astronism is the only belief system to be embarking on this endeavor of transcension, this endeavor of the placement of man is really what we're trying to explore here. The concept of placing is important to explain. In this context, placing or placement means for humanity to be put into the correct position in relation to the astronomical world. Humanity is regarded really as being dislodged, essentially, from its correct position. This position that was established at the scope of man has been dislodged due to the controversion, and really Astronism's role is to try and replace this role, reassert this position for humanity, essentially. This is understood as the primary function of Astronism as it relates to the reversal of the controversion. Here, Astronism is the placer, while humanity is the placed. Astronism's task to achieve the placement of man highlights why the establishment of the soteriology of Astronism has taken place. Astrosoteriology exists because it essentially formalizes or establishes the reasons behind why the placement of man is so important. The word used for salvation in Astronism is what we call transcension, and it is this concept and its resulting beliefs and practices that form the basis of Astrosoteriology. We already know this from previous lectures and earlier in this lecture. The word positarian refers to this doctrine of the placement of man. Subsumption is a concept that I've already spoken about quite fairly regularly in this lecture and others. It is a very important process in the endeavor of the placement of man. In general, it denotes absorption into something greater, something beyond oneself, something typically relating to the astronomical world, of course, in Astronist terms. In individual terms, it relates to a person's accepting and embracing their predetermined path, including their hardships, their sufferings, their privileges, their ecstasies, and their tribulations in life. In collective terms, it relates to the absorption of humanity as a whole into the astronomical world as a means of reparation for the controversion. This absorption is regarded as only achievable through adherence to and practice of Astronism. So essentially what I'm trying to say here is that subsumption can be understood in individual terms, but also in collective terms, that the individual is supposed to accept their predetermined path, that they are to accept that they need to fulfill their scope, that they need to fulfill the opportunities that have been granted to them as a result of the course of the cosmos, and that even their hardships and suffocations need to be accepted as part of their contributions to the transcension. In collective terms, however, humanity, or the absorption of humanity as a whole, is emphasized. The absorption of humanity into the astronomical world is emphasized, really as a reparation for the controversion, really as a way to reverse the controversion, really as a way to kind of to trying to pay back really for this controversion that has existed for thousands of years since the scope of man. So the word archaeolism in astronism refers to the humbling principle of self-insignificance in comparison to the astronomical worlds. This is a means of subsumption. Our subsumption can be achieved through a variety of different practices, through a variety of different beliefs. Archaeolism is just one principle or belief that can help a person to achieve this state of subsumption. Archaeolism or archaeology describes the state of humankind as redeemed from the state of antipode through astronism, and thereafter set on the course to a being eventually subsumed into the astronomical world in order to attain transcension. So essentially, archaeology is the condition of humanity in that it has accepted its condition as being subservient to the astronomical world, that humankind has accepted its condition as having been sort of inferior to the astronomical world, and so that then allows us then to move on from the antipode and to then really begin this sort of endeavor of transcension. Really, archaeology must first be achieved in order to sort of complete the placement of man, so then also to go on to attain transcension later on. So enjoying rejuvenescence, one state of renewed hope, enthusiasm, and belief in the stars and space exploration is what we call rejuvenescence. Rejuvenescence is really sort of it's sort of a benefit really of the placement of man. It's sort of trying to essentially it's sort of man's renewed, or humanity's renewed state of sort of hope and enthusiasm for space and its expansion for humanity. These things are felt during and as part of a person's individual subsumption, and of course as part of humanity's overall subsumption. We call this rejuvenescence. So there are many processes and practices involved in this placement of man. When I use this phrase placement or placement of man, I refer to a very lengthy process. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how hard really, it's going to be hard, but I don't really know the specifics of how hard it's going to be. It depends on how people accept or embrace astronism, I suppose. But there are many identifiable processes and practices that will certainly be involved in this process of the placement. First of these, or principle among these, is what we call recultivation. This is the process at the center of the placement of man. It involves Astronist attempts at restoring the scarred relationship between humanity and the astronomical world because of the controversion. This is done through adherence to and proper conduct of Astronist beliefs and practices, namely as a means to heighten stellancy. Stellancy refers to one's proximity to the astronomical world, both physically, intellectually, and spiritually, or mystically. This is why the purpose or goal of astronism may sometimes be described as the recultivation of humanity to subsume unto the great cosmos. That is a phrase that is sometimes used. Essentially, what astronism is trying to do here is to sort of recultivate those same feelings, those same beliefs and emotions and practices that early man had when we refer back to the scope of man. Obviously, of course, in a more modern and contemporary way, but this is what astronism is trying to do. It's trying to recultivate or reignite these practices and beliefs among humanity. We also have, as a process within the scope of man, within the placement of man, what we call potentialization. This is the process that within this placement of man in which humanity is extricated from the controversion, meaning that we are lifted out of or removed from the controversion through astronism's giving out of scope, its focus on stellancy and astronauty in order to fulfill human potential. Essentially what potentialization is sort of the practical applications of scope, astronauty and stellancy in order to sort of relieve humanity or extricate, we call it extrication, to extricate humanity from the controversion, to lift humanity out of the controversion and into what we call oceolity, or really a state of twilight tide before we sort of choose whether we want to embark upon the endeavor of transcension or whether we choose to follow the degradation, essentially. Potentiality describes this condition of humankind as fulfilling its predetermined potential through the actioning of scope and by moving towards transcension. Potentialization is sort of encouraging humanity to engage with as much scope as is possible to the primary function as the primary function of astronism. This process of encouragement is what we call potentialization. Potentialization means to focus on the potential of humankind, essentially to focus on scope, what things could be rather than what they are, as a means of attaining transcension. Okay, so again, potentialization really is the actioning of scope. It's the sort of focus on scope, really, as the sort of fundamental means by which humanity is going to achieve transcension. We also have this really interesting idea of pharency. Pharency or pharation is the practice, is a practice within the broader scope placement of man. It entails belief, which is called pharism, in a receptor holding the capacity to take on the problems or potential contrarian retrogressions of others, often with which the receptor then releases these by raising them up to the stars as a means of causing their cessation. So essentially what pharency is a person, typically a receptor or a astronist leader, taking on sort of these tendencies of humanity and then lifting those up to the stars as a way of causing the cessation, causing the end, the cosmic end, if you will. Really relieving, pharency is really relieving people of their contrarian retrogressions. We also have this concept of resumption or resumptionism, which denotes the success of the placement of man as returning humanity to the path to transcension through the founding of astronism and its subsequent establishment and dissemination. So again, resumption kind of places a bigger emphasis on the belief system of astronism and really says that astronism and its founding has been sort of the resumption of transcension, that really transcension began with the scope of man, but then was dislodged or misguided by the controversion. But then with the founding of astronism, transcension has been put back on course through astronism's placement of man. Resumption is therefore the culmination of the process of placement of man, following which humankind reaches a state of supersedence, and from which it may then proceed to attain transcension, if it chooses the right or the transcensional option at twilight tide. So we've spoken about how, there are different processes and practices within the placement of man. Now we're going to talk about how there are different processes and practices involved in the personal transcension or the endeavor of astrosis. So really, there exist sort of three conditions in astrosoteriology for the individual person. These are sometimes called the 3 L's of astronism, or simply the 3 L's. These are latency, lambency, and luminancy. Latency is a person's sum total potential during their life to achieve the highest state of themselves. namely the highest degree of stellancy that they can possibly achieve. Lambency refers to the condition of being an example to others with regards to one's adherence and practice of Astronist principles. We spoke of this a little bit either in the previous section or even in the previous subsection or the previous subsection about how, you know, it's very important for Astronists to help others to experience Astronality, to help others to sort of engage with Astronality at this higher level. Okay, and that's what lambency is really referring to here. And then we have what we call luminancy, the quality of showing of others how to subsume into and approximate oneself towards the astronomical world as a means to achieve one's highest possible degree of stellancy. So you can kind of see there that luminancy is the highest condition of those three L's. Oppositely, complacency, which is another term in astrosoteriology, is a person's choice not to fulfill their predetermined figureship due to their aversion to responsibility. A lot of what scope is referring to is kind of responsibility, really, in a more secular understanding. The idea that, you know, the responsibilities that we are given through life are our scope, are our opportunity for becoming better persons and sort of contributing to the transcension of humanity. Okay, so complacency really is any instance in which a person chooses not to fulfill that better version of themselves. And again, this can be applied across all aspects of life, not just in relation to sort of the astronomical world and transcension, but just in the smallest aspects of life, including domestic life. Astrovatism, or to astrovatize, means to commit oneself or one's entire lifelong being to the process of the placement of man and the subsequent transcension of humanity, in addition to the transcension of oneself. I believe that, you know, my role is to sort of advocate for astrovatism, and in my life, I believe that I'm engaging in astrovatization, the idea that I've committed myself to the placement of man. I want to try and get humanity to a stage where we are ready to make the decision at twilight tide, and then be able to, get to the point where, we are ready to embark upon the endeavor of transcension, because I don't believe that we are ready yet to do that. I don't think we're in a position to do that yet. But astrovatism refers to that sort of commitment of the self to this endeavor. What we call astriculture, or the practice of astrizing, is the cultivation of stellancy as both an attribute and property. So an attribute there we refer to as a characteristic, whereas a property we refer to a more applicable function of a person. Okay, an astrizer is a person who cultivates their stellancy in this way, and may also relate to a person who teaches others how to do this. So stellancy really is a merited compliment. It is very different, as I think I've already explained, to astronality and scope. Stellancy is something that a person must achieve. It is not something that is just handed out. It is not something that is just given freely, like scope and stellancy. Instead, scope and astronality. Instead, stellancy is something that is merited. It is something that has to be achieved. It's something that has to be earned. Astriculture, or astrizing, the practice of astrizing, is sort of a system really to help people to, in the endeavor of approximating themselves to the astronomical world, essentially. So stellancy cultivation is regarded as a core practice for personal transcension, and one that many other practices and activities derive from. So again, this is a really important element, really a central element to individual or personal transcension. The stratagem, or stratagem, is a person's strategy for the achievement of astrosis. This is how they're going to set out, how they're setting out how they're going to achieve astrosis, what they're going to do, essentially. What is this person going to do to achieve astrosis? Okay, this is what we call the stratagem for the achievement of transcension of humanity also. So, you know, humans may get together, astronists may get together to decide, okay, how are we going to achieve this transcension? How are we going to achieve this state of transcension? And this is what we call the stratagem. Okay, stratagem represents a more logical or rational approach to astrosis, because it's trying to sort of mechanize astrosis. It's trying to bring sort of astrosis down to sort of the practical basis. You know, what do we have to do to achieve astrosis practically? What do we practically have to do? And in the same way, what do we practically have to do to achieve transcension? Okay, this is what the stratagem is trying to sort of capture in a way. While the more emotional and spiritual approach is often reduced or removed totally from the equation when we talk about stratagem. Stratagem is trying to kind of simplify astrosis and transcension. It's trying to sort of practicalize it. It's trying to make it more simplistic, make it more rational rather than emotional or spiritual. Related, and there's a spelling mistake there, I apologize. Related is the concept of prismicity, which is also referred to as an elevated state of being. This is regarded as holding the capacity to seek and attain incitement necessary for the achievement of astrosis, and in provisionalist thought, also cosmosis. So here we've got sort of this idea of you know, prismicity, sort of highlighting this idea that humanity will achieve, or that individuals will achieve, this sort of heightened or elevated state of being, you know, before they achieve astrosis, and sort of they will see the world in a new way prior to their achievement of astrosis. Really, prismicity is sort of a, you could say, is a sort of sign of astrosis, really. Therefore, to be prismic means that a person has endured a certain predetermined degree of suffration, so as to enjoy the benefits of proximity to the astronomical world through astrosis. And I think this is really interesting as well, where we've got this idea of suffration, you know, this idea that, yeah, you will have to go through suffering, that suffering is part of the endeavor of transcension, that suffering is part of the individual person's endeavor of astrosis, essentially, and that without sort of without this sort of suffrations, without these sufferings, that endeavor of transcension would not be able to be achieved. So really, suffering is a really important part, really, of the Astrosoteriology, that the trials and tribulations of life make you a better person. And so in that way, Astronism really differs from Buddhism, because Buddhism advocates for the sort of alleviation of suffering, whereas Astronism, and to some degree as well Christianity, advocate for sort of absorption into suffering, absorption, acceptance into suffering, a sort of total acceptance into a person's suffering. So that's a key difference there. Then we move on to this idea of the supersedence of man. The supersedence of man is the aimed for condition of humanity in Astronism, in which all humanity has embraced the conformance of scope and stellancy and astronality, in which all instances of retrocedence have been overcome via subsumption. Really, supersedence is therefore expected to lead to humanity's transcension and eventually the ultimation. The word substitutarian is used to refer to this doctrine. So the supersedence of man is sort of the short-term goal, you could say, of Astronism prior to the twilight tide. You know, really that we have to reach this condition of the supersedence of man, which is one of the of-man doctrines, before we can really get to this condition of transcension, or this, and certainly the condition of the ultimation. Really, we have to get to this condition of supersedence before we can do that. Supersedence really is the sort of the culmination, really, of the placement of man, really. And it's the culminated condition, really, of the placement of man. I've mentioned a couple of times in this subsection of the lecture what we call twilight-eyed. This refers to really the present crossroads of humanity, or the sort of upcoming crossroads that humanity, you know, is coming to. Twilight-eyed is a huge part of Astronism because it relates really to sort of the crossroads of scope, you know, and it's very important to Astrosoteriology and Astroeschatology. Twilight-eyed is the crossroads that represents humanity's impending decision of whether or not to embark upon the endeavor of transcension and leave behind the retrogressions of the controversion. So even when we've reached this supersedence of man, you know, and we've completed the transcension and we've got to this superseded state of humanity, you know, we've still got this decision to make. We've still got this final decision to make as to whether we're going to embark upon the endeavor of transcension. And this is what we call the twilight-eyed. The twilight-eyed is the crossroads. The twilight-eyed is that sort of decision. Do we go with transcension or do we go with degradation? And that is essentially the two options that we have here. This crossroads is named twilight-eyed because it represents a time of ambiguity as to the future of humankind. However, the onus to make the decision is placed on humanity itself, with neither the decision considered wrong, right or wrong, but only as elevatory or devolutionary. Okay, and this is the thing, that this is not a moral dilemma, this is an existential dilemma. And again, that is something that's really, really important in Astronism. We're not saying that choosing transcension is necessarily right. We're just saying that if transcension is not chosen, then there will be certain existential consequences of that to some degree will not be reversible. There are two choices at twilight-eyed, as I've spoken of. These are called Vesperism and Evenfall, okay? It is always important to highlight these choices at twilight-eyed, when taken on their denote not a moral decision, but an existential one. You know, these are, as I've just said, these are an existential decision, not a moral decision. The consequences of this decision is not whether it is right or wrong, but whether the decision chosen is best for the self-human and the collective human, or the collective humanity. Essentially, the choices at twilight-eyed are not taken in a moral paradigm, but instead are taken in an existential one. Of course, Astronism regards Vesperism to be the best and destined course for humanity, but ultimately the decision rests with humanity itself. Humanity will not be judged for this decision, as the cosmos will continue on in its course regardless of the decision made. But again, we have to accept the consequences of such a decision. We have to accept that if we don't fulfill our preferment, if we don't fulfill our destiny, if we don't fulfill the opportunities that have been provided to us through the scope of man, through the original scope of man, that there's going to be consequences for that. Not moral consequences, not sort of judgmental consequences, but just existential consequences. The choice of Vesperism, therefore, is the first choice of the twilight-eyed. It entails humanity's embracement of its predetermination to attain a transcension, and therefore immersing itself into scope, stellancy, and Astronauti, the three complements that I've spoken of previously. The choice of Vesperism is regarded to elevate humanity to the semi-transcensional state of Vesperia, in which transcension is then attainable, and the struggle for the ultimation may also begin thereafter. So Vesperia is sort of the condition of humanity following its potential choosing of the choice of Vesperism. And this is what we call, this is why I've referred to this as transcension is then attainable. Transcension, I regard to be currently unattainable. that transcension at this stage is not attainable for humanity. We are not in a condition, because we're in a state of antipode, that we are not in a condition to achieve transcension, that we are not in a condition even to sort of embark upon transcension. But first we must go through the supersedence and then the twilight-tide, and then reach the condition of Vesperia. And at that point, we will then be ready to attain transcension. Oppositely, we have what we call evenfall. Evenfall is the second choice of twilight-tide. It denotes the choice presented to humanity, which entails a refusal to accept our destiny to fulfill the humanic exploration of the cosmos, and also includes the forsaking of the compliments bestowed during the scope of man, instead remaining in favor to the controversion. Okay, the evenfall is talking about essentially, or epitomizes the controversion. It's an epitome of sort of humanity's self-concern, humanity's continuation on this path of self-concern, which in Astronism is regarded to lead to what we call the degradation. The degradation is a process that includes multiple different sub-processes, just as transcension does, that will eventually lead to the cessation or the sort of extinction of humanity. This second choice of evenfall is regarded to lead, as I've said, to the devolvement and eventual extinction of humanity, due to our aversion to the degree, from attaining any degree of transcension or realizing the ultimation. Twilight-tide is one of the most prime functions of Astronism. It is one of the most prime functions of Astronism to encourage humanity to choose this first choice of Vesperism, so that transcension may then become attainable. The beliefs and practices of Astronism are systematized in such a way that they are primed for, apologies for missing out something here, technical issues, but I think what that's basically trying to say is that the beliefs in Astronism are systemized in such a way that they are primed for attaining human transcension, essentially. This is what we're talking about here. We're talking about how the Astronism really, or the Astronist system, is sort of primed for trying to get humanity to achieve this status of transcension. This is why it is important that Astronism is a belief system that is universal by its nature. The choice at twilight-tide rests on the shoulders of all humanity, but it is Astronism that will both present the rationale for choosing Vesperism and will guide humanity in this transcensional choice. The contingency of Astronism. The degree to which following Astronism is contingent on humanity's attainment of transcension is a topic of continued debate. Present Astronist orthodoxy holds that following Astronism is really inextricable to the attainment of transcension, as presently no other belief system exists outside the controversion that has the capacity for human achievement of transcension. So essentially what I'm trying to say here is that, at the moment, the Astronist system is the only one that is really able to achieve transcension, or is able to present transcension to humanity, because everything else exists within the controversion. And so anything that exists within the contrarian tradition is not placing, an importance on transcension, and therefore cannot achieve transcension in this way. This view that adherence to Astronism is necessary for transcension is what we call preconditionalism. Transcension of the self. It is important to highlight the relationship between personal transcension, or elevation of the self, and collective transcension, elevation of humanity. Personal transcension, or astrosis, still occurs for an individual, even if collective transcension, or simply transcension, is still yet to occur. An individual's attainment of astrosis is therefore not contingent on humanity having achieved transcension. However, collective transcension is regarded as contingent on Astronism. Each astrosis is considered to contribute to the cumulative condition of transcension. Without individual astroses having occurred, collective astrosis or transcension is impossible, as humans must first become subsumed into the astronomical world individually before their collective subsumption may take place. So essentially, everything that I've spoken about so far is all in an effort to elevate humanity, whether that be to elevate, the individual person or human species as a whole. And this is what we refer to as the elevation of man. This is a man sub-doctrine that is regarded as the outcome of humanity's choice of Vesperism at twilight-tide and therefore coming to the condition of Vesperia. Elevation, again, is a process within transcension. It is a process that is part of, an integral part of transcension. It describes the task of astronism and all astronists to astrocentralize all humanity, regarded as the literal lifting up of humanity to the stars, and namely entails the conversion or elevation of all human beings to astronism. This is something that this is sometimes given the title of the Great Elevation. This is really an attempt to get all humanity to think in a way that is cosmocentric, because we need all humanity to be able to really achieve this endeavor of transcension. And of course, we believe that astronism is the system that can do this. There may be systems that come along that are better than astronism. That is something that I have to accept. But at the moment, I believe in astronism. I believe in the Astronist system. And so because of that, I'm promoting the Astronist system as the one that can achieve this process of transcension and also achieve this elevation status, this process of elevation. In this sense, adherence to astronism is considered an absolute precondition to the achievement of transcension. Variously appellated as the Astronist upheaval, the upheaving of humankind, or the lifting of humanity, the elevation of man is really a central component or condition or process within the broader endeavor of transcension. In this regard, the condition of humankind can be understood as divided into two halves, called in astronism the peregrination and the pre-peregrination. The pre-peregrination. Pre-peregrination, of course, denotes the condition of humanity as having not yet expanded into outer space, and therefore the transcension is in the far future. So astronism, of course, regards this as the current condition of humanity, while peregrination denotes the condition of humanity as having embarked upon the endeavor of transcension, as having embarked upon, as having astronism successfully completed the placement of man. As humanity is having embarked upon and sort of made a significant inroads into achieving space expansion. All these aspects are part of the endeavor of transcension. And so the condition that we call peregrination is this condition of humanity. So, of course, what we call, of course, at the twilight-tide crossroads, there is the choice of evenfall, and we call the sort of evenfall choice as the sort of seed of the degradation, and really the devolution of man is sort of the formalization of this into a doctrine, into an of-man doctrine. Astronism is regarded to have been established in order to avoid what is called the devolution of man, or the Great Descent. Twilight-tide describes the present condition of humanity as residing at a crossroads between transcension, a redeemed and sustainable existence, and degradation, human dissension, and eventual extinction. So this is the choice at twilight-tide of evenfall that is going to lead us to degradation. It is the role of Astronism to promote its beliefs and philosophy in order to avoid this devolution by escaping this closed system of the earth and becoming suitable for transcension by choosing, of course, the choice of Vesperism, attaining the condition of Vesperia, and then, of course, transcension is then an attainable condition following that. In choosing the second choice of Twilightide, called Evenfall, humanity is considered to face its devolution, its evolutionary descent into widespread infighting, continuing reduction in the production of knowledge, as well as death and destruction caused by a lack of resources in the closed system that is the Earth. Astronism regards this fate of humanity, which is given the title of crepusculis, to be inevitable if transcension does not occur, sometimes given as necessarily occurring before a specific time period. Crepusculis means the great twilight or eternal dusk. So this describes a sort of sorry condition for humanity, really, a very bad condition for humanity, in which the converments of scope, stellancy, and astronality have been ignored. The sidereal or the scope window has closed, and humanity has chosen this condition of, or this choice of evenfall, and has continued in that choice and has not taken opportunities to get away from that choice into sort of the descent, the great descent, or what we call crepusculis, and then obviously going to its what we call the starfall. So the culmination of the degradation of man as following on from the crepusculis is what we call starfall, or the great fall of stars. Starfall, in its broadest sense, is the astronist conception of the end of humanity, regarded as the climax of the devolution of man, and leading then to the extinction of the human species. Starfall is often conceptualized as an unstoppable astronomical event, especially an impact such as the Comet of Death, that puts an end to a humanity that is infighting for resources. In Astronist eschatology, starfall is regarded as the eventual conclusion of the story of the human species as a result of humanity's chosen path of evenfall. So again, starfall is the sort of culmination of the choice of evenfall, and is sort of the end, really marks the end or extinction of all humanity. So it's a very sort of somber topic, but of course, you know, we have to talk about this because this is what is going to take place if we don't embark upon transcension, if we don't take this opportunity, if we don't take the scope that we have been conferred. This is what is going to be our future because of the astronomical world and its functions. Star rise, alternatively, means that some astronists regard humanity as having already overcome the decision at Twilightide, having chosen Vesperism already. This is what we call star rise. Star rise is not is not in astronist orthodoxy, as I've written there on the third bullet point down. Star rise is instead sort of held by sort of fringe groups of astronists. And it's basically relates to the decision at Twilightide as having already been chosen, and that there already is a positive outlook for humanity's sidereality, that we've already chosen Vesperism by, you know, things like the space race and the work that Elon Musk is doing, and Jeff Bezos and NASA and all these people and organizations. This is what Star Rise usually uses as the justification for the idea that we've already chosen Vesperism and that we're already at the stage of Vesperia, and therefore that transcension is already attainable at this state or condition. In present Astronist orthodoxy, however, the decision at twilightide is not regarded as having already been decided on. And so, of course, in Astronist orthodoxy, we're regarded as still being in the condition of controversion and still being under the influence of controversion and still being in the condition of antipode. Okay. So again, just to give a recap there has been a long breakdown of this controversion due to the controversion of humanity's relations with the astronomical world. It is Astronism's sort of role, really, its central role is trying to restore this condition of humanity through its placement of man, through achieving the supersedence, through making the right choice at twilightide, which is Vesperism, the right choice for transcension, essentially, and not the right choice morally. We always have to make that distinction. But, again, that the choice of Vesperism at twilightide will then lead us to the condition of Vesperia, which then means that transcension is then attainable at that condition, and then we can move on from there and go on to the ultimation. But essentially that, really it is Astronist belief system that is trying to get humanity to move on from the controversion, move on from its state of antipode, to achieve a sort of humble principle of occulty, and then also to move on to the completion of the placement of man. So again, this is all referring to what we call the Astrosoteriology, this process of salvation, this process of transcension. And of course, this will continue on in subsection 6 when we talk about the Astrosoteriology more in depth and the potentializing of humankind. So in the previous subsection 5, we were talking about how the restoration of humanity will take place by means of Astronism, essentially by means of the placement of man, this process of the placement of man. And really the placement of man, its responsibility or its purpose is to get humanity to the point of supersedence and then also to the point of Vesperia, in which then transcension becomes attainable. So until the placement of man is completed, transcension will not be able to be embarked upon according to Astronist orthodoxy. So in this subsection, we're going to be focusing on transcension itself. So we've got to this stage of Vesperia, we've passed through the twilightide, we've chosen the choice of Vesperism, and we've at this point now where transcension is now attainable. It is now within our grasp. But there is still a lot that we need to do in order to achieve it, in order to maintain it. And this is what we call the process of the potentialization or the potentializing of humankind. And essentially, really, this is the core of Astrosoteriology. This subsection deals with Fundament 11, so just watch out at the end of this lecture for when I give the sort of overview of the 12 fundaments of Astrosoteriology, and you'll be able to then follow sort of essentially this subsection really wrapped up in just 1 or 2 sentences as part of the Fundament 11. So when I say that this section or this subsection, of the Astrosoteriology is, fundamental to this discipline, what I meant by that was that this deals with the branch of Astrosoteriology called analipsology. Analipsology refers to the dogma of transcension, and specifically it studies transcension. So Astrosoteriology studies sort of kind of everything really to do with the placement of man, sort of twilightide, the degradation, and also transcension. So astrosoteriology covers everything, whereas analipsology specifically deals with the process of transcension and the attainment of what we call transcensia, this condition of transcensia. So it's a branch of astrosoteriology. And of course, we're using the term dogma here to refer to transcension because it is one of the 5 dogmas of Astronism, essentially that if transcension is not incontrovertibly true, incontrovertibly true, then the Astronist system cannot, or there is no point for it to exist. It would not function without transcension being either true or partially true, or to some degree correct or right. So that's why we use the term dogma in this regard. So the first sort of branch of analipsology that we need to sort of address really is outlining transcension. So what really is this term referring to that we use throughout, that I have used throughout this lecture, and that is used throughout Astronist literature? So following the restoration of the relationship between humankind and the astronomical world, this was from the previous subsection, this process is called the reastration. Okay, which is conducted through astronism's placement of man, as I just explained. The transcension may then begin. So this is the stage that we are at now. Sorry, this is the stage that we are at in our sort of explanation of astronism. Of course, this is not the stage that we are at in sort of humanity as a whole and the world itself as we are right now. But essentially, only when the restoration of humanity's sideriancy has occurred may we then embark upon this endeavor of transcension. One may not embark upon a journey without first having repaired the vehicle that will transport them to their destination. Of course, there, what I mean is that, if we don't repair and sort of reestablish humanity cosmocentrically, then, and astrocentrically, then we will not be able to achieve our goals, use this vehicle that we are to achieve or reach our desired destination. Humanity's sideriancy is our literal means of transport when it comes to our transcension. What I'm trying to say there is that our relationship with the astronomical world, our relations with all that is above us and how we see all that is above us really is the literal means of transportation that is going to transport us upwards, that is going to allow us to achieve and sort of embark upon and achieve this process of transcension. So knowing, feeling, and becoming one with the astronomical world is the way by which our sideriancy is fixed from its state of antipode caused by the controversion. Of course, antipode and controversion were discussed in the 2 subsections ago, I think, where we looked at the breakdown between humanity's relationship with the cosmos or the astronomical world. So essentially, transcension then is the coming together of humanity, the union of humanity with the astronomical world as a means of potentializing the condition of the former through expansion into and exploration of the latter. It is the method presented by astronism through which humankind may potentialize itself from its present nascent, confined, earthly situation. Now, that's quite a mouthful. What I'm essentially trying to say there is that the astronomical world is the source, as I've said before, is the source of salvation, is the source of, has the opportunity, has the capacity to allow humanity to transcend upwards, of course, but also to transcend upwards in our minds, to transcend upwards spiritually, mystically as well. So really, transcension is discussing this idea and is focusing on this idea that if humanity approximates itself to the astronomical world, whether that means the individual when we're talking in terms of astrosis, or whether that means in terms of humanity as a whole when we're talking about transcension, really the focus here is that humanity should become into union with the astronomical world. And that essentially is what astronism is advocating for, as I've said there. What I mean by the present nascent condition of humanity is that we have all this potential, but we're not using it. And really, the Astronist belief system has been established in order to try and get humanity to use this scope, to use this opportunity that we have to expand into the astronomical world from the confined earthly situation that we find ourselves in, which is sometimes what we call the closed system of the Earth. Transcension, therefore, is the collective form of astrosis. I think I've mentioned that quite a few times now. This is meant for all humanity, while astrosis itself represents individual transcension, union of the singular person to the cosmic. Both of these forms of transcension share the common link or theme that through the astronomical world, salvation is achievable. And this is really the fundamental principle of astronism, really. And it's what we call Pyrrhonism, this idea that it is through the astronomical world in all variety of different ways, like I've spoken about, spiritually, physically, intellectually, that it has the capacity, that this environment above us has the capacity to save us and also to potentialize us. I often use the term salvation, and again, it is a good term to use, but also I don't think it sometimes captures what I'm trying to say. What I mean by salvation in many respects is really potentializing humanity, getting humanity to the condition that, we have the potential to become, rather than just staying here on the earth, or just not learning about the mysteries of the cosmos and having that relate to our religious and philosophical beliefs. Of course, this is the central theme and structure of all of astronism. So transcension is this entire process, really, this entire sort of long, arduous process that this is going to be to try and get humanity to potentialize itself by its venture into the astronomical world. Of course, this is a core belief of astronism and is a central theme of all astronauty. As one of the 5 dogmas, transcension has come to play a really crucial role in the formation of astronism. I don't think astronism really, there was a time when astronism existed before the concept of transcension had emerged in sort of my thoughts and writings and personal inspirations, but essentially, and astronism did exist then, but with the emergence of this concept of transcension, especially now that it's become more developed, really transcension has come to play a crucial role in how the Astronist belief system has formed. The classification of transcension as a dogma means that transcension is regarded as incontrovertibly true in order for the Astronist system to function. I think I've mentioned that at the beginning of this lecture, subsection of the lecture. Essentially, that it has to be true that the astronomical world is either a source, which is what we call Pyrrhonism, or the source, which is called what we call hyper-cosmocentrism, of salvation for humanity. So of course there I'm distinguishing between the idea that the astronomical world is just one of many sources, which is what we call the Pyrrhonist view, and also, or that the astronomical world is the only source, and that's what we call the hyper-cosmocentric view. Both are very interesting, and both are at the moment being discussed as part of sort of Astronist theory, really. Sometimes we will use the word Pyrrhonism as a sort of to cover both. And so when you use Pyrrhonism as a word, you need to kind of specify sometimes when are you referring to the astronomical world as just one source of salvation, or are you referring to it in a sort of as one of many salvations? That the astronomical world must hold the function or property to save humankind. Other words that we might use are potentialize, fulfill, or extricate itself through it, or else astronism is not worth existing. Then that's true. It kind of sounds a little bit blunt sometimes, but I really do think that's true, that, you know, if the astronomical world does not possess this function of salvation, this function of potentialization, this function of getting humanity to really become closer to the ultimation, then I'm wasting my time. Then astronism is wasting its time, and it needs to sort of go away and think about what it is if that is not true, because and this is why we hold it to be a dogma within astronism, not in the sense of other dogmas in other religions, but in just a sense of, if that isn't true, then the astronist system wouldn't be able to function. And that's how we sort of describe what a dogma refers to. Transcension may also be understood as the struggle for ultimation, for humanity cannot possibly realize or attain ultimation without first having undergone transcension. Transcension poses the questions, what is the ultimate? What is the ultimate condition for humankind? So again, these are really philosophical and religious questions. And again, this is, you know, how transcension is trying to relate these questions to the astronomical world, which is not something that you see in other religions, of course. This is how astronism is trying to distinguish itself, and how it has succeeded really in distinguishing itself. If we went back to the Aurignacians of the Paleolithic and showed them what humanity had achieved in the last 40,000 years or so, since they roamed the earth, they would likely regard us as the ultimate condition. We must consider how those humans 40,000 years from now may exist, so as then we may become closer to the ultimate. So again, this is kind of focusing on a word that I've not sort of used yet in this lecture, which is what we call futurocentrism. I think it may be used in the philosophy section, which is the next or maybe the third section of this total immersion. But essentially, what futurocentrism means is kind of sort of self-explanatory, but it says that, you know, the future is the most important thing rather than the past or present. The future is everything, really. And this is kind of sort of relating to that a little bit. It's sort of trying to get humans to think about the future, think about how humans in sort of 40,000 years or so, as I've said there as an example, trying to get them to think how they might see us, or how we should think about them, and try and sort of become like that in every way, and trying to progress humanity towards that. So that's, you know, a very interesting futurocentric understanding. But why does sort of humanity need to save itself anyway? You know, why does this transcension need to occur? This is a very, very valid question, and something that, you know, I'm constantly trying to provide more and more reasons for as I go through, you know, my career. Some may ask why transcension need occur at all. What is so wrong with humanity that we need to save or extricate ourselves? The answer comes when we consider our collective future, physiologically, intellectually, and existentially. It is not that humanity is wrong, but that we must look at ourselves as individuals and as a collective, clearly and honestly, to determine whether we are truly potentializing the opportunity that we, as a sapient species, have been afforded by our preferment. So again, what I'm trying to say there is that, you know, we really need to look at ourselves and think, are we actually sort of on that path to getting to the ultimate condition of our species? I don't think we are right now. And I think that we, because of the controversion in many ways, have become too self-concerned, too self-significancing, too self-worshipping, you know. And this is what astronism is trying to push us away from. It's trying to show us that cosmocentricity is the sort of the way to potentialize ourselves, and also to make use of our preferment that we've been afforded by the fact of our evolution. This is a really interesting slide, actually. This is talk about what we call the recoursement or recoursement. This word refers to the idea that humanity should save itself. So, for example, in Christianity, the central idea is that God sends his son to the earth to save humanity. Whereas in Astronism, we kind of take a really totally different approach to the idea of salvation, and really, in a way, try and put salvation into humanity's hands. And basically to say that, you know, humanity has the capacity to save itself. That really, yes, we have the scope, and we have the astronality and the stellancy and our preferment. We have these complements that we've been provided by, you know, whether that be by a divine entity or just by the natural course of the cosmos. You know, we have these things, and that these can get us to that salvation through transcension, to reach the ultimation. You know, we can use these things, so we don't necessarily need sort of an external force, really. I mean, an external force may be acting, a divine force may be acting to sort of guide this transcension, which is a definite possibility. You know, in astrotheism, that type of view is taken. In mainstream astronism, though, we generally don't use that type of terminology. We would say that humanity has the capacity to save itself, and that, you know, by using the complements that we've been bestowed. So, and also this also relates to the idea that whether or not humanity decides to save itself, the cosmos will still continue. You know, the astronomical world will still function on. There is no sort of punishment, really. The only kind of, you could argue, punishment, or they're not even really punishment, but sort of a consequence of not becoming sort of multiplanetary and sort of getting to that higher condition, is that we will eventually go extinct, that we will eventually undergo degradation, and, you know, devolve and extinct and go extinct, just like other species have. So again, Coursement is trying to, basically it's trying to say, yes, that humanity has the capacity to save itself, but it is also sort of underpinned by this idea that, you know, again, that if humanity doesn't do that, if humanity doesn't save itself, okay, fine, the astronomical world will still continue. And it's that kind of sort of offhand approach that Astronism takes to salvation that I think is quite interesting. It's putting the onus on humanity. You know, you should do this. You should do this. If you don't, okay, fine. Okay, fine. But you won't reach that ultimate condition, and you won't reach or understand the knowledge that, you know, understand this sort of the great sort of the great answers to the, you know, these greatest of questions. You know, you're not going to understand that. So, you know, it's kind of shrug your shoulder type of thing, really. You know, if that doesn't care, okay, fine. And the essentially the onus of salvation in Astronism is on humanity, essentially. So it's an interesting approach, one that may change in the future, one that could change in the future, but right now, that is our approach. That is, you know, definitely my approach to salvation. And I think, again, that sort of goes into sort of the nature of Astronism itself, you know, and how we're not here to really preach it, really. We're not really here to preach. We're just here to say, this is how you do it. And whether you do it or not, well, it's up to you, you know. But why does humanity need to save itself? So again, you know, a person who's a little bit skeptical about transcension may ask, well, why does transcension need to occur? You know, why is this important? Why does this need to occur? Well, there are many different reasons, and we can sort of split these down into the physiological, the existential, and the intellectual. Of course, the physiological is sort of the very much sort of survivalistic understanding. So I'll just read this out. The reality of humankind is that we are confined to the singular planet of the Earth, a situation that is called a closed system. The Earth has only a relatively limited amount of resources to provide humanity, and so, if humanity does not expand into outer space, then we will find our survival as a species in turmoil. Space exploration has already begun since the 1950s, showing that this embarkation on transcension is to some degree in motion already, in the survivalistic sense at least. So this is kind of going into the idea that we spoke about in the previous section, which is what we call star rise. This idea that, you know, we've already embarked on this, on the condition of transcension. We've already embarked on the process of transcension, that we've already made the decisions at twilight tide, especially in a survivalistic way. But I would argue that, you know, in the very much sort of intellectual, religious, and existential ways, we've not made that. We've not made that sort of decision yet, really. We've not made that leap forward yet. This is why Astronism exists, of course. However, the destiny and worthy of humanity is not simply just to survive, but it is to thrive and fulfill the favor we have been provided by means of the realities of the cosmos and our evolution to intelligence. In particular, Astronism stresses the importance of both the intellectual and the existential dimensions of transcension as acting symbiotically with the physiological. So again, we come here to the intellectual side of transcension. Due to humanity's confinement upon the earth, our capacities for gaining knowledge are fundamentally capped. We can only know so much about the cosmos and its functions from our minuscule perspective and position here on this singular planet, one of countless in even just our single Milky Way galaxy. Part of and often key to transcension is not only our physical movement upwards, but our mental ascension, which is of course why the worldview of Astronism is cosmocentric. The intellectual dimension deals with the acquisition of knowledge, prospecting for scope, attaining wisdom, discovering astronomical elixirs, and learning the answers to the biggest questions of life. So again, what this is trying to say is that really the intellectual side is the one that sort of, for Astronism, is the one that is requires to be most really focused on in many ways. You know, we've sort of got the survivalistic understanding on the way, but if we don't have the intellectual, then there's no point in doing the survivalistic or the physiological. You know, we need to really think about this. This is why Astronism is sort of emphasizing that we need to become cosmocentric in our minds before we start going up to the stars, because we're going to be thinking in an earthly way, and we can't be doing that. We're going to be thinking in an anthropocentric way, and we can't do that. Then we have the existential side. So through the fact of our intelligence, we can observe that we have been bestowed some degree of preferment in the cosmos. Therefore, it is our existential predetermination to potentialize our existence as a species, both individually and collectively, meaning to literally make the most of the scope, opportunity that we have been provided. Within this existential part, a spiritual and religious dimension is present. What this all means to say is that as single humans and as a collective humankind, we have the opportunity to reach ultimation. Yet we also have the opportunity to deny this. But Astronism, and by subsequent transcension, are established in order to provide the route by which humanity may pursue its potentialization. This existential dimension encompasses a personal and collective uniting with the astronomical world, mystically and spiritually. The potentialization of humans individually and sort of humankind collectively is also related, of course, to the fulfillment of humanity's cosmic favor. Cosmic favor is another word that we use for preferment. So again, this existential side is bringing a whole other dynamic to transcension and the rationale behind it. And, you know, I hope people in the audience are really understanding sort of the sort of gravity of this, the gravity of this existential dimension of transcension, and how, you know, this also links to a spiritual and religious dimension too. Overall, transcension is based on the belief that the astronomical world is the prime source of salvation for humanity in the cosmos, due to the astronomical world's status of being the existential source. Of course, we spoke about the existential source right at the beginning of the Total Immersion. So that shows how important that phrase and concept is to transcension. I think I might have said this before, but transcension is a term maybe used interchangeably with salvation. due to their close similarities, although the two are not entirely synonymous, because salvation generally implies a moral paradigm, and really salvation is sort of more used in the sort of Christian context, which implies a moralistic paradigm to sort of saving humanity morally, really. While transcension is oriented on an existential paradigm. So this is saving humanity sort of existentially, philosophically, physically, and sort of intellectually as well. So again, there's not really that moral paradigm for astronism. Or, I mean, there could be ethical, of course, there's ethical aspects that are involved in transcension, and we consider space ethics and sort of how things should be moralistically, but that's not the focus for us. The focus is this existential paradigm. And again, that's how we sort of distinguish the terms transcension and salvation. So when we move into sort of part two of this sort of section on analypsology, we come to the transcensional components. If anything can be understood of the process of transcension, is that it is a long, arduous, and highly complex process, or it will be, and that will no doubt take centuries, if not millennia, to accomplish. This is because to transcend all humanity in both body, mind, and being is a task of significant strenuosity. Then, in understanding this core quality of transcension, we must try to comprehend at least some of the most prominent components of this endeavor at the present time, hence the rationale for establishing this subsection of the Total Immersion. The splitting of soteriology. So astrosoteriology is split into personal transcension and collective transcension. I think I referred to that many, many times already in this lecture. Astrosoteriological doctrine addresses both of these types of salvation, some doctrine being intertwined with others. Personal transcension is the subsumption of the self, the acts or non-acts on scope that we are responsible for, as they were offered to us. They affect how they affect our lives and those around us. Collective transcension is the subsumption of the human species, those acts or non-acts on scope that we are responsible for as a collective humanity, or those individuals with an incredibly high composition or chosenness, whose acts or non-acts come to affect humanity as a whole. So, for example, there, of course, with my founding of Astronism, if I had not done that, then Astronism wouldn't come to affect humanity as a whole. So that is an example there of this concept of chosenness within Astronism, this idea that, a certain group of people have the scope and the opportunity to affect all of humanity rather than just themselves by, the actions that they do or the scope that they are provided with. So in Astronism, it is rejected that one single person, object, event, or place can attain transcension for all humanity. So that's a really key sort of point there, isn't it? This idea, and again, distinguishing Astronism once more from religions like Christianity and possibly also Islam, perhaps to some degree. This idea that no one person, no one object, no one event, or no one place can save humanity. That really it's sort of a multifunctional sort of process that salvation or transcension is, and that to say that one thing, whatever that one thing is, can save us is sort of a little bit contradictory. Is sort of a little bit sort of contradictory to the sort of the process, this arduous process that salvation is. I mean, you could say that we refer to the astronomical world as sort of a wholeness or a singularity, and that is sort of to some degree true, but really it is many different things, and it is many different components, isn't it? It's when we refer to the astronomical world, of course, we're referring to it in a singular way, but of course there are countless components of the astronomical world that we are referring to, as each will help us in the process of transcension. So, for example, our solar system is a distinct component of the astronomical world, from another solar system. Same for our galaxy and another galaxy. So again, when we refer to the astronomical world, we're not really referring, we are using a singular sort of phrase, but we're not referring to one place. We're referring to a multitude or countless amounts of places that will help to, well, are integral, as we all understand now about astronism, are integral to the process of transcension. So here what I've given is just sort of an overview of these two different derivations of transcension. First, we have collective transcension, which is what we sort of refer to the functions of what we call contributionism, which is sort of existential meaning sought and attained through contributing to transcension. So again, this is a very sort of naturalistic understanding of transcension, where, you know, we've got this one life and that we need to contribute as much as we can to transcension during our lifetime. That's very much a contributionist idea. Also in collective transcension, we have, and it's also a very naturalistic idea that also in collective transcension, we have transcensia or diesentia. We also call it diesentia. This is the higher condition of humanity when the endeavor of transcension is underway. So this is the opposite really of degradation, and it is sort of a sort of progression on from Vesperia, but also a progression on from archaeology, and certainly a progression on from what we call the antipode, the condition that we are currently in as a humanity right now. And then the third part of the collective transcension is what we call transmutism. Transmutism is an individual's offering of all their resources to the collective transcension, by proxy attaining their personal transcension. So the idea that, in a kind of way, is a little bit connected to contributionism, you know, the idea that if you give yourself fully to the collective transcension, that you will automatically have achieved your own personal transcension. That belief or sort of tradition of thought is what we have ascribed the term transmutism to. Personal transcension now, on the right-hand side, we've got the idea of elution, which is the property of transcension involving release from physical and intellectual constraints. So this is really referring to the attribute of transcension, that it has this capacity to sort of relieve us. We kind of use the word extrication actually often, or relieving of us, but mainly extrication, our extrication from these sort of physical, intellectual, and to some degree existential and spiritual constraints that we have right now as a species. Transortization refers to self-transience through thinking cosmically. So again, this is a sort of tradition or sort of astrosis methodology, which basically tries to remove oneself from the equation entirely, self-transience. So this idea that, you know, thinking cosmically all the time, always thinking cosmically, never thinking about you as an individual, as a way of gaining sort of this personal transcension, as, you know, and essentially thinking cosmocentrically, but sort of on a higher level in a way. It's trying to sort of transcend the self by subsuming into the astronomical world, essentially, is what that refers to. And then we also have what we call transcensional virtues. This is sort of bringing in a little bit of a moralistic understanding here. Those qualities of individual that help in or are supportive to the endeavor of transcension. Aspects, of course, include astronality, the degree of one's stellancy. So there's quite a few different transcensional virtues there. This is, again, like I said, is bringing a little bit of a moralistic idea into sort of personal transcension. You know, this idea that if we do certain things, we can achieve astrosis, and that is certainly true. You know, of course, because that means that you're taking advantage of your scope, and if you're taking advantage of your scope in a positive way, then, you know, you are on your way to achieving astrosis. So brilliant. Transcensional conformants, propellants. So transcensional conformants, essentially we know what a conformant is, don't we? We've got three so far that was bestowed during the scope of man. We've got scope, obviously, and then we've got astronality, and then we've got stellancy. Of course, we know that astronality and scope are unmerited conformants. So these are things that we get whether we we don't really need to do anything for them per se. They're always there and they're always available for us. Whereas stellancy is a little bit further away. It's what we call a merited conformant. It is something that has to be achieved. It is something that has to be earned, really. But these are not the only conformants that can or will exist in the future. We have what we call these sort of category of conformants called transcensional conformants. One of the main ones that we speak about currently is what we call propellants. Propellants is classified as a conformant alongside scope, astronality, and stellancy. However, propellants is different from these in that it is a conformant regarded as bestowed directly through astronism. So this is really, really interesting. In a way, propellants is astronism pushing humanity forward and elevating humankind so as to allow for transcension to occur quicker. It is for this reason that propellants is sometimes given the appellation of the transcensional conformant, because it is only after astronism's placement of man that the application of propellants will be able to take place. Another definition of propellants goes as, propellants is a redemptive conformant bestowed through astronism to propel humanity forward from its retrocedences and cesatrices in the spirit of, but not in the same way that returns to the scope of man. So again, this is sort of talking a little bit like a second scope of man in a way, but it's not, but it's sort of implying that a little bit. And of course, you know, this is what we call one of the first transcensional conformants that will be bestowed through astronism. It is also interesting and worthy to note there that stellancy in some regards is connected to the founding of astronism as well as a conformant. There is sort of dispute going on as to whether stellancy sort of has always existed prior to astronism, since the scope of man, or whether stellancy really has only existed since astronism, because astronism provides a person with the opportunity and sort of the guidance and sort of the support and system to sort of achieve a stellancy. And so because that system didn't exist before astronism, neither did stellancy. So there's a little bit of a dispute going on there, but it'll get resolved as, you know, we astronists sort of philosophers think and continue to, you know, debate and things like that, of course. So everything will continue to develop. Conformant types. So in delineating the conformant of propellants, we have come across the fact that there exists different types of conformants, which are primarily distinguished by their origins and the nature of their capacities. There are what we call natural conformants. These are the conformants bestowed to humanity through the physical facts of the cosmos and human existence, which obviously includes scope, which is opportunity, and astronality, emotional attachment to the astronomical world. Secondly, there are what we call systemic conformants. These are conformants bestowed through the fact of the system of astronism having been established, and therefore did not exist prior to astronism's founding, which includes stellancy and propellants. So again, there I've sort of, you know, taken the stance that stellancy only existed, you know, following astronism's founding, which, you know, is probably now maybe is getting sort of more support, perhaps. You know, I mean, I do sort of agree with that idea. I think that maybe a degree of stellancy, maybe like a proto-stellancy existed prior to astronism, because we know that, yes, certainly some people, a lot of people, in fact, in sort of ancient times and even in prehistoric times, perhaps, reached conditions and sort of proximities to the astronomical world. We know that. So to say that, to say really that stellancy only exists following Astronism is a little bit, I struggle with that a little bit. Even though I've written that, I do struggle with that a little bit. Probably what I have to say there is that the stellancy now, you know, the sort of modern stellancy, the contemporary stellancy, especially as this relates to transcension, it has only sort of existed since Astronism's founding, whereas a sort of proto-stellancy existed prior to Astronism's founding, which sort of had different components and different sort of themes and goals in a way. But it is an interesting idea to have, and we'll obviously continue to explore that. We see here in this distinction between these two different types of confirmants that Astronism's role is both as identifier with regards to natural confirmants and as conveyor with regards to systemic confirmants. For example, Astronism does not create or provide astronality. It merely simply identifies it. This is why experiences of astronality are sort of, in a way, you know, preceding a lot of the founding of Astronism. You know, there's a long history of experiences of astronality. And so obviously, you know, going back to prehistoric times. So again, what we need to think about there is sort of this idea that, you know, it has existed since the core quality of human beings, since the scope of man during the Paleolithic period. So we just need to think about that. Sorry, I'm just putting into my phone here that idea of the stellancy, because I didn't have that already. So let's continue. Personal commitment to transcension. A necessary part to astrosis, or personal transcension, is to contribute to the collective astrosis of humanity, a principle that is particularly emphasized in the monocosmist school of naturalism. So essentially what we say there is that, you know, the contribution to the transcension, to the collective astrosis is, you know, really, really important to the monocosmists, the people who believe that we only have this one life. They sort of reject all of transtellationism and basically say that contributionism is the main sort of goal or should be the main goal and should be the main life purpose of all astronists, essentially. The term that encompasses a person's commitment to the collective transcension of humanity is what we've called transmatism, which I've already spoken about. As such, to be transmatic or to transmatize means that a person offers all of their resources they can to further the mutual endeavor and to achieve the unified vision so as to progress human transcension in some way. Spoke a little bit about transortization earlier on, but this will give us a little bit more in depth. Cosmic thinking through philosophy is considered to achieve one's freedom because one is thinking and being beyond oneself, which is to be henceforth known or referred to as transortize, which is essential to the overall achievement of transcension. One is transcending themselves by focusing on wider humanity rather than their individual ability to achieve salvation. And so to transortize is to achieve salvation through self-transcendence, through salvation via wider humanity. So again, this is really trying to say that by thinking of others, by not thinking of yourself, you will achieve astrosis because you will become the highest person, the highest condition of yourself. Self-transcendence, or to transortize, is the central element of the militarian soteriological system. That's a really funny word that I've put in there. I shouldn't have put that word in there because it's a very old word, really, militarian. We don't really use that at all now. So I don't know why that word is in there, but it's an interesting, for people who follow the history of Astronism, they'll know that we used to use the word militism. And of course, I think there's a slide on that later on. And of course, you know, that's what that word there is referring to. So I'm going to just write a note to say that needs to be changed because we don't really use that term now. I mean, you can still use it, of course, but it's not sort of correct, really, the term to use there. But again, the point was that, you know, transortization can be a central element to, you know, the astrosoteriological system, you know, and it is an important aspect, and sort of brings in a more ethical side as well to the process of astrosis. Again, we've already gone over the concept of contributionism, so I probably don't need to cover that again. However, what we call a discontributor is those individuals who have refused to contribute to the transcension of humankind. This is really interesting. You know, these individuals who, you know, they outright refuse to sort of contribute in any way to transcension. They don't see transcension as the goal of humanity. They don't see transcension as sort of a form of certainly not a form of salvation, and certainly not the only form of salvation. You know, so these are people that we call discontributors, and you know, it's an interesting aspect to look at. In the previous section, or the previous subsection, we briefly spoke about the idea of suffration, the idea that in Astronism, you know, we embrace sufferings really to make ourselves better people, to sort of as scope, really, as opportunities to become better and higher persons, or to reach higher conditions. Suffrationism is the sort of embracement of predetermined hardships. It is sort of the formalization of this principle into, you know, a sort of formal belief structure, really. Suffrations are seen as honors that must be endured in order to reach a state of being worthy of both cosmic and transcendental insight. That's in different types of terminology used there, but it's basically saying that, you know, through the sufferings and through the hardships of life, we become better people, which I think most people would agree with, and that, you know, we need to go through these in order to achieve transcension, both as individuals in relation to astrosis, or as collective humanity in relation to the transcension. So as we now move into part 3 of analipsology, we come to the idea of transcension's promise. So just as like religion, astroncy, and by extension, astronism promises something, that the humanic exploration of the cosmos will lead to the salvation, transcension, of humankind as a means of eventually realizing and attaining the ultimation, the answers to all questions. Personal transcension, astrosis, and collective transcension are sealed as part of this promise, with individual achievement of the former contingent upon eventual achievement of the latter. So again, this is really interesting in the sense that, you know, persons' individual achievements of astrosis are actually contributing to the overall achievement of transcension, the overall endeavor of transcension. That's a really, really core principle of the nature of transcension that needs to be not forgotten. This promise that Astronism makes means that it is indebted to humankind until this promise is fulfilled. And so the plan of transcension has been devised by myself as Cometan, Astronism's founder, to provide humanity the method by which transcension may be achieved. So yes, Astronism does promise salvation through the astronomical world by means of transcension. And so Astronism has been founded in order to provide the goal, or sorry, to provide the guide that is going to do that. You know, so this promise that I and Astronism are making, that we Astronists are making to all the world, we need to be able to fulfill that. And through transcension, that is why we regard transcension to be the sort of fulfillment of that promise. Transcension and eventually achieving, hopefully, the ultimation will be the fulfillment of that promise for all humanity, and that astrosis and eventually cosmosis is the fulfillment of that promise for the individual person. The promise of transcension has different immediate implications for the individual than that of the collective. It is a fact of cosmic limited existence that even now I, as Cometan, will not live to see humanity's attainment of transcension, nor will I see humankind's realization or attainment of the ultimation, or even humanity's condition of ultimateness. My cosmic cessation is inevitable. And that's a real fact that I have to accept. Apologies for the spelling mistake there with humanity's should say attainment. But really what I'm trying to say there and to sort of put into perspective is that, you know, I'm not going to be around. I don't know sort of in the future, you know, people in the future, I hope that you're listening and that you're really taking on board what I'm trying to say here, that you're really comprehending what I mean. You know, I don't want to get sort of emotional about it, but I don't know, it's just very sad that I'm never going to see that. I'm not going to see this promise come true within my lifetime. Hopefully that there exists, and this is why I sort of sometimes move into sort of transcensionist thought. I do hope that I'll still be able to observe humanity from somewhere else, you know, whether that be sort of an extra cosmic existence or divine existence. Sometimes, you know, I do sort of fall into that thinking and that believing and that faith, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, but it's sort of, it is sad a bit to think that, you know, this transcension that I'm talking about, I'm not going to see it. But what I want is for the future of humanity to see it. I want future humans to see it. I want my descendants to see it. I want people that I don't even know to see it and appreciate it and to embark upon that journey, that wonderful, brilliant journey that transcension is going to be. Transcension and scope. So let's move on to transcension and scope. These are facts of cosmic existence, particularly cosmic cessation, that cannot be denied, distorted, or otherwise ignored. However, in achieving astrosis, personal transcension, the dynamics of scope are changed. What it means to achieve astrosis is actually that the scope afforded to the person during their cosmism is fulfilled. To have achieved astrosis means that a person has become one with the cosmos during their lifetime, which means that they have fulfilled to the highest possible degree the scope that has been afforded to them during their lifetime to contribute to or otherwise engage with the astronality and stellancy. Essentially, that this person has potentialized themselves to the furthest extent possible for them. And essentially, that's what astrosis is. That's what transcension is, but for humanity as a whole, of course. So, you know, that's what we need to consider, really. And just think about this. Just think about it. In doing this, a person unlocks one of two capacities. The first, upheld by the school of naturalism, while the second is upheld by the school of what we've already referred to many times, transtellationism. The naturalist school asserts that one's achievement of astrosis allows for the assured rest of their scope, meaning that this person can undergo cosmosis, specifically cosmic cessation, at death with the assurance, repletion, that they have done all they could with their scope during their lifetime. This view is held because it is based on the belief in monocosmism, that each person has just their corporeal lifetime to engage with confirmance and therefore insists that at the moment of death, a person undergoes cosmic cessation immediately. However, this view is rejected in the transtellationist school. In the transtellationist school, they speak about what we call the manipulation of scope. And again, this is sort of a belief that is sort of maybe distinguishing the transtellationist school altogether. In transtellationism, the manipulation of scope doctrine is established, which mainly asserts that there exists scope between cosmization, corporeal death, and cosmosis, cosmic cessation, that is accessible to and manipulable by human beings during their post-corporeal existence, if they achieve astrosis during their lifetime. The opposite of the aforementioned feeling of repletion is that which is called depletion or deficience. This is a person's realization that they have not fulfilled their predetermined figureship because they have not sufficiently actioned the scope cosmically afforded to them during their lifetime, which may then lead to them to work harder at achieving astrosis before their corporeal death. As this topic moves into the field of eschatology, more dedication will be made to it during section 7, titled The Eschatology of Astronism. I think it's still section 7. Yeah, I think it is. So again, what I'm trying to say here is, and really what Transtellationism is saying here, is that after we've died, there is opportunities, further opportunities for scope, further opportunities for the manipulation of scope if astrosis is achieved. So you need to focus on achieving astrosis, and then you'll be able to manipulate scope following your death. It's an interesting concept. Essentially, the disagreement between naturalism and Transtellationism is that the former regards the mortal human lifetime to be the only scope conferred by the cosmos, while the latter asserts in addition to the cosmos conferred during the mortal human lifetime, there exists further scope in a person's post-corporeal spiritual existence. Even with Transtellationism, there is debate over the nature of the achievement of this manipulation of scope, namely causing a divide of this into two opposing halves: the exclusive manipulation of scope, which is what we call scopic exclusivism, and the universal manipulation of scope, scopic universalism. Scopic exclusivism states that the manipulation of scope is only attainable through one's corporeal achievement of astrosis, the making best use of one's corporeal scope, while scopic universalism regards the manipulation of scope as not contingent on a person's achievement of astrosis. So again, we're getting sort of different branches here of Transtellationist thought on the manipulation of scope. This Transtellationist view of astrosis, whether exclusivist or universalistic, sees a person's achievement of astrosis as fundamentally connected to the person's post-corporeal spiritual existence, specifically regarding their journey of cosmosis. There exists a wide range of beliefs within the school of Transtellationism that regard post-corporeal occurrences, one such being the doctrine of the manipulation of scope, following cosmization, so as to allow for individuals to achieve post-astrosis and to realize and perhaps even attain the ultimation. So there's a lot there. Maybe what you should do is just pause it, read through that, and just try and digest what's going on there. We're going into much more depth here as to, you know, the belief specifically of Transtellationist schools. So just maybe pause it there, or maybe take a look at something that I've written on Transtellationism, just to get a sort of background to what I'm trying to say there with that slide. As I've said at the beginning of this sort of section on transcension's promise, you know, there certainly is a promise in Astronism, and that is transcension, that is salvation by means of the astronomical world. And of course, to return to that primary topic, it remains important Astronist practice to vindicate this promise. As such, the question emerges as to how do we know this promise of transcension to be true? We know the promise of transcension to hold truth because of the physical, observable realities of the astronomical world as being both the origins of human life and the origins of cosmic existence itself. As the dogma of transcension states that the astronomical world is the place where humankind will find the answers to its most solemn existential questions, and is the place where humanity will possess the scope to save itself from its devolution, then the authority of all that is astronomical in the material world embodies the physical, observable vindication of this promise. So just think about that when we talk about the vindication of the promise here. Then we come on to what we call coruscation. So the promise of transcension is perhaps best encapsulated by the principle of coruscation. Coruscation refers to, it's essentially a metaphor and a related principle that starlight is the way to comprehending truths about ourselves as humans and as lighting a path to the unlocking of the mysteries of the cosmos as the redemption of humanity. The phrase lighting the way to truth is often used or is often invoked when relating to this principle, and this encapsulates the promise that transcension will provide both truth and potentialization for all humanity. So this part 4 of the analepsology will deal with what we call the intendants of transcension. What is the economy of transcension? Also called the Siderean economy, or simply the intendants. Really, it refers to the management of this process of transcension that I've been speaking about. You know, who, what, and how is transcension going to be guided or managed? This is what the economy of transcension is referring to or deals with. And really, this describes the means by which transcension will be guided or otherwise managed, a role regarded as conferred through Astronism to the Astronist Institution. This is what we call the office or role of intendancy. Okay, so the Astronist Institution's role is to foresee this, to see this through, to see through this process of transcension, to see this come to fruition. And this is why I've bestowed this to through Astronism to the Astronist Institution, because I know that I won't be around, as we've spoken before about that earlier on, and that the Astronist Institution could be, that as an institution it will continue on, that people will come and go within it, but that the institution will continue, and that it will continue on to times in the future when, you know, we can, you know, it will be in times when transcension will be possible. So the transcendent economy then, or the intendant economy, interprets humanity's endeavor of transcension as fragile and constantly subject to potential relapse, what we call retrocedence, into the antipode, okay, into the state of the antipode or the condition of the antipode. A crucial part of the Astronist Institution's role then in the transcendent economy is its identification of the instances in which invocations of transcension occur as particular types of scope that help to propel the transcension. So again, the institution's role is to not only identify these invocations bestowed by the cosmos, but to utilize them, to sort of better fulfill the preferment of humanity, to better fulfill the process and progress the process of transcension, okay? So this is the institution's role in this, that some people may have been wondering, what does the institution do in this? Well, this is the institution's activities. It is sort of the management of this process of transcension, really on behalf of humanity. Remember before when I was saying that humanity has the capacity to save itself through transcension? Well, the institution is there to help see that through and to kind of represent humanity really through the body of astronists that it represents through the Astrosa. What we refer to as an invocation of transcension, or a transcensional invocation, is an event, concept, movement, or person, or a group's actions that is regarded as progressing to some degree or in some way humanity's attainment of transcension. Essentially then, invocation in this context of transcension is actioning, is any action really that propels the course of transcension. These invocations are regarded as cosmically bestowed, of possible divine origin, depending on your views on intervenience, which we'll come to later on, as a result of humanity's preferment. And as already stipulated, it is the role of the institution to identify and utilize these invocations whenever they do manifest. Is there a plan of transcension? This is really interesting. So due to the complexity and gravity of this endeavor of transcension, you know, it's the most important endeavor, really, for all humanity. It makes sense that a plan for this endeavor would need to be conceived and thereafter established. This is what we call the plan of transcendence, and forms an aspect of the broader, what we call intendence or economy of transcension. The plan of transcension is that part of the economy of transcension that was directly devised by my work as the role of Cometan, regarded as manifested through Astronism and as managed by the institution in its role as the conferred body. The plan of transcension is embodied in Astronism itself as an ordered system of beliefs and practices whose adherence to and application of, respectively, are regarded to poise humanity so that transcension may occur forthwith and with as little retrocedence as possible. So again, we're getting down to the brass tacks of what Astronism's role is and how this relates again to the institution, but also how the Astronist belief system has a very central role in this sort of endeavor and in the plan, really, of transcension. Humanity's course to transcension, mentioned in brief already, has been the course to transcension. This term describes the destined path of humanity to embark upon space expansion so as to achieve transcension, a course that humanity is believed to be reset upon through the founding of Astronism and its subsequent placement of man. It can be either. It is this course of transcension the economy of transcension as the duty of maintaining so that humanity does not suffer too much retrocedence. So again, really the Astronist belief system is trying to reduce as much as possible the ideas of, the controversion, but also retrocedences. Okay, and it's trying to kind of reduce these retrocedences as much as possible to try and maintain humanity on this course to transcension. So this is the sort of endeavor, this role that Astronism is trying to attain or achieve or fulfill. Personal role in the intendance. This is really interesting when we regard sort of the role of the individual as it relates to this sort of the intendance or the economy of transcension. Of course, the economy of transcension describes the universal management of humanity's transcension, but there is also an important role for the individual to play, just as there is an important role for individuals in the broader transcension through their own personal transcensions. What is called an endued fate in the context of the intendance is the fact of each individual human being, by the virtue of the scope of man, having been endowed with a unique composition of qualities and degrees of scope that can be put into use in the economy of transcension if, of course, such individuals choose to potentialize their scope. So again, this is how we see the role of the individual in the intendance, this idea of actioning scope. Well, firstly, identifying scope, accepting scope, and then acting upon scope. That is the fundamental central role of the individual when it comes to transcension. Then we have this idea of promination, really, which describes Astronism as taking on the role of resetting humanity on the path to transcension, which is kind of what we spoke about in the last subsection, really. This idea of the placement of man and Astronism's sort of role of sort of resetting humanity, removing the dislodgement of the controversion and trying to move past that and progress past that. This is kind of going over a similar concept here, but it's still important, obviously, to consider. We have also then what we call Fiderism. Fiderism is this belief that Astronism and all that it encompasses is the key to the achievement of humanity's salvation through space expansion and exploration. This is what we call Fiderism. Why Fiderism? Because the Latin word for trust is fiducia, and the trust that we as Astronists place on the system of Astronism is the same trust we place on each other to fulfill our obligations. Astronism has an obligation to fix the condition of humankind and to give humankind its great potential. What is called the plan of transcension is actually Astronism's proposal for the fulfillment of this potentialization. So really, when we talk about fiderism, the idea that I believe in the Astronist system, and this is when I sometimes say, I believe in Astronism, I'm not just saying that I believe in the beliefs of Astronism, I'm actually saying that I believe in the system of Astronism. Whether that system is the same in 100 years or it looks absolutely totally different because of the progression of humanity by that time, I believe in the Astronist system. That is what fiderism here is trying to say, that no matter what the Astronist system looks like, I trust this system, I believe in this system. And sometimes I use that word when I'm sort of out lecturing and doing other sort of promotional things. I'll say, I believe in this system. And that's what fiderism, that type of belief is what we call fiderism. And then finally, what we have is what we call preventionism. Preventionism is a significant term in the Astronist Soteriology because it regards the mindset and belief system of those individuals who attempt or have attempted to prevent humanity's achievement of transcension. We always, in anything, we have to look at what we want to achieve and how we need to think and be and act in order to achieve that. Obviously, in the context of Astronism, that goal is transcension, but also important is to identify what is not that, what the way that is not to be, the way that is not to think, the way that is not to sort of have the mindset of. And this is what we call preventionists. Preventionists are those individuals who actively or in a way passively, sort of deny sort of the transcension, deny this idea that humanity should sort of transcend the stars. This is what we call preventionism. Preventionism encompasses a lot of different beliefs, many of which are also anti-cosmocentric usually, and these types of beliefs are followed by people that we call preventionists. The final part of analipsology is what we call really addresses the nature of transcension. And this is what we call part 5. And this is the final part of this subsection of the lecture as well. Or it might not be actually. No, it's not. No, it's not the final part. It's just the final part of the analipsology section of this lecture, of this subsection of the lecture. Oh, the total immersion is so huge. It is just so absolutely massive. So this is why sometimes it can get a little confusing. I've tried to sort of break it down as much as I can and try and make it as easy and digestible as possible, but sometimes it's just really, really difficult. Anyway, so let's move on now to the nature of transcension. Many appellations are presently emerging to denote the endeavor of elevating humanity to the astronomical world. Of course, this is what we refer to mainly as transcension. Among astronists, we refer to this as transcension, although there are many other, appellations that may refer to this. Elevation is maybe one of them. We also use the word analepsis as well. Astronism sees the elevation of humankind in thought, in action, and in belief to the astronomical world as its principal aim, typically conceptualized as a means of and form of salvation of the existential kind, not just the moral kind. So it also includes the moral, but includes not just the moral, essentially. Transcension is twice threefold in nature. It has both 3 states and 3 dynamics. So transcension is both an ongoing process as well as a past and future condition. Hence, transcension is both dynamic, meaning that it is processual, and conditional, static. These 3 states of transcension are what we call pre-transcensia or pre-transcension, elevation of man, and transcension or transcensia, the grand world. Okay, so these are just some aspects here. The 3 dynamics of transcension relate to transcension according to the 3 temporal conditions of the past, the present, and the future. It is these temporal conditions that form the 3 dynamics of transcension, which are scopation, derailed by the controversion. So this is what we refer to as the scope of man, essentially. It's related to that. placementation, fixing the controversion, and transcension, realizing the potential of humankind. Okay, so we kind of spoke about these things, but we're just kind of putting them into frameworks and theories and trying to make them more digestible, really, is this part of the analypsology. And that's it. That comes to the end of that section. So we're going to move now on to what I've referred to already, mentioned already, is scopology, which is the fulfillment of cosmic favor. So in the previous section of this sort of section on what we call the Astrosoteriology, we were looking at sort of the controversion and how the breakdown between the Sidereancy of humanity, humanity's relations with the astronomical world, had really sort of taken effect. And then we were looking at how that may be then restored through actioning the confirmants that we have, such as scope, stellancy, and astronality. And then we were also looking at the role of Astronism and the belief system and practices of Astronism, how they affect or are involved in this activity. And now we're going to take a look at what we've referred to throughout this lecture series so far as preferment, or what we call cosmic favor. What we refer to as scopology is the study of how we go about fulfilling this preferment. We've talked about quite a bit about how humanity has this preferment. We have this sort of chosen status in a way, and we have this opportunity to embark upon transcension. But how do we go about doing that? This is what scopology is trying to really understand. It's not specific, it's not studying the scope of man, because of course that is addressed in proto-anthropology, which is what we've spoke about in a previous subsection. But really this scopology is dealing with scope itself. How do we action the opportunities that come before us? And I've sort of split this into a who, what, where, when, why, and how conversation, really, just to kind of make it a little bit more palatable, I suppose. So indeed, the concept of humanity and all other sapient species as chosen or preferred is important, because this bestows the duty and responsibility to achieve transcension upon such chosen species. So again, if we hadn't had this sort of preferred status, if we hadn't evolved in the way that we have, then there would be no capacity for us to try to transcend. I mean, if you look at an ant, for example, there is no possibility in the current evolutionary stage for an ant to transcend among the stars in the way that we can have that capacity to. I mean, you can put an ant on a spaceship, but the ant is not going to take that in. The ant is not going to understand. The capacity for that species is not there. And this is something that, I mean, when we refer to preferment, it's a very literal understanding, but really what we're trying to say is that we are an evolved species that is different from other species, and that we have this capacity for transcension that other species do not possess. So it is the task of Astronism to encourage humanity to fulfill this preferment, to fulfill this cosmic favor that we seem to have through humankind's transcension. In this regard, humanity is presently the only known chosen species in the cosmos. Of course, this doesn't mean that there is no other chosen species, because of course in Astronism we believe that countless other species, both preferred and not preferred, are populating the galaxies of the cosmos. But what we're trying to say in there is that of course we've never come across a species like our own yet, or similar to, or beyond our own yet, certainly not beyond our own yet, who can sort of engage in transcension like we can, has that capacity and that intelligence to do that. So again, This is why we're referring to this idea that we are the only chosen species in the cosmos so far, according to our knowledge, which actually is very, very little knowledge, which is why, of course, we want to, you know, get to transcension, because then our knowledge will increase tenfold as a result of that. So what? Ask the question what, really, to refer to what is preferment. Preferment is humanity's unmerited favor in the cosmos. So again, it's a little bit like confirmants. Really, confirmants are a product of this sort of unmerited preferment, really. And essentially it was demonstrated through our experience of the scope. So a scope is whenever a species looks up at the night sky and is able to take in and sort of has the capacity to understand what they are perceiving and to engage with that on multiple different levels. That's what we'll call a scope. And in astronism, a scope is what distinguishes a sapient species from just a sentient species, okay? I think we've spoke about this a little bit earlier on. Of course, our scope that we refer to is what we call the scope of man, or the scope of humankind. Just like all other species of aspects of astrosoteriology, preferment is split in two by its concerns for the individual and for the collective. Of course, we call that personal favor and specific favor, respectively. Devolutionism states that humanity will enter a state of decline and eventually become extinct in the closed system of the Earth if space expansion does not progress before the scope window closes. So again, we kind of already spoke about this when we were looking at Twilight-eyed and the choices at Twilight-eyed and the resulting degradation if humanity doesn't choose the sort of the option of transcension, really. But you know, this is just sort of going over a similar concept here, which is that, you know, there is a scope window, there is sort of a there is a definite time when humanity's opportunities, humanity's scope will end, and we will have passed through that line, we will have passed beyond that, and following that, we will no longer be able to attain that transcensional state, which is what we call Vesperia, of course. The Earth in astronism is classified both in terms of its resources and its intellectual capacities for humanity to be a closed system. So not only is the Earth a closed system in terms of resources, it's a closed system in terms of our intellectual and even our mystical capacities. You know, we can only know so much by being a species that is on the Earth only. We can only experience so much on the Earth, you know? So not only is there sort of a practical resource-based closed system concept for the Earth, but also an intellectual and spiritual side as well. A closed system, then, is an environment that is relatively limited and typically pertains to a single planet, continued residence within which, without expansion into the open space of outer space, for a sapient species is regarded to lead to dissension or devolution. The fulfillment of humanity's unmerited favor is regarded as only achievable in the environment, place, and open system of the astronomical world, because the astronomical world possesses the scope, possesses the capacities for us to transcend. Okay, this is why we refer to the astronomical world right at the beginning as our existential source, because it has that capacity. The Earth does not have that capacity on its own to do that for us. This is why we're talking about transcending to the stars, because that's where we're going to fulfill this cosmic favor. So when? The question of when the scope window will close is a topic of virulent debate within astronism, with various degrees of imminence established to encapsulate this regard of belief. Some regard the scope window to be closing imminently, typically within the next decade. I know people who believe this. Others regard it to be closing within a specified amount of time, such as within a century or two, while others still regard the window of scope to be open-ended, not giving any specific time period for humanity to have commenced its transcension. I think generally Astronist orthodoxy would settle in the middle there. It would say that, you know, we have a couple more centuries, you know, before the scope window closes, but it doesn't go as far, sort of as either extreme, really, to say that it's imminently going to close, but that also, you know, the other extreme that, you know, it's never going to close, or that we have sort of an unlimited amount of time. So there is a difference there between the two. And Astronist orthodoxy sort of sits in the center there. Then we ask the question, why? The fulfillment of humanity's cosmic favor is crucial in order to avoid the devolution of man. Of course, this is why, one of the reasons why we're doing this, why we're talking about transcension, because we don't want to fall into the devolution of man. We don't want our species to go extinct. We don't want to devolve. We want to keep evolving, okay? Devolution entails dissension, degradation, the crepusculus, and the eventuality of starfall, as outlined in the crossroads of twilight-tide. So again, we spoke about a few of these words before. Dissension or dissension really refers to the sort of condition that we will be in throughout the degradation, and sort of that will continue to get worse. Sorry, as time goes on, that will continue to get worse, and which will eventually lead to starfall, which is, of course, our extinction. Humanity's aversion to the fulfillment of its preferment will lead to a continued state of descopy, disallowing humanity from attaining the answers to existence as part of the Great Struggle. The Great Struggle is just an alternative appellation for transcension. That's all that is. Fulfillment of preferment is regarded as achieved through a variety of different engagements with scope. So we've got enscopement, which is the endowment of scope to something. So you can actually provide scope to a person, an object, a place, or an event, or an idea even. And this is the capacity really to give opportunity. So you can actually do that. I'm sure that there are also other aspects as well, you know, that a person can do that for you as well, or an object can do that for you. This is what we call enscopement. Then we've got mobilization, which is a sort of organized collective use of scope by humanity in the name of transcension. So again, this mobilization will only come sort of once we've embarked upon transcension, and a sort of really, mobilization is part of what I referred to earlier as the elevation of man. You know, the actual lifting, physical lifting up of humanity to the stars, and mentally as well. That's what we call mobilization. A sort of organized effort to do that is what we call mobilization. Then we've got prospection, which is actively seeking out scope. So this is where a person or a group, you know, actively seeks out opportunities in the astronomical world, whether physically, spiritually, intellectually, okay? Scopation, making use of scope. So of course, this is central. Essentially, actioning scope really is what we call scopation. Scoperization, again, is another term for the actioning of scope. And then we've also got scopization, which is the identification of scope. Often scopization is, well, it is sort of, what's the word? It is down to the individual for much of it, but as I think I've mentioned previously, the Astronist Institution also has a responsibility to identify scope and to help people, either individually or humanity as a whole, to identify their scope. So then we come to scope, sort of the concept of scope and its effect on astronism, okay? It has had a huge effect on astronism. And this is really why sometimes we call it what we call the governing principle, as a sort of colloquial term really for scope. Although in Astronism, the concept of scope is focused on its application to the context of transcension and the astronomical world, scope may be applied to almost any aspect of life. And it is sort of, we're beginning to see, as we move out of the founding era slowly, we're beginning to see scope in Astronist materials begin to take on a more broader context, a more broader application to all aspects of life, you know, an Astronist approach to all aspects of life, really, rather than just in the context of transcension, of course. So it seems that other religions and belief systems focus not on what we as humans can do or could hold the potential to do, but what we cannot do and hold not the potential to do. And again, this is sort of in what I'm trying to say there is that, you know, some religions or majority of religions are focused on teaching their individuals what they cannot do, what they cannot engage with, what they shouldn't do. Whereas, you know, in Astronism, it's sort of flipped on its head and we try and focus on what we have the potential to do, being a little bit more positive, you know, trying to focus on what we could hold, what we could achieve. You know, Astronism, through the establishment of the category of belief systems of astroncy, intends to establish a new dynamic sort of understanding of this morality and ethics, one in which the complement of scope allows for the potentializing of humanity, humanity's reaching of our potentials, both individually and collectively. Scope in Astronism, there are many different uses. You can use scope as a verb. So, you know, you're going to scope out how you're going to achieve astrosis. I'm going to scope astrosis. You can use it as a verb. Its second type of use comes with relevance to Astrosoteriology to denote opportunity of the present moment. This is the scope used as a noun mainly, and how I've mainly referred to scope throughout this lecture and other materials. Its third use comes in the form of denoting a particular instance of opportunity. So you may refer to scope when you're talking about an individual instance in which opportunity for transcension becomes available. So you may use that as a scope, okay? Its fourth use comes to denote scopes of species, which I've just explained a few slides ago, which is the awakening of the relationship between humanity and any sapient species, which then allows that species to become sapient. So prior to that, it was sentient species, and then following that, it becomes sapient. The term's fifth type of use comes as it relates to the transition of a species from sentience to sapience. So, of course, I've just referred to that there. So there's a few different uses for scope, and it's a very important word in Astronism. The concept of scope is central, as I've just said, to all Astronism, and it's particularly definitive of an astroncy or astrontial belief system. Scope, the opportunity of the present moment to know, to love, and to come into reunion with the cosmos, regarded as a blessing. Aspilation means Astronism is about reaching for the stars. This is sort of a very more romantic understanding of Astronism, but it relates definitely to scope and is sort of a more, you know, poetic understanding. You know, this idea that scope is all about opportunity, all about reaching your potential, reaching for the stars, literally, as we refer to transcension, obviously there. Scope is regarded as received through the course of the cosmos or its will, typically by some extra cosmic year source, which, you know, obviously in some regards that is not the case. Very sort of strong astronaturalists would disagree with that. Not all astronaturalists deny the concept of the divine, but a lot will, who are more sort of, you know, extreme versions of astronaturalism. They would understand, you know, the cause of the cosmos to be it. You know, that is what's providing us with scope, rather than sort of an extra cosmic year source or divinity that is sort of providing us with scope. Generally in Astronism, when we're talking about God or the divine, we're talking about God in terms of the degree of scope or opportunity that God is sort of providing us through intervenience into the cosmos. The scopic religion. This is really interesting. So it's kind of this is kind of a nickname really for Astronism, also called the religion of opportunity, because of its central theme is focused on scope. On a very human level, Astronism is about making decisions and acting upon the opportunities that are presented to us, or actively finding opportunities in the world around us. So that's a very, very interesting and sort of kind of like a new understanding of Astronism that is very scopic, very sort of scope-oriented definition of Astronism there. Very interesting. These opportunities that we are presented with, or we otherwise go out in search for, are opportunities for potentializing ourselves, essentially making the most of ourselves. Okay, and there's very different forms of scope. Scope may be understood dualistically. One side is its positive application, whereas the other side, denotes its negative application. Of course, positive scope, which is really when we're just referring to scope. So when I'm talking about scope, technically I'm referring to positive scope generally, unless I otherwise state, that it's negative scope. Positive scope is the opportunity of the present moment. Okay, we've used that language quite a lot. Afforded to all living human beings to do something so that they may become the highest or higher version of themselves, especially as a means to achieve astrosis, or in the case of humans collectively, to achieve transcension. Negative scope, therefore, is the opportunity, scope, afforded to humanity not to do something. So this is where sort of kind of like a morality comes in here, or an ethics, where you could have the opportunity to steal something, which of course you shouldn't do, because that is very negative and it's not a good thing. It's not a good contribution to the world. It is not right to do that. It's not right to take something that isn't yours. So what that person has in that moment is what they have negative scope. They have the opportunity not to do something. They have the opportunity, it's the same when we're thinking about space exploration right now. And, if we were going to set up on Mars and begin to terraform Mars, is that a negative scope opportunity where we have the opportunity not to destroy an environment that is existing on its own as fine on its own? Do you know what I mean? So you've got to sort of understand really and try and determine what is positive scope, what is going to positively contribute to the transcension of humanity or to the transcension of the self, and what is negative scope, what is sort of not going to contribute to either, the human transcension or the individual transcension. And, you have the opportunity then not to do that thing, not to engage in that sort of negative act. Okay, so there's that two aspects there, isn't there, of scope. We're now going to move on as we sort of begin to come to the end of sort of this very core aspects of Astrosoteriology. We come to what we call the Astrotic elect, which is the discipline that deals with this concept is psephology. Okay, this is really interesting. So essentially, the central concept that psephology deals with is the idea that only a certain proportion of humans, only a certain proportion of humanity is elected for transcension or is elected to achieve astrosis. And this group is what we call the Astrotic elect, or simply the elect sometimes. The discipline of psephology was quickly established in order to consider this concept and how it would come to affect other aspects of astrosoteriology and astroeschatology. This group of people, as I've just said, is what we call the Astrotic elect, because they are regarded to have been specially chosen for astrosis, a quality of theirs that they may reject or deny, but cannot change their innateness to. So this is really interesting. You can be elected for transcension, but you can choose not to engage in that. You can choose not to do that, but you can't deny that that was within you and that is a part of you, this innateness to yourself. This is what we call the Astrotic elect. whether this is true is another thing, and we have to debate, is this the right way, or is this the truth? Positions in the concept of the elect. So we've got sort of three positions, really. We've got Sepharianism. Sepharianism states that only a select proportion of humanity, called the Sephate, will attain astrosis and therefore contribute to humanity's transcension, while the rest, called the Disephate, will undergo cosmic cessation without having ever attained transcension or astrosis for themselves. Often this elect or Sephate corresponds to the global community of astronists, the Astrosa, while the Disephate corresponds to those who belong to or support the controversion. So again, what we're talking about here is generally corresponds, not always. Some people regard that is not true, but generally the Sephate corresponds to the Astrosa, the worldwide community of astronists, and the Disephate corresponds to the worldwide community of contrarians, or people belonging to the controversion. Then we've got Omnitarianism. The notion opposed to the concept of the astrotic elect asserts that astrosis, and by extension transcension, are open to all receptive persons. Okay? And then finally, we have what we call Theosepharianism, the notion that a higher power has pre-selected those who will attain astrosis, and of course then will engage in transcension. Really, what you could say with Sepharianism and sort of Sephology overall is that it's focused on this idea, really, that astronists are a chosen people, that astronists are an elected people, that these are the people who have seen the importance of transcension, that this is the group of persons, this is the sort of branch of humanity, really, that has the capacity, really, to attain astrosis, wants to attain astrosis, and wants to contribute to the transcension. Okay, so essentially Sepharianism is based on that idea, and of course then segregates those individuals from everyone else who don't believe in transcension, who don't regard astrosis, who don't want to engage in sort of astrosis or transcension, really. Then we have what we call cephation. Cephation denotes the process of the choosing of people to embark upon extraterrestrial endeavors or to reap the rewards of individual or collective transcension, a process that may take place either by means of the course of the cosmos or by divine intervenience. Interesting idea. There also we have what we call repudiation, which is the repeated forsaking of one's scope to the point of irreparability. This is really interesting. So this is essentially talking about the idea that a person only has a limited degree of scope, and that every time that a person forsakes that scope, that really they're damaging themselves, they're damaging their astronality, they're damaging their stellancy. And at some point, they will cross that line of being irreparable, that they will cross that line where they have no longer any scope, what we call descopy, without possibility for restoration if their forsaking of scope continues. The whole body of persons who forsaking of scope has related them being trapped in states of descopy is called the repudiate. The repudiate is what we call those people in sort of totality and collectively. I think this might be the last section now of this subsection. And this is what we refer to as stellancy raising the astronomic. So this is really interesting. The concept of stellancy has been mentioned throughout this section. As yet, it has not received thorough analysis. This is because approximation to the astronomical world is only really possible once personal transcension has fully commenced. So, of course, you can get to sort of degrees of stellancy during your life without first achieving astrosis, but really only after astrosis has been achieved can you really sort of approximate yourself to the astronomical world in fullness. Stellancy is regarded as a key element, especially to the achievement of both kinds of transcension, as well as to both the realization and attainment of the ultimation. Okay, so again, stellancy is this really important complement, this merited complement that, you know, that we have to work towards. Essentially, what we're really talking about when we're talking about astrosis is improving our stellancy. Okay, we've got scope, we've got astronality, they are unmerited. But stellancy, sorry, we do not have. Stellancy we do not have by the fact of our birth. Stellancy we do not have by the fact of our species becoming evolved. So stellancy is this thing that we have to work towards, and that's what astrosis and transcension are actually really referring to. So before engaging with stellancy, one really must master their astronality and then understand and action their scope. To recap, astronality is emotional attachment to the night sky. Scope is identification and actioning of opportunity as it relates to the cosmos, while stellancy is the proximation of oneself to the astronomical world. Stellancy is the quality of proximateness to the astronomical world that may be bestowed through physical objects called instruments, through practices called complements, and by genuine adherence to the Astronist belief system as a sort of guide, really. That's what Astronism is. It's a guide to help people get ahead in this endeavor of really attaining the highest stellancy. Stellancy is the attribute of proximateness to the astronomical world and the objects, practices, and events that occur to cultivate such an attribute. Stellancy is considered absolute in its role in both personal and collective transcension, as well as in the realization and attainment of the ultimation. Essentially, what I'm trying to say there is that stellancy is sort of irremovable from these processes of transcension and astrosis and ultimation, really, that it's stellancy because the astronomical world is the existential source, that it is stellancy, proximation to this existential source, that is going to lead to and that is the sort of fundamental ingredient, really, that is going to lead to the endeavor of transcension and then also to the attainment of the ultimation. We also have what we call figuureship. This is a really interesting idea. Figuureship really is sort of the, well, what I can say is that Astronist philosophy regards the lifespan of human beings as a time of preparation and opportunity. So what we call scope. So that, you know, the idea that the human life is full of scope, and this is a preparation really for reaching the state of being of astrosis, really, that one is predetermined to achieve if they accept their subsumption into the astronomical world. This understanding of the human lifespan is also called prelusivity or precursivity. Related is the concept of figuureship or personage, which denotes the unique quantity and arrangement of attributes of a person during their lifetime that prepares them for the cosmos after death. So essentially what I'm trying to say there is that figuureship denotes sort of the fullness, really, of the range of attributes, really, the range of qualities and quantities of scope and sort of scopic attributes that a person has during their lifetime. This is what we regard to be predetermined. You know, a person's figuureship cannot really be changed in the sense that they have these attributes. But of course, attributes can be pushed down. They can be tried to be removed to some degree. They can be pushed to the back or ignored. And this is what sometimes we refer to as complacency. I think I've already referred to that in this lecture. We then move on to what we call precursivism. So throughout the delineation of this astrosoteriology, a theme has emerged in which there exists an aversion to a moral paradigm to this doctrine of salvation. We've spoken about that before. The idea that sort of transcension denotes more of an existential salvation, that it sort of encompasses a moral salvation, but that sort of Christian understandings of salvation are very much more focused on just a moral salvation. This theme culminates in the assertion called precursivism. This stresses the necessity, sorry for the spelling mistake there, for self-judgment with regards to the condition of one's attainment of astrosis, rather than based on judgment from such external source. Such an assertion is manifest through the following Cometanic quote: "The self should be accountable to the self alone." So this is really quite interesting in the sense that really in Astronism, we don't have this concept of a judging God. Of course, divinologists and astrotheists believe that, that there exists the divine. And of course, that is a part of Astronist cosmology. But the divine really doesn't play a judgmental role. We're gonna speak more about this later on when we get into the the astrotheology. But essentially, what I'm trying to say there is that you should be, like humanity is, responsible for itself. So is the individual responsible for their own transcension. The precursivist approach is based on the reality of the cosmos, that if a person chooses not to act on their scope or to attain the condition of astrosis, then the functions of the cosmos will continue on regardless. I've spoken about this principle quite a few times now. Their personal scope window, afforded to them by the fact of their birth, will close forever upon cosmic cessation, a fact of existence that is inevitable, even if connections to post-astrosis are made following death prior to cosmosis. Essentially, what is being emphasized here is that astrosis should be attained, not because of any external judgment or punishment, but because the person genuinely wants to achieve it for themselves, to make the most of their scope window, so that they will have contributed to transcension and sort of experience blessings during cosmosis. There's a little smatterings of translationist beliefs in there, which is interesting for anyone who likes translationism. But again, this is very much mainstream Astronist soteriology here. Future new confirmants. This is really interesting. So the future new confirmants that I cannot as yet even comprehend will lend themselves to humanity's achievement of transcension. So what I'm trying to say here is that there will be confirmants in the future that exist. One of them is propellants that I've spoken about already, that we don't have yet, or that we're sort of beginning to have through Astronism, but that is still very much in its infancy. Really, that scope, astronality, and stellancy will be joined by possibly many future new confirmants, whether these be unmerited or merited in the future, and that as time goes on, these new confirmants will be realized. Really, these confirmants are sort of, they are opportunities for transcension, aren't they? They are tools for achieving transcension, essentially. And I think there will be new confirmants in the future as we embark on transcension even more. Of course, there won't be any new confirmants if we choose even fall and go down to the degradation. Recoalescence. Sorry for all the terms here, but I just want to try and get through them all and make sure that, that we've at least covered all the major aspects of the astrosoteriology. So recoalescence regards sort of the goal of stellancy as the reunion of the self and the collective with the astronomical world. Sometimes in this context, we call it the originator, through which reunion with the cosmos may take place. This work is regarded as carried out by the teachings of receptors, whose goal it is to reunite the masses to the wholeness of the cosmos. This is what we call recoalescence. So reception, or the activities of individual receptors, is the main goal, or the main process or property is what we call recoalescence. They are reuniting others, they are reuniting the masses with the cosmos through improving their stellancies. Here we mentioned the wholeness of the cosmos as the fact or quality of fulfilling one's composition so that one may then experience cosmization with a rested assuredness of their astrosis. We spoke a little bit about this earlier on when we were talking about sort of an astronaturalist understanding of sort of astrosis and life, really. The idea that we only, monocosmist specifically, the idea that, you know, that there is no post-astrosis, and that astrosis is, and that cosmosis as well is a sort of only a physical process rather than harboring any sort of spiritual capacity. This is sort of relating to that idea that, you know, we have this rested assuredness that one has fulfilled their composition, and this is what we call wholeness, this idea of feeling whole, this idea of feeling fulfilled, really. Oh, we've just got ultimatology. So this is probably the last part now of the astrosoteriology before we get into comparative astrosoteriology. I've spoken a lot about this concept of the ultimation, and really what I sometimes describe it as is sort of the mystery of astronism, the ultimation. It is a very mysterious concept. It's a very mysterious term. You'll see it in many different diagrams. When we look at the major Astronist mechanism, you'll see that it's there at the top, and it's sort of this goal, but it's sort of out of reach, out of sight, out of sort of present comprehension, really. It is sort of this mystery of astronism that exists at the top somewhere as sort of the sort of outcome, really, of a maintained transcension, but that, you know, ultimation essentially is, you know, quite still unknown, really. And I'm trying to sort of understand what that is, really. This is what ultimatology, the discipline of ultimatology, is trying to understand. What is the ultimation? Although there exists numerous rationale for the endeavor of transcension, no reason supersedes humanity's realization of the ultimation. What we should have picked up upon by now is our distinguishing of the concept of the realization of the ultimation and our attainment of the ultimation. Whatever is the ultimation is such a feat to have to attain that our realization of what the ultimation must come before what must come before our attainment of it. So this is really interesting, the idea that, you know, we must first realize what the ultimation is before we can even think about attaining it. Again, we don't really know what the ultimation is. We don't really know what it is because we don't know enough yet about the astronomical world. We don't know enough yet about the nature of the cosmos. We don't know enough yet about the nature of the divine, really, or to what degree the divine intervenes, and ultimately, really, we really don't know our capacity as a species. We don't know what level of condition that we have the scope, that we have the opportunity to get to. And so really only when we reach sort of these higher conditions of humanity will the ultimation really sort of begin to sort of reveal itself through the mist, through the mystery and the mist of the cosmos. The realization of the ultimation is the capacity for humanity or any other preferred species in being able to formulate a coherent and realistic methodology for its attainment of the ultimation, a capacity not yet endowed to humanity due to our current pre-transcensional state. So really what we regard transcension as is a sort of stepping stone to the ultimation. And this is why transcension is the sort of central goal currently of astronism, because without embarking upon the transcension, we cannot then reach higher levels or higher conditions of the human species. And then, of course, you know, we can't reach the ultimation as a result. So we need to really embark upon transcension first. In this, the word realization literally means making real the ultimation, as well as meaning its comprehension. Part of this realization of the ultimation is distinguishing between what is ultimateness and what is the ultimation itself. In present understanding, use of the term ultimateness denotes the potential highest condition that humanity may attain before its extinction from the cosmos, while the ultimation is primarily conceived as the action of humanity of transcosmizing, namely transcending the periphery of the cosmos and therefore fundamentally changing the cosmic limited nature of humankind, after which humanity becomes something else entirely, completely incomparable to present human existence. Whether the ultimateness condition of humanity will correspond with the attainment of the ultimation is debated and is yet to be seen, as we are as a species so unbelievably far away from realizing and certainly from attaining the ultimation. So really what I'm trying to say there is that there is a distinction between, our capacity for reaching sort of our ultimate condition as a human species, and then what the ultimation itself is, what the ultimation itself denotes. Those two things are very much distinct. Whether they will morph into one eventually, as I've said there, is a question that we can only answer in future times. I can't answer that right now. But one conception really of the divine, of the ultimation that we can kind of, the furthest or sort of the only really sort of conception of the ultimation is what we call transcosmization, as I've referred there, the transcending of the cosmic periphery. Because anything beyond the cosmic periphery, yes, we can make logical assertions about, like we make logical assertions about the existence of the universe, the existence of the divine, but we can't really know those things, and we don't really know those things. Those are just logical assertions. Those are just notions based on the ideas of logic, which we will be getting to, in the Astronist cosmology a little bit later on. Essentially what I'm trying to say here is that the periphery of the cosmos is sometimes seen, and our transcending of that is sometimes seen as the ultimation. Ultimateness, therefore, is the highest condition that humanity may reach prior to its extinction, which may or may not turn out to be synonymous with the ultimation. We don't know yet. We simply don't know yet. Instead, the ultimation is that place, being, or condition that embodies a universal or divine nature. In present Astronist orthodoxy, therefore, the ultimation is interpreted as the capacity for a species to alter its cosmic limited nature so that then it may be able to undergo transcosmization corporeally. Essentially what I'm trying to say there is that, really that is the sort of ultimate goal of the human species, isn't it? To change our limited nature, to become universal or to become divine to some degree. Whether we will, change our cosmic nature, transcend the cosmic periphery, and then realize that there is a whole of the reality that we then need to get through in order to get to some sort of ultimation, then that will be the case. But essentially what I'm trying to say here is that the capacity for a species to alter its cosmic limited nature sort of is the current, in a way, primitive understanding of what the ultimation could be. In my primitive understanding of the ultimation, as I'm sat here right now in 2021, we're talking about maybe thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps millions of years in the future. So I don't know yet what that could be, but I'm just trying to use my inspiration and my imagination really to try and understand what that could be. The convergence of this condition and this event, respectively, is of course the goal of Astronism. But equally, the Astronist system understands that humanity may not manifest its predetermination to attain the ultimation prior to its extinction or cosmic cessation as a species. Therefore, this is why omnisation and interspecific impartation of Astronism is crucial. So what I'm trying to say here is that, we may realize the ultimation before we go extinct, but we may not attain it. Even if we've got to transcension, we may not attain the ultimation, or we may not attain the ultimate condition. So what we need to do is, in that sense, impart our knowledge to other species that are scoped just as we are. Overall, then, astronism's placement of man is the prerequisite for transcension, which is itself the prerequisite for the realization of the ultimation, which is itself the prerequisite for the attainment of the ultimation. Some may call the ultimation God. Others may call it simply a supreme being or simply the divine, as is the tradition in Astronism. But what is emphasized in Astronism, no matter what appellation the ultimatum is given, the way to knowing and attaining it is through the astronomical world. The discipline of ultimatology is therefore established in order to deal with this concept of the ultimation philosophically, so that a future generation of humanity may one day truly come to know, to realizing what the ultimation is and to what extent humankind may reach its ultimateness. Predeterminationism. Predeterminationism entails the giving of humanity the tools, circumstances, and confirmants to fulfill its destined purpose to realize and attain the ultimation. But the existence of human sapience and free will means that humanity equally has the opportunity not to fulfill its purpose, which Astronism asserts will lead to humanity's eventual extinction due to its refusal to complete transcension. Okay, so predeterminationism is a quite important concept there, because it sort of relates to scope, really, and the sort of nature of scope. This idea that we have the opportunity to do something, but then we also have the opportunity not to do something. So now we're coming to what we call the subsection 7. This is just before, I made a mistake earlier. This is just before the comparative Astrosoteriology. Apologize for that. It's been a long lecture, I'm sorry. The subsection 7. So this is what we refer to as the universal relevance of astronism. And, you know, this is really what we're referring to as the fundament 12. So the previous section was fundament 11. This is the final sort of fundament, really. And this primarily deals with what we call omnisation, which is what I referred to just a little bit earlier on in the previous subsection, spreading astronism to all species. So omnisation, or interspeciesism, is the spreading of astronism as the message of opportunity to all sapient species in the cosmos. So maybe at least one of these species may reach the ultimation, typically if humanity's hopes for attaining the ultimation have become redundant. This is what we call chorification. The study of this potential, or in some views, inevitable condition of humanity, is called choriology. Essentially, omnisation is the dissemination of the promises of transcension and the ultimation from humans to other receptive species. The universality of astronism. Unlike Christianity and Islam, whose beliefs and practices are centered on the occurrence of events on the Earth, astronism's existential source is outer space, as we know from the very beginning of this total immersion. This instantly gives astronism a universal appeal and relevance, whether for humanity or any other species in the cosmos. This universal relevance characteristic of astronism is further affirmed by astronism's focus on scope, the universality of scope. In one of its definitions, a scope is the transition of a species from sentience, able to feel and perceive, to sapience, communicable and intelligent. Although much astronist discourse rightly pertains to the situation and condition of humanity and our relationship to scope and the astronomical world, there exists a universality to the nature of scope, in which it comes to affect all sapient persons, no matter their species or where they reside in the cosmos. So again here, what we're talking about is the idea that the scope of man was just one scope in the cosmos to occur. Many others will have occurred prior to and after this scope across the cosmos to all different types of species. Scope is a complement that is applicable universally, and this gives astronism a very unique universality, a very unique omnal, we call it omnality or omnal nature or universal nature. If scope is the opportunity of the present moment afforded to a species to engage with their astrality and stellancy, then this opportunity may be seen universally throughout the cosmos in all species whose transitions to sapience have occurred. All these sapient species have the opportunity to embark upon their transcension and perhaps eventually reach their ultimation. Whether they will fulfill this opportunity is a separate question, but the fact that they have been endowed with this unmerited conferment of scope, whether from some divine source or not, is demonstrable of the universality of scope and therefore also the universality of Astronism as a belief system by subsequence. Again, we're coming on to what we call the ultimation. So this is sort of the trying to understand what the ultimation is. I'm just going to read these last few slides out for the Astrosoteriology. What the ultimation is has been debated under various appellations and titles since time immemorial among religion, philosophy, and science. But astroncy, and therefore astronism, regards the ultimation as the capacity for something to transcend cosmic reality, a process called transcosmization, essentially denoting the capacity of a species to leave the cosmos, or any other cosmos in the universe for that matter, therefore to change its nature from cosmic and limited to either universal and unlimited or divine and infinite. Of course, as has already been established, realizing what the ultimation is a separate question from its attainment. What is implied by this capacity for transcosmization varies greatly from immortality to divinization to the concept of an afterlife. Although what the ultimation may entail is important to discuss, both for the individual and the collective, what is fundamental to Astronism is that transcension is the absolute, unequivocal precondition for the attainment of the ultimation. If transcension is the potentializing of human beings and humanity as a whole by our approximation to the astronomical world in order to fulfill the preferment granted to humankind by favor of the cosmos, then the ultimation itself, particularly its attainment, is the supreme or ideal goal of this transcensional endeavor. Although transcension is a prerequisite for the attainment of the ultimation, this journey of attainment is markedly separate from that of the transcension itself, because in Astronist orthodoxy, the ultimation describes the fundamental altering of the human condition, a process that transcension leads to, but does not itself entail, due to the fact that achievement of transcension, although a prerequisite for the ultimation, is not a guarantee that humanity will attain then the ultimation. This is why omnisation is so important, so that not to lose the message of Astronism and the ultimation with an extinct humanity. That humanity has this sort of opportunity still, this scope to impart its knowledge to other species if it sees that it is going to devolve, you know, maybe sometimes by its own, not by its own doing, you know. Humanity could go extinct just by the course of the will of the cosmos. You know, we may not even do anything to sort of warrant that, you know, but it could happen anyway. So we need to be prepared to omnize, to, you know, spread Astronism elsewhere to other species in order to make sure that the message of transcension and the ultimation is not lost. Then we come to what we call the undisclosure. Just as in the reality of the endeavor of transcension is that a number of foreseen and unforeseen event obstacles will present themselves, this reality is the same for the endeavor of the attainment of ultimation. This is called the undisclosure, or an undisclosed event or series of events. This describes an unknown event that may or may not occur in the future that will have a major impact on humanity's attainment of the ultimation nonetheless. This may also be, in this sense, sometimes the ultimation is also stylized as the optimum condition for humanity, or optima. The nature of ultimation, that which is referred to among astronists as the great struggle, pertains to that ever-looming desire of humanity to discover, reach out, or otherwise comprehend ultimateness. The great struggle describes humanity's endeavor to reach an ultimate state, essentially describing transcension, an endeavor that began with the occurrence of the scope of man. This endeavor is regarded as having been the basis of all humanity's philosophical, religious, and astronomical endeavors. Achieving transcension is regarded as an absolute precondition for the realization of the ultimation. I think we've already spoke about that a few times. Out of all the doctrines, dogmas, and concepts presented in this astrosoteriology, and in all astronism for that matter, there is one that sits at the summit or pinnacle of astronism, one that is ever present, yet always unattainable, and partially unknowable and mysterious. This is the dogma of, I put dogmas, sorry. This is the dogma of ultimationism, or the ultimation. Ultimationism is the Astronist dogma that the ultimacy of humanity is achievable only by way of transcension, achieved via mastery of the conformance of scope, stellancy, and astronality, as either identified by or as conveyed through astronism. So again, we've come there to sort of the ultimate sort of point of astronism, the pinnacle of astronism, the sort of the climax of astronism, which was the ultimation, and this idea of the doctrine of the ultimationism. So for the final subsection of this lengthy section on astrosoteriology, we're going to be taking a look at the sort of different paths to salvation that exist in a variety of religious traditions, really in a way to compare these different paths to salvation, these different soteriologies, to the one that I've just explained, and the one that we've just explored together, which is obviously the Astronist soteriology, the astrosoteriology. So let's get into this. Well, really, comparative soteriology, or the sort of study of the functions and sort of elements of a salvation narrative or a soteriology, is part of what we call in astronism metasoteriology. So metasoteriology explores the functions of transcension specifically within astrosoteriology, in relation to the individual and in relation to humankind as a whole. It essentially explores why salvation in the form of transcension is important, and it also discusses, the various themes and features and dynamics of the astrosoteriology. So metasoteriology really is a kind of reflective discipline. It allows us to reflect on the variety of different beliefs and the belief structures that form the astrosoteriology, and also it allows us to kind of reflect on what we've just witnessed with the astrosoteriology. It allows us to understand, how it kind of relates to other soteriologies as well. So of course, this relating to other soteriologies is what we call comparative soteriology. Salvation plays or sort of either directly or indirectly a really fundamental central role in many different belief systems, in the majority of the world's religions, in fact. Of course, in Christianity, salvation is achieved by faith in Jesus Christ's atonement. Islam, salvation is achieved by believing in the oneness of God when one dies. In Jainism, salvation is achieved by the annihilation of good and bad karma. In Hinduism, salvation is achieved by escaping the cycle of samsara, which is, of course, death and rebirth. In Buddhism, salvation is achieved by freeing oneself and the world from suffering. And of course, as we've just outlined in this astrosoteriology, in astronism, salvation, which is obviously what we call transcension, salvation is achieved by humanity's subsumption into the astronomical world. Okay, so this is how astronism sort of compares to other religions, compares to previous religions, and also how it sort of stacks up against them as well. which out of these religions is the most reasonable, rational, which is the most sort of compelling, which is the most attractive. This is what believers, or seekers as we call them, people who want to know more about different belief systems, this is what they have to consider. And also academics have to study this, when they're looking at, how different belief systems are functioning, they have to look at how the soteriologies of these systems relate to each other. So really, an overview of Astrosoteriology provides us with this understanding that with humanity, in Astronism is regarded as fundamentally good, yet misguided, due to the occurrence of the controversion of man. So this type of terminology you should now be kind of familiar with, really, and you should sort of be familiar with how we differ in Astronism from other religions with regards to how we understand the present condition of humanity. Because the astronomical world is understood as the source of knowledge and truth as it pertains to human existential questions, or questions of existence, space exploration and space expansion are regarded as key to humanity's fulfillment of its predetermined potential. So really this idea that humanity has this predetermined potential, that it has this, this potential, this preferred state that it has to fulfill, or that Astronism is encouraging it to fulfill, that it doesn't really necessarily have to, but that there may be consequences to not fulfilling that. And also, certainly, Astronism regards humanity to be kind of falling short, really, of its potential and its fulfillment of its preferment if it doesn't engage with what we call transcension. Of course, we've spoken about the different of-man doctrines. The of-man doctrines are a sort of collection of doctrines within Astronism that share the theme of man, and they're sort of astrosoteriological in their nature. And of course, they really do. Sorry, there's like a fly. They really do function in terms of, if we see them here, they really do function as a sort of central mechanism, really, to Astronism. They allow the Astronist system to function, and they provide the narrative, really, to all of Astronism and all of the Astronist belief system. So first of all, of course, we've got Scoparianism, which refers to the scope of man doctrine. Then we've got Contrarianism, which refers to the controversion of man doctrine. Then we've got Caesar-Trixarianism, which refers to the scarring of man doctrine. Then we've got Positarianism, which deals with the placement of man. Substitutarianism, which deals with the supersedence of man doctrine. And then finally, we've got Dispersarianism, which deals with the devolution of man doctrine. Okay, so all these different doctrines that we've spoken about in this lecture provide sort of the function of the Astronist soteriology. They provide this system with the mechanisms, the narratives, the understandings of history, current and present conditions of humanity, and the future conditions of humanity. All of these doctrines sort of interlock together to form the Astronist system that we know and love. So the states of humankind, there are 5 different states currently. There might be a few others as well, but these are the main ones that we've covered in this lecture. There are a series of 5 soteriological doctrines, which are understood chronologically as peludicity. This idea that, prior to the controversion, that humanity existed in this very pure yet primitive state. But then following the controversion, we've existed in this state of antipode from the astronomical world, this state of distance, this state of sort of ignorance to the astronomical world, really for the last few thousand years, really, of human history. We've been in this state of antipode. And then we've got retrocedence, which is kind of where we are now a little bit, moving into this sort of state of retrocedence where we're sort of going back and forth. Sometimes we make inroads into sort of becoming cosmocentric, but then sometimes we go back. Then we have archaeology, and then we have Vesperia. So these different states, as I've described throughout this astrosoteriology, kind of describe these different conditions of humanity along the narrative of the astrosoteriology, essentially, states of humankind, as you will. Of course, we've got the three great disciplines, which of course are astrosoteriology, proto-anthropology, and scopology. Some other disciplines may be able to fit into that, things like not scopology, but kind of analypsology, which kind of is part of astrosoteriology, but also ultimatology may also be included as part of this, if we say the four great disciplines. So, you know, these can be used interchangeably, really. I'm not going to go over what these three disciplines refer to, because we should already know that by now from the lecture that I've just done. Again, just reflecting on in these final moments of this lecture on sort of the nature of Astronism, really, as it relates to the astrosoteriology. You know, this idea that the nature of Astronism, that really the onus is placed on humanity to achieve transcension. This sort of really reveals this sort of characteristic of Astronism, doesn't it? This sort of personality, really, of the Astronist system. You know, the idea that eternal damnation does not await humanity as punishment for not choosing to attain transcension, but only the devolution and extinction of humanity, which aren't necessarily punishments, but they are just sort of the natural course that a species will take if it does not transcend to the astronomical world and does not transcend to a higher state. This concept of devolution, however, is not said to invoke the same kind of fear as is invoked in other religions when regarding the concept of eternal damnation, but is instead regarded as the natural course of humanity if transcension does not occur, not any kind of punishment, as I've just outlined. Above, beneath, under, over, sorry. So these are just a couple of terms that we may use in the astrosoteriology that I've not included yet in my lecture. One of them is above, beneath, which refers to sort of the contradistinction between the astronomical world as it relates to the terrestrial world. And then we've got under, over, which again has the same type of function, that it's the terrestrial world in relation to the astronomical world. Okay, so you maybe can use these terms whenever you wish in reference to the astrosoteriology. Then we have these two interesting sort of really meta-astronistic understandings of the astrosoteriology. We've firstly got big picture astronism. This looks at astronism as it relates to the scopes that will come to influence the existence of humanity, namely the far future conditions of humankind as a whole, rather than those scopes that affect everyday life events. And again, this is contrasted with little picture astronism, which looks at astronism as it relates to the mundane human level, focusing on the scopes of everyday life. So again, not exactly, but you could correspond big picture astronism and little picture astronism with sort of the collective transcension and the individual or personal transcension, respectively. They're not entirely synonymous, but they can be kind of used to correspond to those two types of transcension. And now we come to the very final slide in this lecture series, because the next part is going to focus on the Astronist philosophy. But what I first wanted to do was go over the 12 fundaments of astrosoteriology that I've outlined at the beginning of each of the sections of this lecture. So what I'll do is I will read through this, and then we will end this episode of A Conversation with Cometan. I hope you've all enjoyed it. I hope that this first section of the astrosoteriology has really been, you know, enlightening, and has actually, you know, really been sort of helpful in a way to people who wish to understand Astronist system and Astronist beliefs at that that deeper level. So the first fundament is that and really this, just before I begin, this really gives an overview really of the Astrosoteriology. This is the function of these 12 fundaments really. So the first fundament of Astrosoteriology is that the astronomical world is the primary existential source. Hence, it possesses salvific and sidereal capacities for all humankind. Number two, that cosmocentrism is established because of this status of the astronomical world as being the existential source. Number three, that the emotion of Astronauti, especially the attachment of beliefs to outer space, is a product of human focus on the stars. Number four, experiencing Astronauti establishes a relationship between humanity and the astronomical world. This is what we call sideriancy. These relations began with the scope of man, humanity's transition to sapience, due to humanity's first raising of the head starward. Number six, the scope of man and its subsequences mark the realization of humanity's rare, yet not unique, preferment or chosen status in the cosmos. Number seven, however, humanity's self-concern and self-worship, or any instance of aversion to cosmocentrism, including persecution of the Astronic tradition, ignited what we call the controversion. Number eight, the controversion represents all the times in history when humanity has regarded itself as the ultimation, thus dislodging its sideriancy into a state of antipode, which relates to ignorance to the astronomical world as the existential source. Number nine, Astronism is established to repair or fix the scars on humanity's sideriancy caused by this controversion through its placement of man, which entails humanity's subsumption into the astronomical world. Number 10, the successful placing of man allows for the confirmance of scope, stellancy, and astronality to be rediscovered, then giving humans individually and humanity as a whole the opportunity to decide whether or not to attain transcension, salvation by means of the astronomical world, during the period of twilightide, leading either to humankind's elevation or to our devolution. Number 11, if Vesperism is chosen, humanity's embarkation on the endeavor of transcension then commences. This will then allow for the opportunity to realize the ultimation, which essentially relates to ascendance from cosmos or transcosmization. And then finally, number 12, scope is inherent to all sapient species. Astronists must spread this message of opportunity to all receptive beings in the cosmos in order for interspecific impartation or exonism to take place and to allow at least one species to attain the ultimation. So I hope you all have really enjoyed this Astrosoteriology. I hope that 12 fundaments of Astrosoteriology has sort of wrapped everything up for you there and just give you a really nice overview of all the things that I've been discussing in this lecture. And I look forward to seeing you in the next episode of A Conversation with Cometan. See you later, everybody.